York City Auditorium for another year of the Crossroads Conference Basketball Tournament. Tyler Cavalli bringing you today's games here on Cool Radio and streaming live on Strive TV. Glad to have you along wherever you may be listening or viewing, and we're glad to be here on this beautiful Saturday afternoon here in downtown York. Alex Salmon is our wonderful studio engineer. Just down the road here in New York, and again today's game also on Strive TV. Also, I want to thank our great sponsors today: and Bruning Grain and Feed, Shickley Grain, Bamsberger Welding, Jensen Lumber Company, Hits Towing, Nutrient Ag Solutions, and Farmers and Merchants Bank. Let's preview our first contest today. It's going to be a busy one here on Cool Radio and over on Max Country. Here on Cool Radio today, we'll have all the girls' matchups of the CRC tournament, and we start with Hampton and East Butler. Hampton 3-10 on the season, East Butler 6-8 on the campaign. Now, this is the second time that these two teams have met in the year. The first time was on December 15th. Hampton beat East Butler in what was a thriller, 58-57. And in that contest, Hampton only scored 5 first-quarter points, but then went off and had an offensive eruption in the next second, third, and fourth quarter, despite not making a single three, but just were very proficient with the basketball after that first period. Meanwhile, for East Butler, in that one-point loss earlier this year, they scored 28 fourth-quarter points in their attempt to make it a ball game, and they did, and only had 1 three-pointer, but really what bit them in that contest were the 25 turnovers, so certainly have to cut down on those here in tonight's rematch. Hampton 3-10 on the season, East Butler 6-8. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, we will meet the starters and tip-off here from York City Auditorium right around the corner here on Cool Radio.
George Brothers Incorporated in Sutton.
CRC girls basketball here from the York City Auditorium here on Cool Radio. And Strive TV as well. Let's look at today's starting lineups. We'll start with East Butler, 6-8 on the season, guided by head coach James Chris. His starters go this way. It's Kate Rathjen, a 5'3" junior, who averages 5 points, 4 rebounds a game. Ali Rigatuso is a 5'8" senior, averaging a team-high 12 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, and lethal on the defensive end with 4 steals per game. Lene Arts is a 5'11" senior, averaging 6.7 rebounds and 3 assists. Madison DeWitt's a 5'7" sophomore, averaging 6 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists per game. And Katie Haney will round out the starting 5 for East Butler. She's a 5'8" junior, averaging 5 points, 4 rebounds per game. For Hampton, 3-10 on this season, guided by head coach Margot Labrie. Her starters will go this way. It's Kylie Mersch, a 5'7" senior, averaging 6 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists per contest. Nevia Lucasen is a 5'9" sophomore, averaging 4.6 rebounds and 3 steals. Kaylee Josephs, a 5'8" senior, averaging 4 points and 2 rebounds. Lillian Dozy is a 5'7" junior, averaging 9.5 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 steals a game. And rounding out the starting five for Hampton is Zaya Stewart, a 5'9 senior, averaging a team-high 12 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists per game. First game here on the girls' side of the bracket of the Crossroads Conference Basketball Tournament. Glad to have you along here on Cool Radio and on Strive TV as well. Coming up as soon as this one's over, we will have McCool Junction and Giltner. Hampton is the 8 seed, while East Butler is the 9 seed. Ball is up, won by East Butler, and away we go here in the newly renovated York City Auditorium. First layup attempt is off the mark by Madison DeWitt. Hampton had the ball, but threw an awkward pass up ahead, and East Butler able to track it down. With the steal was Rigatuso, right on cue. As we mentioned, she has 4 steals per game, and already her first steal there. East Butler will now set up in the half court, no score. First 30 seconds have come and gone. Boys contest, by the way, being all played at the York College. And all those games can be heard over on 104.9 Max Country and also on Strive TV as well. Hampton defensively on the baseline, knocked the ball out of bounds, so we'll stay with East Butler. Still no score. Baseline out of bounds play. Running out of time for the Tigers. They finally inbounded to Haney in the left corner. Fakes the three, throws it across the middle, but it's intercepted by Hampton. Coming away with it was Mersch. Mersch taking it all the way from coast to coast, but she's called for a travel. So back-to-back turnovers for each team, and East Butler will give it back with no score. Still 7:19 to play here in this first quarter. Looking at the rest of the bracket for CRC BDS, play at 4 o'clock. They're the 4 seed. They'll take on 13-seeded Nebraska Lutheran. 5:30 matchup with the 6-seeded Exeter Milligan and 11-seeded Shelby Rising City. And then later on tonight, as East Butler gets the first points on the board, it was Katie Haney off the glass and in. It's 2-0 East Butler. In tonight's final matchup, it's the 7-seeded High Plains Storm taking on 10-seeded Dorchester. Layup quickly on the other end by Hampton, and they're able to answer. Kaylee Joseph, her first points. She averages only 4 points a game, but ties the game at 2. Has just had an easy path all the way to the backboard. And now East Butler will try to answer on the other end. Haney quickly down low on the right block is hacked from the side. And she tried to go up strong with it, and now we'll head to the free throw line. Good take there by Haney, being aggressive early on. That foul will be charged on Nevia Lucasen. That'll be her first. First team foul, too, as well. 2-2 the score. Haney's first free throw here is too short off the front orange rim. Katie Haney had 13 points in the first matchup with Hampton earlier this year. Big bend in the knees, aims and fires, and she rattles the second free throw home. So 3 points for her. She has all 3 of East Butler's points. 3-2 Tigers with the lead. 6.5 minutes to go here in this first quarter. Hampton able to break down that full court press. On the other end, here's a long baseline 2. It's up and in for Hampton off the right hand of Kaylee Joseph once again. So Joseph has all 4 of the points for Hampton. Now they have their first lead. East Butler is led by Katie Haney. So one girl show for on each team apparently so far. 6 minutes to go here in this first quarter. Launching at 3 is East Butler. It's way too strong, but it pinballed around for an offensive rebound. Putting up the 3 again is Arts. That one's too short. Loose ball, and Hampton eventually comes away with it. It's Stewart. Stewart, nice outlet pass up ahead. Lucasen has her shot blocked by East Butler. Out of bounds. A nice job of getting back defensively by DeWitt to reject it out of bounds at the baseline. Just after 1 o'clock here in York, high school hoops on a KAWL, York, Nebraska. Inbounds play, Stewart tried to catch it inside the free throw line and went up hard with it, but was hit from the side. No foul, and East Butler got the ball and quickly pushing to the other end. 83 right wing, it's off the heel. Put back is too short by East Butler and Madison DeWitt, but she is fouled. It's Java DeWitt sitting underneath and boxing everybody out as Lucasen picks up her second foul, and it'll be the second team foul as well. So free throws here for DeWitt, the 5'7" sophomore. And that one is up and in. She averages 6 points, 4 rebounds a contest. Checking in for Hampton, Jenna Hansen, the 5'11" senior. Also checking in, Shea Kingery for Hampton. Second free throw here by DeWitt. Clanks off the back iron. Gobbling up the rebound was Hansen. And East Butler ties the game at 4. And a carry is called on the other end by Lillian Dozie of Hampton. Looked like she was a little indecisive of what to do with that ball, picking it up. Coach Labrie is saying no, she didn't carry it. She was dribbling it, kept her hand above it, but the officials saw it otherwise. And Coach Bree is not going to win that argument. Here's East Butler trying to retake the lead. Weaving her way down low and getting it off the window and in is Arts for East Butler. Nice job of backing down 3 defenders. It's 6-4 East Butler. Hampton quickly pushing to the other end now. Here's Dozie, top of the three-point line, looking at a 2-3 zone. Rathjen and DeWitt for East Butler, top of the 2-3 zone. 2-point deficit for Hampton. They have had the lead one time. Turnaround jumper from the free throw line by Stewart. Too strong. Loose ball and out of bounds. Last touch by East Butler. Hampton will inbound it on the baseline. Again, right now trailing 6-4 with 4:56 to go here in this first quarter. Inbounding it on the baseline is Mersch. Mersch throws it to the right elbow. Setting up the offense is Dozie. She'll dribble all the way out to the volleyball line. Bounce pass, feeding it to Stewart at the free throw line. Now inside to Hanson. She went up strong with it in the lane. And she is hacked from the side. I'll have 2 free throws coming up. That foul was called against Katie Haney on the other side for East Butler. That's the first East Butler foul. And Hanson will head to the free throw line, the 5'11 senior. This free throw for her is too short. She averages 2 points, 3 rebounds so far this year, coming off the bench for the Hampton Hawks. Nicole Burish will now check into the game for East Butler. One more free throw coming up here for Hanson. A little hop at the volleyball line, but it goes up and in. It works. Whatever it takes, right? And Hanson goes 1 for 2 at the free throw line. It's now 6-5. East Butler still out in front. Here's DeWitt at the volleyball line between the rings, setting up the offense against this Hampton man-to-man. Burish overhead pass coming up, catching it is Arts, feeding it down low to Haney. Haney double team, getting a hand on it and getting tied up with Stewart of Hampton, but a foul is going to be called on Hampton. I think a jump ball was initially going to be called, but if Stewart didn't rip down Haney down to the floor, wait a second, it's actually going to be a foul on East Butler. And I think they called that on Haney, so maybe she got too aggressive. So it will be on Haney. That'll be her second straight foul, so thought it was going to be on Hampton. But East Butler will get the foul. That'll be the second one for them and both on Haney. So Haney will check out of the game, and coming in back in is Rathjen. Hampton into half court right now, down 6-5, and bobbling it right here on the right sideline is Dozie. Wasn't a great pass, but she's able to slow it down and reset the offense. Into Hanson on the left block, double team, trying to throw it up. Was blocked from behind and ends up off of Hanson, out of bounds on the baseline. She was sandwiched right in between 2 Tigers, was Hanson, and she walks all the way back to the court. She taps at her chest as Hanson and says, "Yay, that's my bad, coach. We'll get it next time." So, turnover by Hampton. That's their third. It is East Butler basketball in the half court, leading 6-5 as we're halfway through this first quarter. First game of 5 games coming up for you here on Cool Radio. The opening round of the CRC girls basketball tournament. As East Butler throws it away, Hampton comes away with a steal, still trailing by 1 point. 3:45 to play here in this first quarter. Hampton slowing it up now, setting up the offense. Got 4 different Hawks up at the high post. Stewart, jump shot from the free throw line. Shot was blocked, I believe, and now a loose ball foul. It will be East Butler basketball. But these post players for Hampton struggling anywhere inside the free throw line. And I believe that foul will be on Hampton and Kingery. So Shea Kingery will pick up her first. That will be the team's third. So here's East Butler with the ball. Right now, East Butler still leading 6-5 in this low-scoring affair. These two teams average about the same amount of points per game. Hampton averages 41 points per game, while East Butler averages 42. 3:25 to go in the first quarter. Ball on the baseline. Quick jumper by Rathjen is rushed. Threw it over the side of the rim and quickly rebounded by Hampton. Hampton down 6-5 with 3:13 to play here in this first quarter. Hampton setting up the offense, still staring at a 2-3 zone. East Butler has been in that solid 2-3 zone from the get-go in this contest. By the way, the winner of this game will move on to face the number 1 overall seed here in the girls bracket in Cross County coming up on Monday. As Hampton throws the ball away, just trying to make one too many passes. That's their 4th turnover. So right back to East Butler. Haven't had a score in the last couple of minutes or so. 6-5 lead for East Butler with 2:50 to go in this first quarter. Rathjen feeds it down, high post to Arts. Arts dribbles in the lane, puts up the floater, and it's down the hatch and in. Counted and one as she is fouled. Let's take there by Arts, excuse me. And she has 4 points. We'll see what they call the foul on for Hampton. It looks like that one's going to be on Stewart. That'll be her first, team's 4th. As a 3-point play is converted by Lene Arts, she now has 5 points. 9-5, East Butler with their biggest lead so far in this first quarter with 2:40 to play. Driving down the right sideline is Dozie. Dozie down low, looking inside to Kingery. Kingery double team, back out to Dozie. Crossing up a defender, bounce pass back to Kingery off the glass at the 5-foot jumper, missed the open shot, and a jump ball is called. Boy, Kingery had a good look there, just inside that right block, cutting underneath 2 defenders, just couldn't quite answer. So baseline out of bounds play for Hampton as the possession arrow was favoring the Hawks. They still trail 9-5, and they turn the ball over. Well, wait a second. On the inbounds pass, apparently is knocked away by East Butler out of bounds. I thought that Hampton might be the last to touch. Hampton will check in for Hampton, and exiting stage left is Shea Kingery. Hampton with baseline out of bounds play right now, trailing 9-5 in the half court with 2:25 to play in this first quarter. Going to a jump stop, left sideline is Dozie. Dozie then finds a Mersch for 3. It's too strong off the heel and eventually rebounded by East Butler and Rathjen. East Butler with a 9-5 lead, 2:10 to play in this first quarter. Rathjen moves the ball left elbow. Here's a 3, and it's up and in. Nicole Burish able to get it to fall. And Burish with her first points off the bench. She averages 4. She has 3 just like that. And it's a 12-5 advantage now for East Butler. And desperately needs an answer on the other end. That'll work as they feed the ball down low to Zaya Stewart, who kisses it off the glass and in. It's 12-7 now. East Butler still out in front as we're about 90 seconds to go here in this first quarter. Burish to the last, or East Butler now on the other end, setting up the offense. Rigatuso in the left corner, throws it to the top of the key to DeWitt. DeWitt dribbling to the right sideline, working against this man. 1:25 to go in the first quarter. Rigatuso back outside to DeWitt on the right sideline. They're just playing catch on the right side. And now they'll back it back out. Coach Kriz wanting to reset the offense. Flashing over the middle, down low, Rigatuso. Back outside now to Arts. Inside to Rigatuso. She can't hang on to it, and she gets tied up with a Hampton Hawk, and a jump ball is called. Nice job there for Hampton, and Kaylee Joseph getting a paw on it and causing that jump ball. Possession, though, says it will stay with East Butler as they'll inbound on the baseline, leading 12-7. 1:05 to play here in this first quarter. Bad inbounds pass, but somehow it's deflected to Burish on that left elbow. Ball's moved to the right wing now to Rathjen. Dribbling with the right hand, looking down low, standing on her tippy toes. Feeds it inside to Arts. Arts off the heel within 5 feet. She misses left, but the putback by Rathjen is too strong as well. Loose ball. East Butler has it, and East Butler calls a timeout with 44 seconds. So nice hustle inside, getting the offensive rebound. Arts able to gobble it up. It'll be East Butler ball when we come back. 44 seconds to play in the first quarter. It's 12-7. East Butler on top of Hampton. We're back after this.
Don't settle for anything less. Call EJ or John at 532-3525.
East Butler girls leading Hampton here in the first game of the Girls Crossroads Conference Basketball Tournament from the newly renovated York City Auditorium. Game here on Cool Radio and on Strive TV. 43 seconds to play in the first quarter. East Butler quickly moving the ball inside the paint to Arts, and she's called for a travel. Good help defense by Hampton. On her defensively was Mersch, but Hampton with the help defense kind of spooked Arts to travel, and that'll be a turnover, the 3rd for East Butler. Not easy, though, for Hampton as they try to break the full court press. They do. They have numbers now. 3-on-2 on the other end, but good defense by Rathjen as she came out of nowhere. As she reached under the left armpit of Dozie to knock it out of bounds, and it will stay with Hampton, though, with 31 seconds to play in the first quarter. 12-7, East Butler still leading. Catching it underneath is Stewart. Stewart on the right block, but then has the ball just ripped right out of her hands by Burish. So the 5th turnover for Hampton. Here comes East Butler with 20 seconds to play in the first quarter. Always in a rush if you're East Butler. Long two taken up from the left elbow by Rathjen. Too short, but the putback by Burish is up and in. Nobody boxed her out. That was too easy. 10 seconds to play in the first quarter. It's a touchdown lead here for the East Butler Tigers. Stewart trapped in the backcourt, picked up the dribble. 2 seconds to play in the first quarter. And that'll be a 10-second violation. Technically a turnover. Nice job by East Butler's defense, but also the end of the first quarter. After one here in the opening round of the CRC basketball tournament, it's East Butler girls leading Hampton 14-7. Second quarter action coming up next here on Cool Radio and Strive TV. Matchup, and what's been a good one so far, been a competitive one at the very least. 14-7, East Butler atop of Hampton. Crossroads Conference basketball brought to you by Cradle Enterprises, Carrie's Restaurant and Catering, Crossroads Awards, Alf's Well Drilling, Root and Grocery, Grand Central, and Akashic Milling. Hampton basketball right now here in the half court. Hampton is down 14-7. They led by 1 point earlier this game, and now they get a foul call as Hampton will head to the free throw line. That foul, by the way, was on Ali Rigatuso. That will be her first and team's third. So back to the line is Hampton, where she is 1 for 2 today. And the first free throw is too strong. So 1 for 3 now is Jenna Hansen. Still a 7-point lead, which ties the biggest lead for East Butler so far. One more for Hansen. And Hansen aims and fires, and that one is off the front rim. Stewart with a putback off the glass and in, counted and one as she is fouled. Good job, Isaiah Stewart staying with it off the missed free throw by Hansen. And an and one coming up now for Stewart. 14-9 now, East Butler. Stewart with an and one here for a 3-point play. And that one is rattled home. So Stewart, the old-fashioned way for the three-pointer. 14-10. East Butler, though, still out in front. And the winner of this game will play number 1 Cross County coming up on Monday at 3 o'clock. That game will be over on Max Country and still here on Strive TV. Here's a bad pass down low for East Butler. Falling down was Burish, and Hampton comes away with the steal. Here's a long two left elbow, and that one is in and out by Joseph for Hampton. East Butler with the quick rebound on the one and done for Hampton. Other end, 3 by Rathjen, left corner, yes! Kate Rathjen gets it to fall for her first points, and it's 17-10, right back to a 7-point lead for East Butler with 7 minutes to go in the first half. Other end, Joseph with an easy layup. Kaylee Joseph now with 6 points. Joseph's done a nice job of just breaking down this press and really just sprinting past everybody for the open opportunities. East Butler now setting up the half court. Falling down was Arts. Probably could have called a travel, and now a pushing foul is called on the 3-point attempt by East Butler's Burish. So she'll have 3 free throws coming up. Committing the foul was Joseph. Too aggressive there. And at the free throw line will be Nicole Burish. Burish with 5 points in that first quarter off the bench for East Butler. First free throw today is up and in. Burish averages only about 4 points again. Already surpassing that here, and we're only about a quarter and a minute in. Second free throw for Burish is just missed it a bit right. She still has one more. Again, she was fouled on the three-pointer. For Hampton now, checking in, Shea Kingery once again. Kayla Joseph will come out. One more here for Kingery. for Burish. Kingery's in the game for Hampton as Burish misses the second free throw, but got the first. So Burish goes 1 for 3. Hampton has the ball. They move it quickly to Kingery up ahead, who was cherry picking, missed the layup. East Butler eventually corrals in the loose ball, and Burish has it. She throws a diagonal pass up ahead. Her team leads by 6. And sprinting down the floor is Rigatuso. Missed the right-handed layup, and a jump ball is called. Burish got tied up underneath with Dozie of Hampton. 18-12, East Butler still leading. 6:28 to go in the second quarter. East Butler will keep it on the jump ball. Arts to inbound on the baseline, throws it outside to Rathjen. At a Burish at the high post, dribbling at the top of the three-point line. Ball is knocked away and fell down, and has the ball picked up by Stewart. Turnover for East Butler. That's their 5th. Ball quickly moved up ahead to Mersch. Mersch is fouled from behind, and she'll have 2 free throws coming up. Mersch knew she was going to get fouled and just trying to embrace the impact as Ali Rigatuso will pick up her second foul, team's 5th. Each team now has committed 5 fouls. So Mersch will toe the line for the first time today, and that one is in and out. And I missed free throws by both of these teams. Mersch looking for her first points. She had a big game in the first matchup with East Butler. Did Kylie Mersch, 16 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists. So far held scoreless today as the second free throw is in and out. Stewart with the offensive putback inside the lane. That's the second offensive rebound off missed free throws. But this time she comes up empty as she missed it a little bit right. East Butler ball leading 18-12. And a pushing foul on the other end by Hampton defensively. And we'll see who they call that on. That'll be charged on Gavin Gilmore, who just checked into the game. So it'll be a non-shooting foul with a 6th on Hampton. Next one will put East Butler in the bonus. Tigers up 18-12 with about 6 minutes to go here in this first half. Coming up after this one, it'll be McCool Junction and Giltner here on Cool Radio and Strive TV. And Rathjen launches a 3 from the right corner, too short off the front rim, and it's eventually rebounded by Stewart of Hampton. Hawks quickly to the other end, down 18-12. 5:40 left to go in the second quarter. Stewart called for the travel. Trying to step through pressure. She has her palms up in the air, her jaw on the floor. She thought that she did not drag that feet, but officials saw it the other way. So a turnover. East Butler with the ball, leading 18-12. They've only trailed one time in this game, and 5.5 minutes to play in the second quarter. Nice cut through down low. Easy layup on the right hand of Lene Arts. Arts now with 7 points, and good find by Rathjen. And Arts doing a nice job of using her size and getting past and slithering past defenders of Hampton. It's 20-12, biggest lead for East Butler. And now East Butler with the steal on the other end, just a sloppy pass by Hampton. And East Butler now to chance to make it a double-digit lead. Burish from the right corner. Pivoting on the right foot, chest pass now to the right wing. She finds Arts now inside to Arts, lays it up and in off the glass, count it, and one as she is fouled. Lene Arts having a nice first half. And that foul behind Lillian Dozie. That'll be her first and team 7th for Hampton. So now East Butler in the bonus. So Lene Arts, who's averaging 6.7 rebounds a game, makes the free throw. So another and one is converted for Lene Arts. It's 23-12. First double-digit lead here for either team. And now Hampton, who is showing visibly frustration, throws the ball away, and Coach LeBrie of Hampton is forced to call the timeout, trying to slow her team down. It's a double-digit lead for East Butler. They're on top of Hampton, 23-12, 4:51 to play in the second quarter. We're back to York City Auditorium right after this.
Blue Beacon. Over 10 seconds.
Good luck to all area athletes and teams from Premium Ag. Let Premium Sales in Davenport help you with all your channel seed needs. See the channel difference at Premium.
First round of the Crossroads Conference Girls Basketball Tournament here on Cool Radio and Strive TV. It was a turnover by East Butler coming out of a Hampton timeout. And East Butler with their 6th foul, or sixth turnover, and then a foul by East Butler on the other end. Katie Haney committing the foul. That'll be her third, I believe, and team's sixth. Actually, check that. They're not going to give it to Haney. It's Madison DeWitt who'll pick up the foul. 23-12, East Butler leading. Launching a three for Hampton straight away was Dozy, but it's too strong and carried him down to the free throw line where East Butler came away with the ball. 5.5 minutes to play here in the second quarter. East Butler attacking on the baseline and rolling it off the left rim was Haney, and eventually Hampton comes away with the loose ball. And now a foul is called by Rathjen, who was trying to avoid the collision at midcourt. She collided with Kaylee Joseph, but just a bit too much contact. And that'll be charged Rathjen with her first, and that'll be the team's seventh. So now each team in the bonus. Still 11-point lead for East Butler, their biggest here this afternoon. And at the free throw line for Hampton is Lillian Dozy for the first time today. Dozy, the junior, averaging 9 points, 5 rebounds, leads her second team on the team in scoring on the 1-and-1. She is too strong and eventually rebounded by Arts underneath. So, right back to East Butler, who's controlled the second period, leading 23-12. Quickly attacking was Haney in traffic, but she left it short. Good defense that time by Stewart, and Hampton comes away with the quick missed shot by the Tigers. Halfway through the second quarter, 23-12. East Butler leading. Hampton tasted the lead one time earlier this afternoon, but it was very short. It was a 4-3, and then it was East Butler quickly answered. East Butler defensively knocked the ball out of bounds. Rigatuso is back in for East Butler. Exiting stage right is Madison DeWitt. Hampton inbound on the left sideline. Hampton right now, 23-12 is their deficit. And a foul is called by East Butler. Reaching in defensively was Kate Rathjen. She got caught with her hand in the cookie jar, so that'll be her second, team's ace, so another 1-and-1. Nope, there to say it was on the shot. So two free throws for Dozy as the first one is up and in. So Rathjen will come out with 2 fouls, and Haley Clement is in for the first time for East Butler, 5'7" junior. One more free throw here for Dozy, and that one is no good. So she makes 1 of 2, and it's now 23-13. And on the other end, missed quick jumper, but the putback is up and in by Burish. Haney tried to go up strong with it, but Burish able to finish. Burish with a nice first half off the bench with 8 points overall. On the other end, ball's knocked away by Arts of East Butler out of bounds and will be with Hampton on the sideline. Hampton right now trailing by 12. This is their biggest deficit today with 3:20 to play in the second quarter. East Butler in a extended 2-3 zone, it looks like. Nice pass down low to Hanson. Hanson, though, quickly triple team, loose ball, pinballing around, and there's 2 Hampton Hawks fighting for it, along with 1 East Butler Tiger, and a jump ball is called, and the possession arrow says it'll stay with Hampton. Now, not often do you see two players from one team fighting for the same ball. But gonna like the hustle, nonetheless. Quick pass inside, long jumper, high arcing shots up and in for Dozy. She has 3 points now today. It's 25-15. East Butler still out in front, under 3 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Overhead pass for East Butler inside, flashing over the middle is Arts. Turnaround hook shot jumper down the hatch for Lene Arts. Arts in the second quarter has 8 points alone. 27-15. East Butler out in front, and a double dribble is called by Hampton. That's now their 10th first half turnover. And once again, that full court press just slowly kind of getting in the minds of Hampton early on. 2:43 to play in the second quarter. Each team in the bonus, 27-15. East Butler forcing the turnover now, ball in the half court. And as soon as it's inbounded, it's knocked away by Stewart out of bounds defensively. So East Butler will inbound it on the baseline for the second time. Still leading by 12. Again, tying their biggest lead here. Looking is Arts. Arts throws a right-handed pass top of the key to Haney. Haney got the party started early on for the Tigers, and it's been Arts and Burish who have taken over ever since. Here's Arts inside, double team. Back out to Haney. She'll launch a straightaway 3. Yes! Katie Haney with a reverse triple. She now has 6 points, and it's now a 15-point lead for East Butler. They're pulling away with it late in the second quarter with 2:20 to play. Trapped at the half court, in trouble now is Dozie. Bounce pass across the middle. Stewart, overhead pass, getting across the 10-second line. Quick pass down low, and missing the jumper was Mersch. Loose ball, out of bounds, and last touch by East Butler. 15-point lead for East Butler. Hampton making a substitution. Nevea Lucasen will check in. 15-point lead for East Butler. Hampton, though, in the half court right now with 2 minutes to go in the second period. Quick pass down low. Stewart takes one dribble on the left block. Turnaround layup off the window. Missed it, but she is fouled. And will have 2 free throws coming up for Zaya Stewart of Hampton. Yeah, we're going to say that one's on Lene Arts. That'll be her second. And team's 9th. So free throws here for Stewart. And the line drive free throw is up and in. She's now 2 for 2. 6 points now for Stewart today. She averages 12 a game. She had 12.7 rebounds. And win over East Butler earlier this year. And she makes both free throws here. So it's 30-17. East Butler still out in front. Under 2 minutes to go in the second quarter. It's a pass down low, left side. Quick jumper by Clements on the baseline from about 15 feet, too strong. And the ball's knocked out of bounds by East Butler, as Hampton did have the rebound and then trying to make a pass over the middle. Ends up getting rejected out of bounds. Kingery's back in the game for the Hawks. Meanwhile, checking out real quick is Lucasen. 1:48 to play in the second quarter. Hampton trying to end this first half on sort of a high note, maybe build some momentum as they trail 30-17 right now. Still a long way to go in this one. And they can't do that and turn it over. Dribbling out of bounds on the baseline was Kingery for the 11th turnover. Good defense, by the way, by Burish in her left pocket the entire way. She dribbled down and just kept forcing her closer and closer to the sideline. So the turnover will result in East Butler with the ball, leading 30-17. Right down the lane as DeWitt lays it up and in. The seas parted. It was like everybody was just watching her dribble right down the middle for the easy kiss off the glass. 32-17 right now. East Butler out in front. 1:20 to play in the second quarter. Other end. Dozie, jump stop, shot for the free throw line, trying to draw the foul, missed it. No foul, but the putback is up and in off the missed shot for Zaya Stewart. And it's now 32-19. East Butler still leading. Approaching 1 minute to play now here in the second quarter. Burish launches straight away three. Bang! Nicole Burish with her second three-pointer in the quarter. She has 5 points, and now Burish has the steal and then a travel. Well, she's doing it all, providing a lot of energy, a big spark off the bench for Coach Kriz and company of East Butler. For East Butler, checking in Sierra Reynolds for the first time tonight. Lene Arts will come out. 35-19. East Butler with a commanding lead with 54 seconds to play in the second period. Hamptons just look frazzled by this really solid defense so far of East Butler early on. Flashing over the middle, Dozie in the lane, takes one dribble, the step through, right-handed layup, it's missed, but a foul is called by East Butler and 2 free throws coming up. And I believe that foul will be charged on Haney. That'll now be her third. So free throws now coming up for Lillian Dozie, who's 1 for 3 this afternoon. Team is down 35-19. As that first free throw is too strong by Dozie. Now 1 for 4 today, still 35-19. East Butler leading. One more free throw coming up here for Dozie. 43 seconds to play in the second period. Hawks would like to have at least this here. And she goes 0 for 2 to Dozie. Ball's tapped out. Burish has it, so Dozie goes 0 for 2. She is 1 for 4 today. East Butler quickly attacking on the other end. A bad pass by Burish. It's a turnover for East Butler. Hampton now with a chance on the other end. And Dozie on the other end goes coast to coast with the steal and the layup. So she makes up for the missed free throws with the layup there. It's now 35-21 East Butler. Burish, 3, right elbow on the way. Yes! Nicole Burish, a sniper this afternoon. It's 38-21, her third triple And 10 seconds is all that remains in the second period, and East Butler will get it back on a bad cross-court pass by Lillian Dozie. Good full-court press by East Butler, works to perfection. East Butler right now heating up with 9 seconds to play in the second period, leading 38-21. The biggest lead so far here in today's game. Sydney Pernicek in for the first time here this afternoon. Pernicek gets it to Reynolds. Reynolds inside, misses the shot, and that'll be the end of the first half. All East Butler leading 38-21 after 2 periods of play. It was tied after 1 quarter, but East Butler, the massive second period, going off and have a comfortable 17-point lead now heading into the locker room. At the break, it's East Butler 38, Hampton 21. It's halftime here from the York City Auditorium, and you're listening to the Girls CRC Basketball Tournament on Cool Radio and Strive TV.
At 641-1241.
Halftime here in our first girls game of the 2022 Girls Crossroads Conference Basketball Tournament. Here on Cool Radio and on Strive TV. We appreciate you listening or tuning in however you may be doing so. As it's halftime here between East Butler and Hampton. At the break, it's 38-21. As right now leading the way is East Butler, the comfortable lead at the break. I want to thank our sponsors, as always, Polk County Public Power District, Perennial Public Power, York Medical Clinic, Horizontal Boring and Tunneling, Nick's Farm Store, and Annie Jeffrey Hospital, Midwest Bank in York. Well, it was a tight first quarter between these two teams early on, and then East Butler pulled away for a massive second quarter. It just blew up offensively, and that was something that they did in the first matchup after really only scoring single digits in the first matchup between the two teams. They went off for 28 points in the fourth quarter to make it a game. And unlike that one where they waited for the fourth quarter, they took advantage of it early on in the second period. And again, they're building a 17-point lead right now, which is their biggest at this break. Now, Hampton has had the lead one time, but that was early on in the first quarter. It was only around 4-3 was the score at that point. It was a very short-lived one-point lead for Hampton. Now, for East Butler, they've done it several ways inside the paint. They then started knocking down threes, and defensively, they have stifled Hampton. The full-court press is working to perfection right now as they have forced unofficially 13 turnovers. Now, East Butler has turned the ball over themselves 8 times, but the full-court press and then just sagging in defensively in the paint, not allowing a lot of success for Hampton and forcing them to take some outside shots. And so far, Hampton does not have a single three-pointer in this game, which is reminiscent of the first matchup between these two teams when Hampton, in that first matchup in the win, didn't have a single three either. So East Butler's kind of daring them to take those long shots, and so far East Butler has not been able to, or pardon me, Hampton has not been able to answer so far. For East Butler, it's also been helpful with getting some nice, valuable minutes and production off the bench from Nicole Burish, who leads all scorers with 14 points and 3 three-pointers so far for East Butler. But again, right now, it's East Butler with a nice commanding lead on top of Hampton, 38-21. Again, thanks to our great sponsors, Heather Ramsey of the ARC Group of Bruning, Edgewater Insurance, and Osceola Fortify Group, Weaver Pharmacy, Oliva Insurance, and Advanced Services, Andy York. We'll take another timeout. When we come back, we'll look at the first half numbers. Right after this, it's the CRC Basketball Tournament on Cool Radio and Strive TV. Crossroads Conference Basketball on Cool Radio and Strive TV. Let's take a look at the first half numbers as East Butler has a nice, comfortable lead over Hampton at the break, 38-21. For East Butler, they're led by Nicole Burish coming off the bench and knocking in 3 three-pointers and has a game-high 14 points so far. It is 1 of 3 from the free throw line. Lene Arts has 12 points, and in the second quarter alone, she has 8 of those 12 points. Katie Ratchet has 3 points, while Katie Haney has 6 points as well, and is 1 of 2 from the free throw line. Unofficially, East Butler with 8 turnovers, and again with a 38-21 lead. Hampton right now is led by Zaya Stewart, who has 9 points. She is 3 for 3 at the free throw line as well, while Kaylee Joseph has 6 points. Lillian Dosey has 5 points, but she is 1 of 5 from the free throw line. As a team, Hampton 5 of 14 from the charity stripe and has turned the ball over 13 times through 2 quarters of play. Again, East Butler leads Hampton 38-21. As we are set for third quarter action, we will take one more 30-second timeout. When we come back, it's third quarter action right after this here on Cool Radio and Strive TV. Third quarter action here, just underway in the first game of 5 here on Cool Radio and Strive TV of the 2022 girls edition of the Crossroads Conference Basketball Tournament. Tyler Cavalli along with you. Glad to have you along with tonight's journey as Lene Arts for East Butler picks up right where she left off with a nice 10-foot jumper, and it's now 40-21 East Butler, and for Arts with 14 points. And for Hampton continuing to struggle with the full court press right in front of them, and Coach LeBrie not happy as they were in trouble of getting another 10-second violation in the backcourt, so she has to call a timeout. We'll keep it right here. Coming up after this contest, we'll have McCool Junction and Giltner. McCool Junction, the 5 seed, while Giltner is the 12 seed. Again, as always, want to thank our great sponsors, Bruning Grain and Feed, Shickley Grain, Bamsberger Welding, Jensen Lumber Company, Hits Towing, Nutrient Ag Solutions, and Farmers and Merchants Bank. By the way, if you're looking for the boys' games, you can find those over on 104.9 Max Country and on Strive TV as well. Those are being broadcasted and played over from the York College gymnasium there. Hampton has a lot of work to do in this game. Luckily for them, they have pretty much the entire second half coming out of a timeout, down 40-21, 7:28 to play in the third. Bad pass over the middle for Hampton, and now a pile of humanity in the paint, and eventually East Butler comes away with the steal. There come the Tigers now moving left to right or from east to west on your radio dial. They're starting this quarter with their original starters in Rathjen, Rigatuso, Arts, DeWitt, and Haney. Falling down was DeWitt, got tripped up by a Hampton Hawk, no foul, just tripped over each other's feet. Putting up to 2 was Rigatuso, too strong. Put back by Arts off the heel, too strong. Another put back by East Butler, it's up and in. Nobody's boxing anybody out. Kate Rathjen with her first layup in the second half. It's now 42-21. All East Butler here in this game. Other end, Hampton draws a foul. That will be Dozie, will head to the free throw line. Dozie's on the floor along with Mersch, Joseph, Stewart, and Lucasen to start this third quarter. By the way, that foul was charged against Haney. That is now her 4th, team's first. So Haney may, for East Butler, have to sit on the bench as that first free throw is up and in for Lillian Dozie. Now 2 of 6 at the free throw line. One more coming up here for Dozie. Shea Kingery just checked in for Hampton as well. Joseph coming out. Second free throw is up and in. So she makes both free throws. Does Lillian Dozie, and it's now 42-23. East Butler still the commanding lead. 6.5 minutes to play here in the third. Winner will move on to play top seed Cross County coming up on Monday at 3 o'clock. We'll have it for you over on 104.9 Max Country and online at Strive TV as well. As well, the doors come flying open, trying to save it was Stewart, but busted right through the doors. I don't think that's supposed to happen. Nice padding on the doors, but not sure that they're supposed to open like that. Nice job there by Stewart, trying to save it for Hampton and get the steal, but she's the last to touch, so East Butler will keep it in the half court. If you're familiar with the York City Auditorium, that was on the west side here. You know what I'm talking about. By the way, beautiful renovated York City Auditorium, as swiping the ball out of the hands defensively was Kylie Mersch for Hampton. That's the 9th turnover for East Butler. And on the other end, East Butler knocks it out of bounds defensively. Now Hampton will inbound on the baseline down 42-23, but nice job there by Mersch. renovating it, not allowing basketball last year. They're renovating it as the long baseline jumper is up and in for Stewart. She now has 11 points, and it's now 42-25. East Butler still leading. 5:50 to go in the third period, and another turnover here by East Butler. Back-to-back turnovers, getting too comfortable with it, and then Hampton throws it away on the other end. So right back to East Butler. We're maybe slowing up a little bit. DeWitt calling out the play, now surging left of the free throw line, and a pushing foul is called by Hampton. And that foul will be charged against Kylie Mersch. That'll be her first. Team's first here in the second half. East Butler to inbound on the baseline. DeWitt catches with Mersch putting her right hand in her face. Mersch dribbles right past her, puts up the high arcing shot in the baseline, too strong, missed it, and rebounded underneath by Lucasen. And here comes Hampton going the other way, down 42-25. 5:25 to play in the third. Mersch with a jumper on the baseline, too strong, rolls off left rim, and rebounded underneath is Rigatuso. East Butler slowing it up, leading 42-25. They've led by as many as 21 points. Approaching the 5-minute mark to play here in the third. Turn to the corner, Rigatuso, nice head fake, puts up the short little jumper, bounces around the rim, down and in for Ali Rigatuso. Her first points, and now all 5 starters for East Butler have scored, and a travel is called for Hampton. That'll be the 16th turnover. Coach LeBrie is not happy, as she didn't think that Hampton had possession and probably had a case. But regardless, another turnover by Hampton, against 16 in this game, and trailing 44-25. Pushing foul by Hampton down low. Rigatuso is trying to back down 2 separate Hampton Hawks, and that foul will be charged against Lucasen. That'll be her third, team second. Not shooting, and East Butler inbound on the baseline now. Ball thrown out to Rigatuso. Overhead pass inside to Arts. Turnaround jumper, too short. Within 5 feet, not enough muscle that time. Good defense, though, we're going to say, by Lucasen. And Hampton comes away with a loose ball, down 44-25. They need some buckets here. As Arts knocks the ball away, and Arts comes away with it. Nice job there by Arts, jumping the pass, forcing the turnover. And actually, with the steal was DeWitt, as East Butler gives it right back. Both these teams really trying to push it here in this third quarter with 4:20 to play. And just not a lot of rhythm here in tonight's game so far. But East Butler has a comfortable 44-25 lead on top of Hampton. Coming up again, the winner will play Cross County on Monday. Hampton breaks a full court press, had numbers, and then Rigatuso flew in there out of nowhere for East Butler to knock the ball away on the baseline. So Hampton will inbound on the baseline, down 44-25. They led one time in the first quarter, but it was very brief. 4:11 to play in the third quarter. Kingery trying to force up a shot, but it's blocked by DeWitt. East Butler comes away with the ball. Ball up ahead to Rigatuso. One dribble off the glass and in. Nice fast break there for East Butler, and Rigatuso with 4 points in the quarter. And now a double dribble by Hampton in the backcourt. 19 turnovers now unofficially for Hampton. And Hampton will make a substitution. Kaylee Joseph will check in. And coming out will be Kingery. 46-25 East Butler. Tying their biggest lead. Bad inbounds pass there by Arts. And grabbing the steal underneath the bucket was Stewart. And that's now 12 turnovers by the East Butler Tigers. Hampton weaving the ball up the middle of the floor. That's Mersch, her team down 46-25. Nice overhead pass down low. Looking for Gilmore. She is fouled. And free throws coming up for Gavin Gilmore. That foul will be on Nicole Burrish, who's in the game. That'll be her first, team's second. So Gavin Gilmore, the 5'8 freshman, towing the line, looking for her first points today. First free throw, the high rainbow shot from the free throw line. That one is too strong. Woes continue for Hampton at the free throw line again. Now 7 of 17, now 7 of 18 from the free throw line as she misses that one. 46-25, East Butler with the lead and the ball off the missed free throw. 3:33 to play here in this third quarter right now. Here's Arts at the free throw line. Dribbles right, now dribbles back inside the paint. Puts up a shot over Stewart. Rolls off left side. Nice job of Stewart sticking right with her. Hampton has the ball. Up ahead, it's Joseph. Joseph off the glass and in. Nice soft roll by Kaylee Joseph. She has 8 points. And it's now 46-27. East Butler still leading. About 3 minutes to go here in the third quarter. It's been all East Butler since about the second quarter. And Hampton just hasn't been able to put together a consistent run in their attempts with this comeback. East Butler in the half court right now. East Butler down low, and a foul is called by Hampton, is nearly losing her head. Underneath was Madison DeWitt. Kaylee Joseph will commit the foul. That'll be her second. And that'll be the third team foul for Hampton. Madison DeWitt launches from the free throw line, missed it right. And that will make her now 1 for 3 from the free throw line today. One more for DeWitt. DeWitt, the southpaw, launches, and that one's too short as well. And Dozie comes away with the rebound, then a foul is called by East Butler, trying to get the rebound. So 2 missed free throws, and then a foul by East Butler. As that'll be charged against Lene Arts. It'll now be her third, team's third. Hanson's in the game along with Kingery for Hampton. Hampton to inbound the ball on the baseline right now. Hampton is trailing 46-27. And now a foul in the backcourt by East Butler. A pushing foul by Burrish. That's her second, team's fourth. So East Butler committing a little handsy there as of late. DeWitt will come out of the game, and Rigotuso is in for East Butler. Hampton ball in the backcourt, looking at a 2-2-1 full court press that they've had troubles with all day today, and just like that, Rigotuso nearly had the steal, but bumped right into her player in Rathjen, her teammate, and then immediately fell down to the ground. Boy, that did not look good. That probably did not feel good. Rigotuso popping up. Ball's knocked into bounds by East Butler. That allowed Rigotuso to just come back up, and she is good. She smiles, Rathjen smiles, and I think we're good. No blood, that's a good part. And nobody has a concussion. That's also the good part as well. On the inbounds pass for Hampton, a quick shot by Kingery is just a bit too strong. And then it was knocked out of bounds by East Butler. So Hampton will inbound on the baseline. Hampton right now trailing 46-27, 2:30 to go in the third quarter. And on the inbounds pass thrown inside of Stewart, she puts it up and over the front rim and in. And Stewart with 4 points in the quarter. It's now 46-29. East Butler is still out in front. 2:18 to play in the third. Underneath, Arts double team, and a travel is called by Arts. And that will be the third turnover for East Butler, and now maybe some momentum beginning to be built here by Hampton. Hampton, though, still a lot of work to do. Down by 17 with 2:12 to go here in this third quarter. Hampton, overhead pass, left side, catching it. Over the middle is Mersch. Mersch bounce pass down low, but Hampton wasn't ready for it. And it goes out of bounds to the baseline. And good find there, good look there by Mersch. Just Hampton couldn't quite corral in. So for Hampton, that'll be their 20th turnover. It's not good usually when you have almost as many turnovers as you do points. Under 2 minutes to go in the third. Still some time, but time not on the side of Hampton today. 46-29 East Butler. East Butler is led by 21 points twice in this third quarter. High post there is Rigotuso, pivoting on the right foot. Chest pass right side. Coming up at the high post now is Burrish. Burrish down to the right block, double teamed. Pivoting on the right foot. Outside to Arts. Arts, right-handed shot. She is smacked in the face and muscled it off the glass and in. Boy, she got popped hard. And she had to check there and make sure that she's okay. Checking the nose, and don't think there's any blood, but wow, she got walloped hard by Jenna Hansen. But they're going to say that shot was up by an in for Lene Arts. That was not easy to earn, and now she'll an one coming up. 16 points for Arts. Arts bends her knees, aims and fires. That one's up and in, so a three-point play earned the hard way for Lene Arts. And East Butler now up by 20 once again. 1:25 to go in this third quarter. Hampton nearly dribbled it, or nearly traveled with it, but the official says it was knocked away. East Butler forcing a missed shot, but putting up the loose ball was Zayo Stewart. Stewart with 6 points in the quarter. It's now 49-31. East Butler still leading. Other end, heaving up a three was Sydney Pernicek, who just checked in. That one's too strong. Hampton quickly to the other end. Missed layup for the first time. Dozie on the putback, though, is fouled. And she'll have 2 free throws coming up. I like the way Lillian Dozie's been keeping at it this afternoon. And the foul being Haley Clement. That'll be her first. And team's 5th already for East Butler. Dozie, first free throw. It's up and in. Let's give us a time to thank our sponsors and Kreidel Enterprises, Carey's Restaurant and Catering, Crossroads Awards, Alf's Well Drilling, Bruin Grocery, Grand Central, and Koshik Milling. Second free throw here by Dozie. Splashes it through. So she goes 2 for 2. It's now 49-33, still East Butler. 53 seconds to play here in the third quarter. First round of the 2022 Girls CRC Basketball Tournament. East Butler misses the shot. Here comes Hampton with the fast break up ahead to Dozie. Dozie misses the layup, but she is fouled again and will head to the free throw line. So this is maybe where Hampton can make some strides getting back into this game, is at the charity stripe, as East Butler committing a ton of fouls here in today's game. Riccatuso commits her third, 6th team foul, by the way. And so Dozie right back to the charity stripe where she made the last 2 and makes that one there. In fact, Lillian Dozie of Hampton has made 5 straight free throws. 11 points now for Lillian Dozie. One more coming up for her. Team down by 15. And she makes both free throws. So she's catching fire at the charity stripe. But now if you're East Butler, that's somebody you don't want to put at the free throw line. 35 seconds remaining in the third. It's 49-35. Right now it is East Butler with the lead. They've led by 21 twice in this quarter, but Hampton making a late third quarter push here, and maybe some momentum that they can carry into the fourth. There's Burish for East Butler in the half court. Ball moved to the right side. Moving inside is Reynolds. Misses the right-handed layup. But an offensive rebound by Pernicek. She pushes up the 15-foot jumper. Missed it right and eventually rebounded by Hampton. Hampton has a 2-on-2 on the other end. Dozie, nice spin move. Left-handed layup. She's fouled again. And she'll have 2 free throws. As she has a big smile on her face, so she'll toe the line. Foul is called on Madison DeWitt. That's her second, but the team's 7th now against East Butler. So Hampton now in the bonus the rest of the game. Dozie back to the free throw line, where she has certainly found success as of late, but then, of course, we jinx her. So that ends a streak of 6 in a row made for Dozie. 49-35 East Butler. One more for Dozie with 4 seconds remaining in the third, and she makes the second. So 49-36. East Butler leading. East Butler with Riccatuso up the middle. Riccatuso, the half-court heave at the buzzer, and nearly banked it in. And that'll be the end of the third. Another strong third quarter for East Butler, but a late last couple of minute push by Hampton. And maybe some confidence for the Hawks heading into the final period. After 3, it's 49-36. East Butler leading Hampton. Fourth quarter coming up next as you're listening to the 2022 Girls CRC Basketball Tournament on Cool Radio and Strive TV.
Extreme.
Crossroads Conference Basketball Tournament here on a Cool Radio and a Strive TV. Tyler Cavalli along with you. Certainly glad to have you along as we're just after 2 o'clock here in the York City Auditorium. High school hoops here on KAWL York, Nebraska. As Hampton launches a 3 to start this fourth and final period, down 49-36. Off the mark by Mersch and rebounded immediately by East Butler. Good end of the third quarter for Hampton. They got to the free throw line and were making their free throws finally after struggling to do so in majority of this game. And now we'll see if they can put things together here and put together a big comeback as East Butler misses a first shot in the second half or in the fourth quarter for them as well. Hampton right now in the half court. They've done a better job of breaking down the full court press. Shot is blocked by Hampton. Or by East Butler as Stewart went up strong with it. Rigatuso zigzagging away to the other end of the floor. She's called for the charge. And for Rigatuso, that will be her fourth. So both Ali Rigatuso and Katie Haney have 4 personal fouls for East Butler. And now if you're East Butler, nothing's going right for you, as you only have a 13-point lead with 7 minutes in this game. You had a 21-point lead twice in the third quarter. It's starting to get whittled away by Hampton. By the way, Hampton turned the ball over in the backcourt. 20 turnovers for them. And a foul, though, is called against Hampton. It's East Butler trying to go up strong with it. That was Kylie Mersch who commits the foul. And for East Butler, towing the line will be Ali Rigatuso. Rigatuso, 4 points in that third quarter. First 4 points tonight. And the first free throw here is up and in. Rigatuso, by the way, in the win over, or the loss against Hampton last time out, had 18 points. Been silent so far today. She has 5. Second free throw off her tippy toes is too strong and rebounded by Hampton, but then a bad pass. Rigatuso with the steal, hovers in the air from 5 feet, missed the short jumper, rebounded by Hansen of Hampton. And then she is fouled, and it'll be a 1-on-1 on the other end. Committing the foul for East Butler was Madison DeWitt. That will be her third, team's 9th. And Hampton will have a 1-on-1 as everybody walks to the other end of the floor. Jenna Hansen, 1 for 4 at the free throw line this afternoon. Hansen on the first of a 1-and-1 and gets the nice soft roll. Shooter's roll that time as it hit the back iron, popped up to the front iron, and then eventually fell in. So one more for her after converting the first. And that one is too strong, but the putback by Hansen is also off the mark. So it's East Butler who comes away with it. East Butler right now is trailing, or is leading, 50-37. 6:40 to go here in this fourth quarter. Winner of this game moves on to face the number 1 seed in Cross County coming up Monday. Meanwhile, coming up after this game, it'll be the 5th seed in McCool Junction and the 12th seed in Giltner. Second matchup between these two teams as well this season, as earlier this year, McCool Junction won by 30. Meanwhile, the jumper's up and in, straight on look for Lene Arts. And Arts now having a nice second half. She has 19 points altogether. The end, Dozy trying to draw a foul in traffic down low. Missed the shot, got her own rebound. 3 by Hampton is too strong, and eventually corralling in with a left hand for East Butler was Haiti. Here comes East Butler, who has a 52-37 lead. That is 6 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. East Butler now taking their time. Nice pass down low from the high post, looking inside to Rigatuso. What a spicy pass from Rathjen. And dropping a dime inside of Rigatuso with the easy right-handed layup. It's now 54-37. East Butler with the lead. Hampton trying to answer on the other end. Dozy with the 10-foot jumper. Too strong off the back iron. And corralling it in defensively was Arts. East Butler leading 54-37 with about 5:20 to play in the fourth quarter. Other end, faking the 3. Driving on the baseline is Haney and has the ball knocked out of bounds by Mersch. Thinking more sponsors: Polk County Public Power District, Perennial Public Power, York Medical Clinic, Horizontal Boring and Tunneling, Nick's Farm Store, Annie Jeffrey Hospital, and Midwest Bank in York. East Butler to inbound on the baseline. Right now, East Butler leading 54-37. Quick shot underneath by Burish was missed, and Hampton comes away with it. Burrish, 14 first-half points, but it has been held scoreless so far in the second half. But Rigotuso has stepped up in the second half, as the quick shot on the other end is missed by Joseph. And on the rebound for East Butler, a foul is called against Hampton. And that'll be charged against Shea Kingery. That'll be her second. Rebound went to Burrish, but she was knocked down to the backcourt. Non-shooting foul, but it is the sixth against Hampton. By the way, East Butler has committed 9. East Butler has led, but all for about 30 seconds in this game. And they've led by double digits for majority of this game. Their biggest lead has been 21 points twice so far, as the jumper is missed by Rathjen on the right block. Hampton quickly pushing it up ahead, and Joseph missed the wide open layup. Loose ball underneath, and East Butler comes away with it. East Butler up 54-37. 4:25 to go in the fourth quarter. Again, if you're looking for the boys CRC basketball tournament, that's over on 104.9 Max Country and Strive TV. Right here on Cool Radio all day and through this evening, we will have the girls action for you here from the York City Auditorium. Entry pass from DeWitt intended for Burrish is knocked out of bounds defensively by Kingery. His hands there, and will stay with East Butler on the baseline. East Butler to inbound, trying to survive this little late push here from Hampton. Up 54-37. 4 minutes to go now in this fourth quarter. Burrish catches the inbounds pass, top of the three-point line, comes to a jump stop inside the paint, outside of DeWitt, in the lane, draws a double team, outside of Rigotuso. Rigotuso inside of DeWitt, takes one dribble, left-handed layup off the glass and in. And good ball movement that time for East Butler. Madison DeWitt, only her second field goal as she now has 5 points, and it's 56-37. East Butler, as DeWitt on the other end cuts in front of a pass, knocks it out of bounds, and will stay with Hampton. Baseline out of bounds play coming up. For Hampton, checking in now is Kaylee Joseph, and exiting stage right is Mersch. 56-37. East Butler again building a nice lead here late in this fourth quarter as a travel is called by Hampton, and that's now 22 turnovers. Back in for East Butler. Nicole, well, check that. It was Haney, actually, who checks back in for East Butler. East Butler up 56-37. 3:35 to go here in the fourth quarter. Haney, long two inside the right arc. That one is too strong. Put back, though, by Rigotuso. Also too strong. Just rushed it a bit from the left block. 2 good looks there for the Tigers. Just can't get it to go through the cylinder. But fortunately for East Butler, the ball is knocked out of bounds on the baseline and was last touched by Hampton. So East Butler to inbound on the baseline, leading 56-37. DeWitt catches and fires 3 from the right wing. Rainbow shot way too strong, and catching it underneath was Rigotuso, but then she is pushed down to the floor. That'll be the 7th now by Hampton. So a 1-and-1 coming up for Rigotuso, who hobbles over to the free throw line looking a little bit banged up there. Rigotuso, though, has been in some battles down low here in this game with Hampton. 1-and-1 coming up for Rigotuso. 1 for 2 today at the free throw line. And that one swirls in and out, rebounded by Dozie of Hampton. So Hampton basketball, they need some quick buckets, down 56-37. That's not going to help. That's a turnover by Hampton. And East Butler will have the ball, and then was fouled. And that foul will be charged against Kaylee Joseph. That's her 3rd. Again, team's 8th, though. So at the free throw line for East Butler will be Nicole Burrish, who is 1 for 3 this afternoon. Team with a commanding 19-point lead. First of a 1-and-1, and she cashes in that free throw. Her first point since the first half, by the way. She had 14 points in that first half, now 15 this afternoon. So one more here for Nicole Burrish, providing a nice spark off the bench for East Butler today. Second free throw, and now it's too short. Rebounded by Dozie, and it's Hampton ball down by 20 points with 3:10 to play here in this fourth quarter. And pending a big comeback, it looks like East Butler is going to move on to play Cross County, the #1 overall seed here in the girls bracket, coming up on Monday. As the ball's knocked out of bounds by East Butler. And Hampton will try it on the sideline. Sideline out of bounds play coming up. Up next here on Cool Radio and Strive TV, it's McCool Junction and Giltner. And McCool Junction beating Giltner earlier this year by 30 points. As Hampton fires a three, that's Mersch. It's too strong, loose ball, and a foul is called on the rebound. That's against Hampton. And so everybody will walk to the other end of the floor, as that one will be charged against Shea Kingery. That'll be her third. So 19 fouls by each team. And a 1-and-1 coming up here for East Butler. And Katie Haney, who's 1 for 2 at the free throw line. Haney bends the knees, aims and fires. That first free throw's up and in. So Haney now 2 for 3 from the charity stripe. And that ties the biggest lead now for East Butler, 58-37 at 21 points. Second free throw in and out, and it's rebounded by Lucasen. And it's Hampton ball. Dozie, 3, right elbow, too short, as it just died on the side of the rim and eventually rebounded by East Butler. They lead by 21. They want to push after getting the missed shot by Hampton. And the layup by DeWitt is rolled off the right rim and eventually rebounded by Stewart. Hampton ball down 58-37. Dozie draws a foul on the other end. Nope, that's a travel, they say. And that's now 24 unofficial turnovers by Hampton. Hampton last time didn't have as many turnovers. In fact, it was kind of quite the opposite. East Butler had 25 turnovers in that game. Now it's Hampton with the turnovers here in this one. And East Butler's been able to take advantage of it, leading 58-37, about 2:15 to go here in the fourth quarter. As Hampton knocks the ball out of bounds on the baseline here on the near side. East Butler will inbound it right in front of the scoring table, leading 58-37, 2:14 to play here in today's game. Again, coming up next, McCool Junction and Giltner. That's around 2:30. And then BDS and Nebraska Lutheran will tip off around 4 o'clock. 5:30, it's Exeter Milligan and Shelby Rising City. As missing the shot was Arts. Here comes Hampton. And then at 7 o'clock, it's High Plains and Dorchester. Foul is called on the other end as Hampton trying to go up with a shot. And that foul will go against Rigatuso, and I believe that'll be her 5th, and she is done for today. So Ali Rigatuso, the 5'8 senior, will foul out, scoring 7 points overall, 1 of 3 from the free throw line, but all 7 coming in the second half. And so she'll foul out. Sierra Reynolds will check in. Haley Clement is in for East Butler as well, and coming out of the game is Lene Arts. Again, it's still a 21-point lead right now for East Butler. As the first free throw is too strong off the right hand of Kylie Mersch. She'll have one more free throw coming up. Mersch, by the way, is now 0 for 3 today from the free throw line. Second free throw is too short as well. So East Butler comes away with the rebound. Mersch struggling for the charity stripe today, 0 for 4, but that's also been part of the story today for Hampton. As East Butler turns the ball over. Good defense by Kingery, forcing Haney near the sideline and dribbling out of bounds. So a turnover for East Butler. That is now their 14th, and it's now Hampton in the half court down 58-37. 1:38 to play in the fourth quarter. And a three is called, or a foul is called on the 3 by Kingery, and she'll have 3 free throws as she missed the three-pointer. And charge that foul to Madison DeWitt. That is her 4th. 10th team foul now by East Butler. So regardless, from here on out, Hampton will be in the double bonus. As that first free throw by Kingery is up and in for her first point today for the sophomore. It's now a 20-point game. Still 58-38. East Butler with the lead. And the second free throw by Kingery is up and in. Kingery averages about 1 point per game, but now finally getting 2 points here, and still has one more free throw coming up. Both teams now beginning to empty their bench with about 1:36 left to play here in this contest. This one is well over. Mega Janicek is set to check in. Hampton going to unload their bench as well, as all 3 free throws are up and in for Kingery. Meanwhile, for Hampton, coming in is Taylor Majerus, Macy Miller, Brooke Lupke, Reagan Hansen, and also Gavin Gilmore. Fourth time we're seeing Gilmore once again. East Butler making some substitutions. We'll get you those here in just a moment as Reese Kozushek will bring the ball up the right sideline for East Butler. East Butler in this game is going to improve with the win to 7-8 and get some revenge as they turn the ball over in the backcourt. After losing by 1 point to Hampton earlier this year, it will improve to 7-8. So one step closer to getting to 500 as a turnover by Hampton goes out of bounds. 58-40, all East Butler this afternoon. 1:16 to play in the fourth quarter. Hampton, meanwhile, will fall to 3-11 on the year. They started the year 0-3. And lost 4 of their first 5 games overall, but have won 2 of the last 3 games coming into today, but now going to have won 2 of the last 4 games. So hit a little bit of a roadblock here offensively against East Butler, struggled against the press, and they're going to fall to 3-11 on the season. East Butler to inbound to the baseline after a ball's knocked away. And East Butler will fire a 3. That one's too strong. Hampton comes away with it, and then a travel is called by Hampton. And that was Taylor Majerus who walked with the ball. That's 26 turnovers now here for Hampton. East Butler 59 seconds to inbound to the baseline. Right now leading 58-40. Quick jumper is in and out for East Butler. But no ball is knocked out of bounds by Hampton and will be Hampton ball. Hampton right now down 58-40. They've trailed by 21 3 times here in the second half. Again, they did lead one time. That was back in the first quarter. It was 4-3, but again, a very, very quick lead. Want to thank our sponsors once again. Heather Ramsey, the ARC Group of Bruning, Edgewater Insurance in Osceola, the Fortify Group, Weaver Pharmacy, Oliva Insurance, and Advanced Services in York. Hampton misses the shot. That's just been kind of the story today is the turnovers, 26, struggling at the free throw line and not been able to sink any open shots today. Well, East Butler just had a well-balanced offensive attack overall from them. 3 different players in double digits today. And going to move on to face the number 1 seed in Cross County coming up on Monday. We've got a bye here in the first round. Meanwhile, a travel is called by East Butler, so now 16 unofficial turnovers for them. Up next, tip-off was set for 2:30 between McCool Junction and Giltner, but this one running a little bit long, so probably around 2:45 as the three's missed by Hampton with 5 seconds to go in the fourth. 6 seconds to go in the fourth as the ball goes out of bounds, and East Butler can probably just hold if they can inbound it as Hampton now is showing a full-court press right now, trailing 58-40. Ball's inbounded and bringing it up for East Butler on the right side. Miranda Streetzek, and that will be that here in this game. East Butler wins comfortably today, 58-40. The final was a close first quarter, but then East Butler erupted in the second and third. They just kind of cruised along in the fourth, and we'll move on to play number 1 Cross County coming up in the quarterfinals on Monday. Again, the final in this contest, East Butler girls over Hampton, 58-40. Coming up next, our post-game show here on Cool Radio and Strive TV. See.
High school basketball. Heard exclusively on this Nebraska Rural Radio Association station. Please be sure to thank our sponsors for helping us bring you high school basketball. Now, let's take it to the court.
First day of the 2022 Girls Crossroads Conference Basketball Tournament continuing here on Cool Radio and on Strive TV. Tyler Cavalli along with you as we're set for our second game between McCool Junction, who is the 5 seed, and the 12th seed, and the Giltner Hornets. Giltner 3-12 on the season, guided by head coach Nancy Lockman, while McCool Junction 6-7 on the year, guided by head coach Alyssa Van Westen. Now, this is the second time these two teams have met this year. McCool Junction won with ease over Giltner earlier this year, back on December 7th. 63-23 was the final score in that game. McCool Junction with 20 steals in that game and shot 40% 56% from the field. Meanwhile, for Giltner, they struggled scoring the basketballs. They did not score more than 7 points in a single quarter. And for Giltner, it hasn't got much better since that loss. They're on an 11-game losing streak, and on this losing streak, they've only scored 30 points twice, and they've given up at least 50 points in 5 straight games. Meanwhile, for McCool Junction, they've lost 2 of their last 3 games, so they're certainly looking to get back into their winning ways. And maybe that's time to do it for both of these teams, as anything can happen here at the CRC basketball tournament. Winner of this matchup will take on the winner of number 4-seeded BDS and 13-seeded Nebraska Lutheran. That game coming up later today here around 4 p.m. on Cool Radio and Strive TV. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, we'll look at the starters between Giltner and McCool Junction as the CRC basketball tournament continues on Cool Radio and Strive TV. CRC girls basketball here on Cool Radio and on Strive TV. Glad to have you along wherever you may be tuning in. Let's take a look at today's starting lineups for McCool Junction and Giltner here in the second game of the first round of the girls CRC basketball tournament. We'll start with Giltner at 3-12 on the season, guided by head coach Nancy Lockman. Starting 5 will go this way. It's Addison Wilson, a 5'4 junior who averages 6 points a game. Tracy Wiles is a 5'7 sophomore, averaging 4 points a game. Alyssa Fosnacht is a 5'7 sophomore, averaging just about 1 bucket per game. Macy Antle is a 5'6 senior, averaging a team-high 11 points per game. And Braylee Honeycutt is a 5'10 senior, averaging 1 point per game. For McCool Junction, 6-7 on the year, guided by head coach Alyssa Van Westen. The starting 5 will go this way. Shelby Bant is a 5'7 sophomore, averaging 6 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 steals a game. Brianna Stutzman is a 5'6 senior, averaging 8 points, 2 assists, and 2 steals a game. McKenna Yates, a 5'7 sophomore, is the team's leading scorer, averaging 19 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, and 4 steals. Chelsea Stutzman is a 5'6 senior, averaging 3 points and 3 rebounds. And rounding out the starting 5 for McCool Junction is Sarah Weissite, the 5'7 sophomore, averaging 8 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals a game. We'll take one more timeout. When we come back, it's tip-off between McCool Junction and Giltner as the CRC basketball tournament continues on Cool Radio and Strive TV. Second game here in the girls 2022 CRC basketball tournament on Cool Radio and on Strive TV. McCool Junction 6-7, Giltner 3-12. If you missed it earlier today, it was East Butler girls who were able to defeat Hampton 58-40, the final in that contest. These two teams met earlier this year. It was a convincing win for McCool Junction, handily beating Giltner 63-23. Giltner trying to end a 11-game losing streak, while McCool Junction has lost 2 of their last 3 games. Tip is won by Giltner, and they will operate right to left, and we are officially underway. Giltner's offense has been sluggish all season, averaging right around 26 points per contest. Meanwhile, from McCool Junction, they're pretty prolific offense, averaging around 50 points per game. Again, the winner will move on and will play on Tuesday against the winner of BDS and Nebraska Lutheran. Those two teams will play as soon as this one is wrapped up. Giltner threw the ball away out of bounds for the turnover. No shot was taken, so McCool Junction will have the ball. McCool Junction operating left to right here on your radio dial, setting up the half-court offense. Not a ton of size overall as the ball's quickly moved inside to Bant. Bant bounces pass across left elbow. Three by Stutzman. Nope, she doesn't take it. And now watching the long three is Chelsea Stutzman, and it will fall in. Pardon me, that was McKenna Yates. McKenna Yates in that deep left corner gets it to fall, and McCool Junction on their first shot of the afternoon is up and in. They're up 3-0. Giltner racing to the other end of the floor. Vosnot, overhead pass to the top of the three-point line to Wiles. Wiles holds the ball above her head between the circles as Giltner wants to run the offense here, and they throw the ball away. Back-to-back turnovers by Giltner to start this game. Mustangs up 3-0 with 6:51 to play here in this first quarter. If you're looking for the boys' games, those can be found over on 104.9 Max Country and still on Strive TV as well. Nice step through by Bant. Slips it over right in front of the rim and in. Shelby Bant, the 5'7" sophomore, with her first 2 points. She averages 6 a game. And now a steal in the backcourt with the ball is Brianna Stutzman. She lays it up and in. And McCool Junction off to a 7-0 run to start this game. And a timeout called by Giltner as they need to slow things up. 3 turnovers have resulted in all 7 of McCool Junction points. It's McCool Junction 7, Giltner nothing. 6:25 to play in the first quarter. We're back after this timeout.
George Brothers has what you need to get you up and moving. George Brothers Incorporated in
7-0 early lead for McCool Junction. With 6:25 to go in this first quarter, Giltner with 3 turnovers on their first 3 possessions. They've not even taken a shot yet here to start this contest. Coming out of a Giltner timeout, Coach Lockman trying to hit the reset button here with her team and just get something going. Maybe just want to slow things up, slow up the pace of this game as a reach-in foul is called against Weisheit of McCool Junction. That'll be her first team foul. But for Giltner, smaller lineup, not as deep. Gotta just probably play a little bit slower today. Nice pass inside, running down the lane is Antle. She missed the layup. And her first shot is 0 for 1 for Giltner, but at least they got a shot off. Quickly moving to the other end of the floor, though, is Brandon Stutzman. She missed the layup, but the putback is up and in for Chelsea Stutzman. So the cousin gets it to go, and it's now 9-0 McCool Junction. 5:50 to play here in this first quarter. Here are the Hornets on the other end of the floor. They've taken 1 shot. They've turned the ball over 3 times so far as Bant knocks the ball out of bounds on the sideline. And so we'll stay with the Mustangs in the half court, or with Giltner in the half court. McCool Junction go to the bench early on here in this first quarter. Coming out, Sarah Weisheit. And meanwhile, coming in is Arena Flaherty, the 5'10" senior. Giltner in the half court down by 9 with 5:40 left to play here in this first quarter. Slowing it up offensively. Honeycutt has it at the high post right side. Flaherty putting a right hand in her face. Entry pass down low, but Bant has the steal. And it's McCool Junction going the other way, leading by 9. Up ahead, Brandon Stutzman draws the foul off the missed layup, and 2 free throws coming up. So they call that foul on. I believe it's going to be called on Honeycutt, and it is. So really, Honeycutt will commit the foul. That'll be her first. And at the free throw line for McCool Junction, with her first free throws today, Brandon Stutzman. Stutzman's the 5'6" senior who averages 8 points, 2 assists, 2 steals per game. And the free throw is up and in for Brandon Stutzman. One more for Stutzman. She has 3 points so far. Kind of a side shot as she kind of splits her legs at the free throw line and kind of shoots from her side. But listen, it works as she makes both free throws. 4 points for her. It's now 11-0. McCool Junction. 5:18 to go here in this first quarter. Gilner in the half court. He spit the ball to the left elbow. With it is Fosnot. Fosnot holding the ball with the right hand, trying to work against this man-to-man by McCool Junction. Gilner fans, a ton of them here early on here in this game at least. Nice pass down low. The runner in the lane by Wilson. Missed it wide right, and eventually it's rebounded by McCool Junction. So nothing falling early on for the Hornets. Meanwhile, for McCool Junction, a lot of success, leading by 11. 4:48 to play in the first quarter. And an in-and-out shot from about 10 feet outside from Yates is rebounded by Gilner. Gilner slowing it up, down by 11. Looking for their first bucket here today. Wilson in the lane, right-handed floater from about 8 feet is too short. Airballed it, and eventually rebounded underneath by Flaherty. McCool Junction then turned the ball over as Brandon Stutzman dribbled it off of her right foot. And here comes Gilner. Wilson up ahead. The layup off the glass. It's in for Macy Antle. And Gilner finally finds the bottom of the net. For Antle, she averages about 11 points per game. She is her go-to scorer all year long. Leading scorer for the Gilner Hornets. Bant, the step through, left-handed layup off the glass, trying to bank it in, but just too much finesse as it rolled off the left rim and eventually rebounded by Antle and the Gilner Hornets. McCool Junction still in control, leading 11-2. 3:50 to go here in this first quarter. Hornets now in the half court. It's Wiles, the sophomore, at the volleyball line between the rings, holding the ball above her head. Bant swiping at it with the right hand like a Tinder profile. Gilner then throws the ball to Wilson on the right side. She puts it on the deck, dribbles down to the right corner, but is quickly stopped defensively by Yates. She now hands it off to Antle. Antle dribbles to the free throw line. Now with the left hand, has some open room off the glass and in, and she swirls it home. Macy Antle dribbling around like Steve Nash and eventually creating some open space, and it's now back-to-back buckets for her. 3 is missed on the other end. Offensive putback by Bant is up and in, though. Shelly Bant with the easy right-handed layup. Nobody boxed her out, so she has 4 points, and it's now 13-4. McCool Junction leading. And a knocked ball out of bounds. Last touch by McCool Junction, so we'll stay with the Hornets. Whiteside back in the game for the Mustangs. Meanwhile, for Gilner checking in is Reagan Thompson, the 5'5 junior, who averages also about a bucket per game. McCool Junction also putting in Kaylee Meehan, a 5'4 sophomore, for the first time, as Antle is fouled on the inbounds play, trying to go up with a shot on the baseline. And she'll have 2 free throws coming up for Gilner. Foul is on Meehan. That'll be her first and team's second. 9-point lead for McCool Junction. Macy Antle to the free throw line. Has all 4 of Gilner's points so far. And the first free throw is up and in. Tickling the twine that time was Macy Antle. Antle in the last time against McCool Junction back in early December at 12 points. Free throw is up and in. So she goes 2 for 2. And a timeout is called by Gilner. So they're making it a little closer of a game right now. They're down 13-6 to McCool Junction. 3:02 to play in the first quarter. We'll take a timeout. This is the CRC Girls Basketball Tournament here on Cool Radio and Strive TV. Cool Radio and Strive TV. It's 13-6 right now. McCool Junction girls at top of Giltner with 2:50 to go here in this first period. Earlier today it was East Butler went over Hampton 58-40. They'll move on to play Cross County, the number 1 overall seed, on Monday. Game that'll be starting at 3 o'clock here at the York City Auditorium. A three is missed by Yates of McCool Junction. Offensive rebound, though, and the putback is too strong off the right hand of Sarah Whiteside. So here is Giltner going the other way. They want to push. Macy Antle has all 6 of Giltner's points, but again, she is their go-to scorer, averaging 11 points per contest. Well, they got our great sponsors allowing us to bring you today's game. Bruning Grain and Feed, Schickley Grain, Baumsberger Welding, Jensen Lumber Company, Hits Towing, Nutrient Ag Solutions, and Farmer and Merchants Bank. As a three is knocked in from the right corner for Giltner's Briley Honeycutt. Honeycutt, you have just about 1 point a game. Nice triple there, but answering on the other end is Yates for McCool Junction. And back-to-back threes for her, and it's now, or 2 3-pointers in this first quarter for Yates. And it's now 16-9, McCool Junction. Giltner missing a quick shot on the opposite end. McCool Junction pulling down the rebound. That's Yates on the left sideline now. Yates hesitates, pulls up. 15-footer, looks good, but it's too strong. Offensive rebound by Whiteside. Another look for McCool Junction, leading 16-9. Biggest lead for McCool Junction has been 11 points. 1:28 to play here in the first quarter. Here's Chelsea Stutzman. Now finds Whiteside from the free throw line. She'll let it fly, and it rumbles around the rim, but it falls through. So Chelsea Stutzman with 4 points, and it's now 18-9. Excuse me, I said Stutzman. Whiteside gets the 2 points. And a foul is called on the other end against McCool Junction. And that'll be a reach-in foul. I think they're going to call that one on Chelsea Stutzman. Got caught with her hand in the cookie jar that time, so she picks up her first foul, third team. And Giltner will inbound on the baseline, non-shooting foul. Giltner down 18-9 with 1:09 to play in this first quarter. And a bad pass over the middle is stolen away by McCool Junction. That's now 5 first quarter turnovers by Giltner. And the Mustangs will slow it up. On the opposite end, it's Bantz who is hacked from the side. A good cross-court pass from McKenna Yates. Not shooting foul, but that'll be charged on Alyssa Fasnacht. And for Fasnacht, the 5'7" sophomore, that's her first, team second, non-shooting. Box set here on the baseline, out of bounds play. Yates to inbound from McCool Junction. Bant flashing inside the paint, catches, shoots, puts it off the window. Missed it, but she is fouled, and will have 2 free throws coming up. And that foul will be charged against Addison Wilson. That'll be her first and team's third. And Shelby Bant will toe the line for McCool Junction for the first time this afternoon. And Bant is way short. She airballed that. Bant, 4 points in the first quarter. Again, 14.6 rebounds in the win over Giltner back in early December. Second free throw here is up and in. So that one much better. After airballing the first, she makes the second. Bant now 5 points, 19-9, McCool Junction. A comfortable lead right now, 50 seconds to play in this first quarter. Giltner with the ball on the other end, and a travel is called. Stuck on the right sideline was Addison Wilson. McCool Junction kind of surrounding her and pinning her on that far sideline. And that'll be a turnover at 6 now for Giltner. So Mustang ball leading by 10 with 40 seconds to play here in the first quarter. Try to win their 7th game of the season. In the half court with it now is Meehan. Meehan, cross-court pass to Yates on the right elbow. Blowing past the defender. Pulls up from the free throw line. Down the hatch for McKenna Yates. 8 points for her. It's 21-9. McCool Junction with their biggest lead with 20 seconds to play in the first quarter. Giltner on the other end attacking the baseline. Wilson off the glass and in with a high smooch. To play in the first quarter. McCool Junction with one final shot. Yates from distance. Long three on the way. This one's too strong. Meehan with the offensive rebound in the first quarter will come to an end. All McCool Junction after one, leading Giltner 21-11. It's the first round of the girls' CRC basketball tournament on Cool Radio and Strive TV. Second quarter action here from the York City Auditorium. After one quarter of play, it's all McCool Junction leading 21-11. Giltner, though, making a nice little run in the last couple of minutes to make it a respectable first quarter. They took about 4 minutes to get their first bucket, but during that time, McCool Junction led by 11. McCool Junction ball in the half court, and into the game for the first time, Dakota Wallenberg, the 5'11 freshman, posting up, calling for it, doesn't get it. Bant went up for it instead, and Traffic missed the layup and rebounded by Giltner. Antle will bring the ball up on the right sideline. Hornets down by 10 points. We were just starting the second period. I want to thank our sponsors as always. And Kreidel Enterprises, Carrie's Restaurant and Catering, Crossroads Awards, Alf's Well Drilling, Brooding Grocery, Grand Central, and Akashic Millet. Flashing over the middle, catching it for the moment. Ball knocked away. Regan Thompson just checked in for Giltner. Good defense, though, trailing her, and in her right pocket was Yates, and deflecting it out of bounds with the left hand. So Giltner in the half court will inbound it on the baseline. Antle slaps the ball left of her backboard, quickly throws it into Wilson. Her team's down by 10. Bring the ball away to the top of the key now is Wiles. Wiles dribbles left side. Wiles looking to the left corner to Fosnot, but Fosnot wants to get rid of it quickly to Thompson. Back to Antle. Antle using the screen by Fosnot. Fakes a three from the left elbow. Good help defense by Bant and company. On the right side, it's Honeycutt. Honeycutt throws a pass inside the lane, but it's knocked away by the Mustangs. And got lucky there. There was no one home for the Giltner Hornets. And if McCool Junction could have held on to it, it would have been an easy steal. But instead, Giltner will inbound it on the baseline. Giltner right now down 21-11. 6:57 to play in the second quarter. Giltner throwing all the way to the timeline. It's Wiles who catches at the volleyball line, working on Band. Moves the ball left wing. Thompson lifts off for three, but it's blocked underneath by Whiteside. But it is Antle who picks up the loose ball and try to go up strong with it, and is fouled. So Macy Antle, nice heads-up awareness, grabbing the loose ball, and will head to the free throw line where she's already 2 for 2 today. Antle, in fact, has 6 points in that first quarter. Foul, by the way, was on Wallenberg. That's her first. Fourth team overall as Antle shoots from her tippy toes. That's up and in. Antle is 7 points now. And Wallenberg will come out of the game, gets a high five, and back in is Chelsea Stutzman. One more free throw here for Antle and Giltner. Antle looks, stares down the backboard. Maybe took too long that time as she misses the second free throw. So her first miss today, she's now 3 for 4. 21-12. McCool Junction still with the big lead. 6:35 to go in the second quarter. Yates has it for McCool Junction. Dribbles behind the back to the free throw line. Outside, three on the way. That one is too short there by Chelsea Stutzman. But Bant is there with a putback. So Bant now is 7 points here in this first half. He's got a couple of those putbacks up and in. Doing a nice job of just boxing out defenders and with an easy two. Other end. Kind of a circus shot by Antle, but it goes up and in. You'll take it wherever you can get it at this point if you're Giltner, as they trail 23-14. 6 minutes to go now here in the second quarter. Bounce pass inside. Nice turnaround layup, but fouled underneath was Sarah Whiteside. And she'll head to the free throw line for two. Missed the left-handed layup. And will have two free throws coming up. And Macy Antle will be the one to commit the foul. That'll be her first and team's fourth. So first free throw is money for Sarah Whiteside. Whiteside, the 5'7" sophomore with 3 points. She had 10 points in the win against Giltner back in that first meeting in early December. She averages 8 points a game. And Whiteside, second free throw, too short off the front rim. Ball tapped around, and eventually coming up with it is Wiles for Giltner. Giltner ball, well for the moment, ball's knocked away, and it's McCool Junction who knocks it out of bounds here on this near sideline into the scoring table. So Giltner will have it in the half court, down 24-14. Inbounding it is Antle. Antle throws it to the backcourt. There is Wiles. Wiles will bring it up the middle. Passer defender to the free throw line. Comes with a jump stop. That's a travel. Thought it was a walk. That's 7 turnovers now for Giltner. And usually when they've turned it over, it's been McCool Junction who's taken advantage of it. McCool Junction with a 24-14 lead, but you got to credit Giltner. They're still sticking with it. making a respectable first half so far, not allowing it to get out of hand right now. And it's been their defense who's made some big plays. Right now it's a 2-3 zone, it looks like, for Giltner. Nice help defense down low. The three is off the mark. Yates went to fire it with pressure in her face, and eventually it's Giltner who comes away with the loose ball off the miss. Giltner on the other end, down by 10 with about 5 minutes to play here in the second quarter. Catching the ball now at the free throw line is Ansel, and Ansel turns the corner down to the lane and flips it up and in. Macy Ansel in this quarter now has 5 points. 11 overall for her. It's 24-16. McCool Junction still leading. On the other end, though, nice step through by Bant. Patient underneath the hoop, and able to split 2 defenders for the easy left-handed layup for Bant, and it's back to a 10-point lead for McCool Junction. Honeycutt 3, right corner, and that ball been tipped by Bant and ends up out of bounds. Last touch by the Mustangs. So remains with the Giltner Hornets, down 26-16. And for Giltner, trying to end an 11-game losing streak. The last win came December 14th against Nebraska Lutheran. So it's been some time, over a month. Inbounding on the baseline, Ansel catches. She is fouled from behind. Reaching in underneath that right armpit, I believe, was Brando Stutzman. And for Brando Stutzman, she picks up her first, team's 5th non-shooting. So Giltner will inbound on the baseline, left of the backboard. Antle slaps the ball, her team down by 10, 4:37 to play in the second quarter. Antle lobs the ball to the top of the three-point line. Catching her, the right hand is Wiles. Wiles finds Wilson. Wilson on the right side, overhead pass into Antle, into traffic. Turnaround jumper, and with 2 defenders in her face, misses it, but then offensive rebound. And Wiles has her shot blocked underneath, but gets the offensive rebound as Wilson, and a double dribble is called for Giltner as Wilson knew it. She turns around and jogs the other end of the floor. And McCool Junction wants a timeout. Mustangs lead here against Giltner 26-16. 4:21 to play in the second quarter. We're back after this 30-second timeout.
Athletics.
10-point game with about 4:20 to go here in the second quarter. It is McCool Junction leading 26-16. And as soon as we come back, everybody checking themselves for blood. I don't know if the officials found blood somewhere or everybody's looking around everywhere and making sure nobody's losing blood. The officials are just trying to check to see if who is bleeding, if there is any, and where it is at. They must have found it on the floor, I think on the right side in front of the Giltner bench. That's where they're looking there. But that will give us a chance to thank our sponsors and Polk County Public Power District, Perennial Public Power, York Medical Clinic, Horizontal Boring and Tunneling, Nick's Farm Store, Annie Jeffrey Hospital, and Midwest Bank in York. Okay, 26-16 right now. It is McCool Junction with the lead here inside the York City Auditorium. Again, to the CRC basketball tournament, returning to the York City Auditorium after having to play away. The renovations here are beautiful, redoing the ceiling, and it looks gorgeous. I mean, brand new lights. It looks a little bit more modern. Now, they didn't touch the seats. I don't think they did much with the floor, maybe a newish floor as of recent anyway. But it just needed the update. It was old as it is, and beautiful here. If you come to the games, you're going to notice a big difference if you didn't come here during volleyball. This 3 by McCool Junction is knocked out of bounds by McCool Junction, and will end up with Giltner. Just after 3 o'clock here in York, it's the high school CRC basketball tournament on KAWL York, Nebraska. Under 4 minutes to go in the second quarter. It's 26-16. McCool Junction with the lead here in this first round of the CRC tournament. And as the ball's out, knocked it away by Banton. Nice job trying to jump that pass, just couldn't keep it in bounds. So Giltner will inbound here on the far sideline. Giltner is trailed by as many as 12 points so far in this game. Giltner on the right sideline, setting up the offense, just kind of wanting to run a couple of plays here and see what they can get out of it. As Wilson throws up a shot high off the window and missed it badly. Rebounded by Stutzman up ahead to Bant. Missed the open layup, and then Bant catches it out of bounds, and, well, you can't do that. You have to be in play in order to touch the ball if you want to keep it with your team at least. And she says, yeah, that's my bad. So second turnover for McCool Junction. Giltner with the ball. Giltner trailing 26-16. On the other end, it's Wilson who brings the ball up the middle of the floor. Finds Wiles on the left elbow outside the arc. Trying to call for help. They didn't hand it off to Antle. Antle's had a nice first half so far in this game. Ball's moved inside to Antle. In the paint. Triple team. Ball is kicked out to the right corner and not able to corral it in. It was Honeycutt. She loses it out of play. That is now 8 turnovers by Giltner. Under 3 minutes to go in the second quarter. It's 26-16. McCool Junction with the lead. McCool Junction in the half court. And the girls' CRC First Round being played here at the York City Auditorium. Boys are being played over at York College. 3 by Brandon Stutzman, left wing. And it clanks out the back iron. And flying in for the defensive rebound is Tracy Wiles for Giltner. And here come the Hornets down by 10 with about 2.5 minutes to play here in the second quarter. Giltner. Bobbling it, I should say, is Wiles. And a foul is called as the Mustangs get the steal. And then Wiles commits the foul with a holding foul. So just a double whammy for Giltner. Just couldn't hang on to it. And that'll be her first, team's 5th. So each team with 5 fouls. 26-16. McCool Junction leading Giltner with 2:20 to play in the second quarter. McCool Junction with the ball, and defensively knocked out of bounds by Giltner, so we'll stay with McCool Junction. Stops the clock at 2:16 here in the second quarter. Earlier today, East Butler with a convincing win over Hampton, 58-40. Advancing to the second round, will play top seed Cross County coming up on Monday. Winner of this game will play the winner of the next game in BDS in Nebraska Lutheran on Tuesday afternoon at 3 p.m. As a layup is up and in from Yates right at the free throw line. Yates now with 10 points and is the first McCool Junction player in double figures for scoring. Back to a 12-point lead for McCool Junction, tying their biggest lead. 28-16 with about 1:45 to play in the second quarter. Giltner faking a pass inside was Wilson. Overhead skip pass left corner to Antle. Antle to the free throw line, trying to use the screen, but good defense by Brandon Stutzman. Now handing it off to Wiles, and Wiles has that one roll off the front of the rim and eventually rebounded by McCool Junction. And then a foul is called by Addison Wilson, who raced in there to try to jump that pass, but instead just caused too much havoc and commits a foul. That's her second, team 6. The next one by Giltner will put McCool Junction into the bonus. Checking in for Giltner, Alyssa Fasenot. Meanwhile, from McCool Junction coming up on the next dead balls, Reno Flaherty will come in. 28-16, McCool Junction. They were trailed in this game. They led 11-0 to start this game before Giltner came and finally got some points. Meanwhile, Yates knocks in a 3 from the left corner. And for McKenna Yates, that is her third three-pointer so far of this first half, turning into a sniper for McCool Junction. They lead 31-16. Down to a minute to play in the second quarter. And now Brandon Stutzman and Tracy Wiles get tied up near the timeline, and a jump ball is called. And the possession says it will stay with Giltner. Biggest deficit here for Giltner. 59 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Again, it's 31-16, all McCool Junction. Here's Giltner now in the half court. Listen, Giltner lost by 40 the first time, so they much did a better job of staying with it, him and this McCool Junction team in the second matchup. Giltner in the half court. Antle down to the right block. Trying to draw the foul. Missed the layup. And loose ball tapped outside, and it's eventually rebounded by Yates. 2-on-1 for McCool Junction. Yates to the rack. Lays it up and in. She goes coast to coast. And Yates in the last 90 seconds or so has scored 7 points for McCool Junction, as they're now pulling away late in the second period, 33-16. Giltner, though, still has 20 seconds to work with in the second quarter. The Hornets probably would not want to give it away, and bobbling into the backcourt over and back is Wiles. That's a turnover. That's the 10th now for Giltner. And a credit, yay, to the great defense. Stops the clock at 16 seconds to play in the second quarter. For Giltner, coming in was Haley Eastman, the 5'4 sophomore, for the first time. And will be McCool Junction will inbound it. For McCool Junction, Kaylee Meehan, the 5'4 sophomore, checking in for the second time. Team has a 33-16 lead with about 10 seconds to play in the second quarter. McCool Junction in the half court right now. Moving the ball around. Brandon Stutzman dribbles down to the baseline. 5-foot jumper, too short, just died on the front of the rim. Giltner has it with about 2 seconds to go in the second quarter. Three-quarter heat by Antle is off the mark. And the second quarter will come to an end. It's halftime here at the York City Auditorium. It's all McCool Junction leading Giltner through 2 quarters of play, 33-16. Our halftime report coming up next here on Cool Radio and on Strive TV. First round of the girls 2022 CRC basketball tournament here on Cool Radio and, of course, streaming it on Strive TV. Glad to have you along wherever you may be. It's halftime of our second game tonight, and it's 33-16. McCool Junction all over Giltner. If you missed it earlier tonight, it was East Butler a winner today over Hampton, 58-40. They will now advance to take on Cross County in the second round on Monday at 3 o'clock. That game will be broadcasted over on 104.9 Max Country and still on Strive TV as well. By the way, the winner of this game will take on the winner of the next game with BDS and Nebraska Lutheran. set to tip off around 4, but very unlikely. Will probably be closer to right around 4:15-ish, if not a little bit later by the time that one's over. Depends how long this next half goes, that's for sure. Well, McCool Junction has led this entire time. They've commanded this game the entire first 2 quarters. They scored 21 points in the first quarter, 12 points in the second quarter, while Giltner scored 11 in the first quarter, but then was slowed offensively in the second period, only scoring 5 points. But as we mentioned in the pregame, Giltner's offense has just struggled all season long, but anemic at 26 points per contest is what they average. Meanwhile, for McCool Junction, they're pretty much right on pace for what they average at 50 points per game. And they've done it with a well-balanced offense as well between McKenna Yates and Shelby Bant. Yates with 13 points, and Shelby Bant so far with 9 points. For Yates, she's knocked in 3 3-pointers for McCool Junction. Now for Giltner, they are led, no surprise, by Macy Antle, who has 11 points and is 3 of 4 from the free throw line. She needs some more help somewhere, but she's at least had 11 points. And for Giltner, they have to do a better job at taking care of the basketball in the second half, as they have 10 turnovers through 2 quarters of play. When you have as many turnovers, or nearly as many turnovers as you do with points, well, it's hard to win many ball games. Again, the score at the break, it's McCool Junction 33, Giltner 16. We'll take another timeout. When we come back, we'll look at the first half numbers as we continue halftime here on Cool Radio and Strive TV. (33-16). It's McCool Junction girls right now leading on top of Giltner as we continue halftime. Both teams have emerged from the locker room. Quickly running down the first half numbers for both of these teams. For Giltner, led by Macy Antle, she has 11 points and is 3 of 4 from the free throw line. Braylee Honeycutt has the only 3 for Giltner and still has 3 points through 2 quarters of play. And the only other Giltner Hornet to score is Addison Wilson with 2 points. In the first half, Giltner unofficially turned the ball over 10 times. For McCool Junction, with the 33-16 lead right now, are led by McKenna Yates, who has 13 points. Shelby Bant has 9 points and is 1 of 2 from the free throw line, while Chelsea Stutzman has 2 points, Brianna Stutzman has 4 points, and Sarah Weishaupt has 3 points. She has 1 of 2 from the free throw line. Only 3 turnovers for McCool Junction so far in 2 quarters of play. Pretty clean basketball for them. Again, the winner of this game will take on BDS and Nebraska Lutheran winner coming up on a Tuesday afternoon. The BDS Nebraska Lutheran game coming up next right here, right around 4:15. Nate Rohr will have the call for you right here on Cool Radio and on Strive TV as well. Getting at the break, it is 33-16. McCool Junction, the nice lead over Giltner. Second half action coming up next as we continue our coverage of the 2022 Girls CRC Basketball Tournament on Cool Radio and Strive TV. High school basketball on Cool Radio and on the Strive TV network. It's 33-16 right now. McCool Junction girls on top of Giltner as we're ready for the third quarter here on Cool Radio and Strive TV. Appreciate you tuning in wherever you may be listening or watching. Earlier today was East Butler girls, the winner over Hampton at 58-40. McCool Junction with the ball in the half court right now. Brandon Stutzman will set up the offense. Sarah Whiteside, Chelsea Stutzman, McKenna Yates, and Shelby Bant also joining her on the floor to start this second half. Inside to Bant, triple teamed. Throws up the right-handed hook shot, trying to bank it in, but it's too strong and eventually rebounded by Giltner. And Antle has it. She'll bring that to the middle of the floor. Also looks like the original starters for Giltner: Wilson, Wiles, Fosnacht, Honeycutt, and as I mentioned, Antle, who has scored 11 points of the 16 for Giltner in that first half. Giltner in the half court, setting up the offense, working against this man-to-man defense. Now, if you're Giltner, listen, you've done a pretty good job until the last 2 minutes of the second quarter of sticking with this McCool Junction team. Didn't allow it to get out of control by any means. Slowed it up a little bit on the offense like they're doing here on their first possession of the second half. You just have to continue doing that. There's no reason to rush. What you want to do is limit the touches for McCool Junction here in today's game. Here is Wilson with the floater in the paint. Missed it left, and it's eventually rebounded underneath by Chelsea Stutzman. McCool Junction tried to rush it on the other end and turns the ball over. That's their fourth turnover. And nice job by Giltner getting back and stopping the fast break by the Mustangs. So here are the Hornets now in the half court, down 33-16. They nearly lose the ball as Brandon Stutzman comes away with it eventually. That's the 11th turnover by Giltner. And then Giltner will get the ball back as McCool Junction again threw it up ahead to Whiteside, but she ends up out of bounds. And the pass from Stutzman, a little bit too far, leading pass, and will be a turnover. So sloppy start to the second half, to say the least, for both of these teams. 33-16 is the lead for McCool Junction. Giltner ball with about 6 minutes to play here in this third quarter. Honeycutt has it right at the free throw line, pivoting on the right foot. Now to Wilson at the top of the three-point arch. Dribbles in the paint, draws the foul. Was it on the shot or not? Brandon Stutzman will be called with the blocking foul. And for Brandon Stutzman, that will be her second. Not shooting, though, it appears. It was before the act of shooting, says the official. So Stutzman will come out with 2 fouls. Looks a little bit banged up, too. So she'll come out, and Meehan will check in. Baseline out-of-bounds play here for Giltner. Giltner, again, trailing 33-16, as we now have hit the 6-minute mark in this third quarter. Second matchup between these two teams this year. Earlier this year, it was McCool Junction with a convincing 63-23 win. That was back on December 7th. As an offensive foul is called against Giltner. Looks like a moving screen. And that'll be charged against Breeley Honeycutt. That'll be her second and team's first. So right back to McCool Junction. Right now has a 33-16 lead. 5:45 to go here in the third quarter. McCool Junction setting up the half court. Bant, bounce pass, feeding it down low on the right block. And trying to reverse the layup was Whiteside, but couldn't get it to finish, and rebounded by Giltner. So both teams still scoreless. The first couple of minutes to play in the third quarter. Meanwhile, a bad dribble by Wilson ends up dribbling off her foot. A turnover by McCool Junction, but then they throw a bad pass up ahead. So turnover after turnover here to start this third quarter. Turnovers today, or at least right now in the last couple of minutes to start the third, as viral as COVID. 33-16 right now is the lead for McCool Junction. Giltner putting up a shot. That was Wilson on the baseline, but that one's too strong and ends up getting knocked out of bounds. Last touch by the Mustangs. So will remain with Giltner. Right now, Giltner is down 33-16, only 5 points in that second quarter. They had 11 in the first. 5:08 to play in the third. You have to score in this third, as catching the inbounds play on the baseline was Honeycutt, but she was blocked on the baseline, and eventually coming up with it was Bant, and it's McCool Junction who has the ball, leading 33-16. Hesitating, and now surging into the lane was Yates, but she missed the short jumper, and eventually Ansel comes away with it for Giltner. Yeah, it's been a little bit of a scoreless drought for both of these teams. About 4:40 to go in the third. No score by either team to start this second half. Here's a three by Ansel from the left wing. It's down the hatch. Macy Ansel with her first triple. 14 points for her now overall, and it's 33-19. McCool Junction leading, but the first points of the second half for either team. Maybe that's the spark that Giltner needs. Yates trying to answer the three from the left elbow on the other end. That one is up and in. And for McKenna Yates, her fourth three-pointer, lethal from downtown this afternoon. And it's 36-19 McCool Junction. 4 minutes to play in the third. Giltner, Honeycutt, touch and go inside to Antle. And she is fouled from the side by Yates, who was trying to kind of position herself for the block, but instead created way too much contact. That's her first and team second. Was on the shot, so Antle ahead of the free throw line, where she's 3 for 4 this afternoon. Antle with only 3 points in this quarter so far, and will remain with that as she misses the free throw. She's now missed 2 straight going back to the first half. Still 36-19 in McCool Junction. And Antle's second free throw is in and out. Rebounded by Bant, and it's McCool Junction ball. So 3 straight missed free throws for Macy Antle. And it remains a 36-19 lead for McCool Junction. Trying to advance to the second round of the CRC tournament. Here's a three by Chelsea Stutzman from the left corner pocket. This one is too strong. Offensive rebound. Yates tries a three from the right corner, and it rattles it home. Yates from downtown gets it to fall. She's hotter than fish grease from beyond the arc. That's her 5th three-pointer, and it's now 39-19, the biggest lead for McCool Junction. 3:25 to play in the third. Wilson open from the corner, doesn't take the three, dribbles in a little closer, trying to draw the foul, puts it up. This one is too strong. Offensive rebound, and grabbing it underneath was Alyssa Fosnot. Back to Wilson on the right elbow. Nice head fake. Puts up the jumper from the baseline, and yes, that one's up and in. Addison Wilson with her second jumper. It's now 39-21. McCool Junction still leading. Under 3 minutes to go now in the third. Outside, Stutzman has it. Now to the free throw line. Turn around jumper. Whiteside. That one is nothing but net. Sarah Whiteside with 5 points now, and it's now back to a 20-point advantage for McCool Junction. McCool Junction doing a nice job here in this game, creating some separation room, and again tying their biggest lead. Wilson fires another long shot from the corner. This one's too short for Giltner. McCool Junction has it. Yates with the rebound. Yates to the other end. Yates is fouled. And she'll head to the free throw line for McCool Junction with her team up by 20. For McCool Junction, they started the year 0-1. Then they won 6 straight ball games and have a little bit of a get. This last 2 of the last 3 ball games overall coming into today's matchup. Apparently was not on the shot, so baseline out-of-bounds play. The foul will be charged regardless, though, to Macy Antle. That's her second and team second. So baseline out-of-bounds play. Thought about the three was Chelsea Stutzman. To Yates now in the left corner. 5 3-pointers for her. Now to Bant, draws a triple team. Back to Chelsea Stutzman. Ball moved to Brianna Stutzman, her cousin, for 3. That barely even tickled the twine as it fell through. Boy, that was a pure shot there from Brianna Stutzman. She teed it up from the left elbow. That's her first 3-pointer today. She now has 7 points. And it's now 44-21. McCool Junction with the lead. Giltner, quick shot missed on the other end. Another quick rebound defensively by Weishaupt, boxing out defenders with 1:50 to go here in the third. Other end. Stutzman thought about the 3, but doesn't take it. Feeding it into Bant, and the ball's knocked away by Wilson of Giltner, and a turnover. That's now 7 by McCool Junction. Giltner just needs to get some stops defensively and cash in on the other end. Wilson doesn't take the 3, instead finds Honeycutt for a long 2. That one's up and in as she straddled the 3-point line in the right corner. And Breeley Honeycutt with 5 points now. And it's down to a 21-point deficit for Giltner. About 1:15 to play in the third quarter. Pass inside. Honeycutt double teamed out to Yates for 3. Left wing. It's in and out. Ball tapped out. Bant has a loose ball. Bant puts it up and swirls it home. Shelby Bant with 11 points, and it's now 46-23. Back to a 23-point lead for McCool Junction. Well, for Giltner, they at least scored as many points as they did the entire game, and they lost the first matchup with McCool Junction. Here's a 3 right corner by Honeycutt, and she buries it. Back-to-back buckets for Breeley Honeycutt, the senior, now with 8 points. And it's a 20-point deficit for Giltner. 35 seconds to play here in the third quarter. Here's Yates on the left elbow. Yates inside to Bant, knocked away, and eventually coming up with the loose ball was Antle. I believe getting a hand on it was Tracy Wiles. In this quarter, 4 turnovers for the Hornets. They had for McCool Junction. They had 4 the entire first half. Down to 15 seconds to play in the third. 46-26. McCool Junction with the lead, and Bant knocks the ball out of bounds defensively. Nice job of sliding over on the help defense. And with 10 seconds remaining, Giltner will inbound on the baseline. Fosnat will check in for Giltner. Their team down by 20. Baseline out of bounds play. Antle inbounds it. Wilson catches with the right hand on the near sideline. Down to 7 seconds to play in the third quarter. Wilson down to the baseline. The floater rolls off left rim. Loose ball. And an offensive rebound. But then the block shot underneath by Wallenberg of McCool Junction. And the third quarter will come to an end. All McCool Junction after 3, leading Giltner 46-26. It's the first round of the 2022 Girls CRC Basketball Tournament on Cool Radio and Strive TV. York City Auditorium. It's 46-26. McCool Junction on top of Giltner as we are ready for fourth and final period here of regulation in the first round of the Girls Crossroads Conference Basketball Tournament from York City Auditorium. The boys' action, by the way, can be found at York College or online at Strive TV as well, and on 104.9 Max Country. It's Giltner with the basketball in the half court. They scored 10 points in the third, while McCool Junction had 13 points. In that first quarter, really putting the separation between McCool Junction and Giltner. McCool Junction outscoring Giltner 21-11 in that quarter. As a massive block shot by Bant, rejecting it to the next county. As that shot by Fosnau had no chance. So she blocks out of bounds, does Bant defensively. It'll be Giltner who will inbound now on the baseline. Giltner inbounds it, and nope, it's intercepted by Yates. Yates has it. That is now the 13th turnover by Giltner. And Yates, probably that was Brandon Stutzman who lays it up and in. And Brandon Stutzman gets the steal, lays it up and in. Count the layup and foul. Of and one coming up. 9 points now for Stutzman. And we'll see who they charge that foul on. I think they're going to say on Antle. I think. As the free throw is up and in regardless, though, for Brianna Stutzman. So she is 3 for 3 tonight at the free throw line. Ties the biggest lead for McCool Junction at 23 points. 7:28 to go here in the fourth quarter. Giltner in the half court. Reagan Thompson will start this quarter on the floor, along with Haley Eastman, getting some valuable playing time for Giltner. And Eastman steps out of bounds, her right piggy toe, hit the baseline, and that'll be another turnover for Giltner. Eastman will now check out. And checking back in is Addison Wilson. For McCool Junction, they lead 49-26. Their biggest lead, tying their biggest lead right now with about 7 minutes to play. They will likely, depending on a big collapse here in this quarter, as a foul is called against Giltner, trying to go up with it was Dakota Wallenberg. That'll be charged against Macy Antle. That'll be her third, team's fourth. But Wallenberg will toe the line, yet to score for the 5'11 freshman. Aims and fires the first free throw. It's up and in. So Wallenberg converts for her first point today. A good size as a freshman and figuring it out down low. And Wallenberg stepped her foot over the free throw line. So no free throw as a free throw violation for Wallenberg. She stepped over the line, can't do that. So Giltner will get the ball down 50-26. Giltner still showing that full court press, or McCool Junction still showing the full court press. Giltner will travel as they get across the timeline. That was Wiles. It was a little too wild that time with the ball, and that'll be the 15th turnover. McCool Junction will sub in Zarina Flaherty. Chelsea Stutzman will check in. Meanwhile, coming out is Bant and Sarah Weisheit. McCool Junction with the ball in the half court. McCool Junction right now leading 50-26 with about 6:45 to go here in this fourth quarter. Brandon Stutzman in the left corner working against Antle. Antle not allowing her any breathing room. And McCool Junction drops the ball out of bounds. Good defense there defensively by Giltner and Francesca DiMare, the 5'7" sophomore. First time we're seeing her tonight. There's now 9 turnovers, by the way, for McCool Junction. Majority of those coming here in the second half. 6.5 minutes to go. It's all McCool Junction leading Giltner 50-26. Antle fakes a three. Hands it to Wilson for three from the left elbow. Too short out the front orange rim. Trying to fight for it is Wilson, and she will corral in the offensive rebound in the backcourt. And a timeout is called by Giltner as Coach Lackman wants to talk things over. McCool Junction leads Giltner 50-26. 6:15 to play in the fourth. We're going to take a 30-second timeout. We're back after this.
Tim and Cale Powless, Bill Hoffman, and
McCool Junction here for the girls' side of things in the Crossroads Conference basketball tournament. 50-26, making its return to the York City Auditorium after a bit of a reprieve last year as they were remodeling the York City Auditorium. Volleyball, of course, able to play here earlier this fall, but now basketball returning, and what's a great atmosphere for basketball. Boys, by the way, in the first round, playing over at York College, can also be heard over on 104.9 Max Country as a foul is called by Giltner. Defensively, is trying to go up with it was Chelsea Stutzman, so she'll head to the free throw line for the first time this afternoon. And Reagan Thompson will commit the foul. That'll be her first, team's fifth. So 2 free throws here for Chelsea Stutzman, who only has 2 points so far, and she misses that one a little bit right. Stutzman averaging about 3 points, 3 rebounds a game. One more coming up for her. And the second free throw is up and in. So she rattles both free throws. It's now 1 for 2. And it's now 51-26. McCool Junction still leading. Under 6 minutes to play here in tonight's game. I should say today's game. I want to thank our sponsors for allowing us to bring you tonight's game. Heather Ramsey, ARC Group of Bruning, Edgewater Insurance in Osceola, Fortify Group, Weaver Pharmacy, Oliva Insurance, and Advanced Services in New York. Honeycutt, 3 blocked, and it ends up being an air ball, but an offensive rebound by Antle. Another look here for Giltner, but then they throw it away. So another turnover by Giltner on the other end. Here comes McCool Junction. Missed layup by Chelsea Stutzman, and loose ball out of bounds, and last touch by Giltner. Also want to thank Bruning Grain and Feed, Shickley Grain, Baumsberger Welding, Jansen Lumber Company, Hits Towing, Nutrien Ag Solutions, and Farmer and Merchants Bank. 51-26, McCool Junction leading with 5:18 to play in the fourth. Giltner still playing feisty defense. Here's a three, Brandon Stutzman, left wing on the way. Looks good, is good. Brandon Stutzman with her second triple today and starting to take over the second half overall. Down to 5 minutes to play here in this fourth quarter. Again, Antle put up a 2 on the baseline, missed it off the front of the rim. Offensive rebound. Tracy Wiles now has it. Another look for the Hornets. who it looks like they're going to see a 12-game losing streak. Again, they came in today an 11-game losing streak. Again, they only scored 30 points twice during this 11-game losing streak, but still 4.5 minutes to play. They are 4 points away from doing so here today, which they would desperately need with their sluggish offense. By the way, a foul is called against McCool Junction. They'll be against on Dakota Wallenberg. That's her 4th. And now check in Kaylee Meehan, the 5'4 sophomore. She'll replace Yates. Not shooting foul. I'd imagine Yates' day is probably over with her team up by 34 points. Pardon me, by 28 points. And it's Antle who dribbles down to the right block. And putting up the shot for Giltner. On the right side was Tracy Wiles, and a shot is, or the timeout is called, excuse me. Giltner wants to talk things over. 54-28. It is McCool Junction leading Giltner with 4:24 to play in the 4th. We're back after this.
Incorporated in Sutton.
McCool Junction girls leading Giltner 54-28, 4:23 to play here in this game. Coming up as soon as this one is over, we will have BDS and Nebraska Lutheran. A roar will have the call for you here on Cool Radio and on Strive TV. And then after that, we'll have Exeter Milligan and Shelby Rising City, and that'll be followed by High Plains and Dorchester. Foul is called against Giltner defensively. 2 free throws coming up. That'll be the 6th team foul. We have a Giltner timeout, and that'll be on Breely Honeycutt, That'll be her 3rd. So Brianna Stutzman at the free throw line for McCool Junction, and the first free throw is too strong. First missed free throw for Brianna Stutzman. She's now 3 for 4. One more free throw coming up for her. And that one's too short. But rebounded by Giltner and Reagan Thompson. So missing both free throws is Brianna Stutzman. It's Giltner ball with under 4 minutes to play here in this 4th quarter. Right now trailing 54-28. And we'll see their losing streak extended to 12. And trying to just continue building a little bit of momentum as Antle, as she misses the layup, rebounded underneath for McCool Junction. And a foul is called by Giltner. Too tight on that far sideline defensively was Addison Wilson. That'll be a pushing foul, non-shooting, but that's now the 7th team foul. So now the bonus is McCool Junction with 3:40 to play. So a 1-1 for Bree Stutzman. Missed the last 2. First one here is up and in. Stutzman now 4 of 6 at the free throw line. One more coming up for her. And the second free throw is in and out, and eventually rebounded by Honeycutt. So splitting the free throws is Stutzman is now 55-28. The lead right now for McCool Junction, who will win their 7th game of the year. 3:25 to play here in this 4th quarter. Get over on 104.9 Max Country and on Strive TV as well is the boys' side of the CRC basketball tournament. Getting buys here on the girls' side of things, along with number 1 Cross County, as Giltner misses the layup, still trailing 55-28. McCool Junction has it now. Stutzman trapped in the backcourt. Ball's knocked away by Antle. Antle with the left-handed layup. It's up and in. And now it's 55-30. 25-point deficit for Giltner with about 2:55 to play in the 4th. But Again, Cross County, the number 1 overall seed, got the bye. They will now see East Butler, who won earlier today, 58-40 in our first game. Meridian is the 2 seed. They will play the winner of High Plains and Dorchester on Monday, so they got a bye. And Osceola is a 3rd team to get a bye. They will play the winner of Exeter Milligan and Shelby Rising City. As a whistle is blown, it's going to be a pushing foul by McCool Junction. That'll be charged against Lana Ray, the 5'9" sophomore. First time she has entered the game. Last night's now in the game for Gilner. Honeycutt will come out. It's 55-30 right now. Lead for McCool Junction with 2:30 left to play here in the 4th quarter. 2:20 to play. Giltner in the half court. Checking in Thompson. Thompson launches a 3 right wing, and it's way too strong. Loose ball. And eventually coming up with it is McCool Junction. Down to 2 minutes left to play here in this 4th quarter. McCool Junction, another convincing win. Going to get the season sweep against Giltner here as Rado Stutzman lost it. And jump ball is called as Mustang and a Hornet get tied up. And it's going to be Mustang ball as possession of Seattle will stay with McCool Junction. McCool Junction, Lana Ray has it. Moves the ball to Stutzman. Down to the right block. The runner off the window. Up and in. Lana Stutzman having a nice second half. And it's now 57-30, by the way, with that layup. On the other end, foul is called against the Mustangs. Actually, that last shot, I believe, was Meehan that got the layup to go. Either way, it's a layup for McCool Junction. Kaylee Meehan will get the foul. That's her second and team's 5th. Non-shooting foul for Gilner. Checking in Taylor Phillip for the first time. Gilner to inbound on the baseline, trailing 57-30 with about 1:38 to go here in the 4th quarter. Antle backing down 2 defenders, back outside, and setting up the offense is Phillip. Phillip thought about the 3, but good defense by Ray of McCool Junction. Now Phillip rolls it up and in as she gets past 2 defenders. So Taylor Phillips, the 5'10" sophomore, the first points here off the bench, making her presence known immediately. 1:19 to play now here in the 4th quarter. It's 57-32, McCool Junction. Led from start to finish in this game, and now a whistle, and that's going to be 2 shots for McCool Junction. It's going to be a reach-in foul by Giltner, and that one will be charged against Addison Wilson, That'll be her 4th. Team's 8th, so 2 free throws here for Lana Ray, and that one is up and in. So Lana Ray now able to cash it in, the 5'9" sophomore. Checking in for McCool Junction, Janet Fuhrer. This time we're seeing her tonight. And the second one for Ray is too strong and rebound. So far today will be East Butler, the 9 seed with a slight upset over the 8 seed in Hampton, 58-40. And McCool Junction, the 5 seed, is going to advance over beating the 12th seed in Giltner as Eastman turns the ball over, and Giltner now has the ball. McCool Junction now has the ball, and a 30-second timeout is called. We'll take one with them. 58-32, McCool Junction leading Giltner. 34 seconds to play in the 4th. We're back after this. The score right now, McCool Junction putting in some youngsters as well. 34 seconds left to play. Giltner doing the same thing on their side of the floor. McCool Junction is going to advance to the 2nd round of the CRC Girls Basketball Tournament. Checking in for McCool Junction is Karen Light, the 4'10" senior. Ball's going to be lost in the back by Ray, and it's thrown away by Phillips. Phillips up ahead for Giltner, and she is fouled. Has missed the layup, but 2 free throws now coming up. Clock stopped at 21 seconds. And that foul will be charged against Lena Ray. That'll be her second, team sixth. So at the free throw line, Taylor Phillips, who has 2 points in this quarter, and misses that free throw. Just about 4 o'clock here in New York, listening to high school CRC basketball on KAWL, York, Nebraska, and on Strive TV. Phillips with the second free throw is too short. She gets her own offensive rebound after missing both free throws with 18 seconds to play in tonight's game. Phillips bobbles it back outside. And for Giltner, their losing streak will now be extended to 12 games. Meanwhile, for McCool Junction, they will now improve to 7-7. And will now move on to see the winner of BDS and Nebraska Lutheran in the second round coming up on Tuesday. They'll play that game at 3 o'clock. They'll be on 104.9 Max Country. BDS and Nebraska Lutheran coming up in probably about 20, 25 minutes here on Cool Radio and on Strive TV as well. Jump ball is called, so with 1.7 seconds remaining, Giltner will inbound it, and that'll catch, probably take one shot, and will probably do it. Eastman catches, fires a three at the buzzer. That's an air ball out of bounds, and that's the end of the game. McCool Junction wins and leads from start to finish as they'll move on to the second round of the girls' CRC basketball tournament. They win it today over Giltner easily. 58-32 is the final score. Giltner now a 12-game losing streak, now 3-13. While McCool Junction now 7-7. Post-game show and reaction coming up next here on Cool Radio and Strive TV.
Conference tournament game as Nebraska Lutheran 3-10 on the air prepares to square off with BDS at 13-3 on the air for the second time in about a 3-week span. And now let's give you the starting lineups for this one. We'll start with Nebraska Lutheran. They'll be the visiting team on the scoreboard. Starting at one guard is Sophia Hellwig, a 5'4 senior, averages 4.5 points, 3.5 rebounds a game. Jasmine Malco starts at another guard, just under 7 points, 4 rebounds a game. She's a 5'4 junior. And Lily Ott, freshman sensation, just under 12 points, just under 5 rebounds to pace Nebraska Lutheran. She is a 5'9 freshman. Up front, Kay Hopfensperger, the 5'7 senior, a point and a rebound a game for Kay Hopfensperger. And at the other forward, it's Marissa Endorf, a 5'11 sophomore, 3 points, 3.8 rebounds a game for Endorf. For Mariah Hackbarth, the head coach of Nebraska Lutheran, it is Hellwig, Malco, Hopfensperger, Endorf, and Otti. Now the starting lineup for veteran head coach Shanna Gerberding and the BDS Eagles at 13-3 on the year. At one guard, you have Ashley Schlegel, 5'4 junior, 4.3 points, 3.5 rebounds. Mariah Sliva, a 5'9 senior, at another guard. She puts up 3.5 points, 2.7 rebounds a game. And then Hannah Miller, their top scorer, a 5'6 junior, just under 12 points, just under 6 boards a game. For Miller, she also averages 2.5 steals. Then up front, you have Taylor Sliva, a 5'8 senior, 9 points, 4 rebounds a game, and she averages around 3 steals a contest. And then Jesselyn Hudson, a 6'3 junior, 8 points, 5 rebounds per game for Hudson. For Shanna Gerberding and the BDS Eagles, you have Sliva, Schlegel, Taylor Sliva, Miller, and Hudson on the starting 5 for BDS. Eagles gunning for their 10th straight win to set up what would be a good matchup with McCool Junction. But they have to get through this one first. And we'll step aside for this timeout. Have the tip-off of BDS versus Nebraska Lutheran coming up after this on Cool Radio 1370 and on Strive.tv.
Don Rich Machine and Driveline in McCool Junction are the engine experts ready to serve you.
Automotive in York, providing personalized, honest service you can count on bumper to bumper. Good luck to all area athletes from Extreme Auto in York.
Tim and Cale Powis, Bill Hoffman and Nate Hoffman, your independent Pioneer sales representatives, are proud to sponsor local high school athletes. Call them to talk about the industry's best lineup for both corn and soybeans for your farming operation.
When you're selling, buying, exchanging, or refinancing a home, a parcel of land, or commercial real estate, York County Title Company is here to help you. 608 North Grand Avenue in York.
Getting ready for tip-off of BDS versus Nebraska Lutheran. Lutheran is in the base royal blue jerseys with the Knights in yellow and a yellow number on front and back. Yellow and white trim down the blue shorts. BDS in the base white uniforms with the maroon letters, numbers, and trim. Eagles left to right, Knights right to left. The tip controlled by the Knights, and we're underway as Malco has it up top for Lutheran. She gives it right of the key to Adi, back to Malco. Her shot rims out. Defensive board by Hudson of Nebraska Lutheran, of BDS. Pass down low now. Hannah Miller puts it up, misses the shot, but she was fouled, and Hannah Miller will head to the line for a pair of free throws. Marissa Endorf whistled for the foul. Broadcast brought to you in part by Bruning Grain and Feed, by Schickley Grain, and by Baumsberger Welding. And the first free throw, nothing but net for Hannah Miller. So we mentioned the leading scorer for BDS. Averages just under 12 a game, and she puts the Eagles on the board there with a free throw. Now the second one on the way. Miller misses off back iron. The rebound tipped by Hudson off of Adi of Nebraska Lutheran. And so BDS will retain possession. Inbounding near side of the basket to our right. It goes to the right wing, and Miller, who takes the three and misses wide left. The ball goes out of bounds on the baseline to our right. So it'll be Nebraska Lutheran ball. Knights operate right to left as we watch it. Adi brings it up, starts left, cuts right, gets a screen for the Knights. Bounces it into the right corner, and Hopfensperger. And now Hellwig, right wing, dribbles in, kicks it out to the left wing, and Endorf. She works it into the left corner, and Hopfensperger dribbles toward the lane, kicks it out right of the key. Adi takes the three, misses short, and a defensive board by Hudson of BDS. Now the Eagles with it, leading 1-0, less than a minute into the contest. On the right baseline, Schlegel bounces it to the right block, and Hudson. Her shot too strong. Offensive board, Sliva. She flips it to the right elbow, and Schlegel. Now they work it cross court back to the right. Taylor Sliva giving it right of the key to Schlegel. Now it's Sliva under the right wing, takes the three, misses too strong off back iron. Hopfensperger with a rebound for Nebraska Lutheran, and here are the Knights. Adi walks it into the front court for Lutheran. She fires it into the right corner of Malco. She takes the right baseline jumper, and it's 2-1 Nebraska Lutheran. 6.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Pass toward the middle of the floor. Sliva breaks the press with a pass to the right, and Miller. She fires it cross court to Schlegel. Now on the left wing, it's Sliva. She works it up top for Miller. The three by Miller rims out. Rebound tipped to the left in the hands of Hellwig. Brings it up the floor. Angles to her left. Puts it up on the left block. Misses off iron. Miller with a rebound for BDS. Now the Eagles with it. On the right wing, Sliva drives all the way in. Dances, puts it up, misses the shot. She was fouled. Sliva will head to the line for a pair of free throws. As they will whistle Lily Adi for her first. Second team foul on Lutheran. Broadcast brought to you in part by Jensen Lumber Company, by Hits Towing, by Nutrien Ag Solutions, and by Farmers and Merchants Bank, as the free throw clanks off back iron from Sliva. Rebecca Hiskey, a 5'3" freshman who averages 10 points a game, just checked in for the Knights. Second free throw, high arcer, front iron, back iron, and in. Sliva with her first point. This game tied at 2 with 6 minutes to go in the first. Nebraska Lutheran with the ball. Endorf has it left of the key. She flips it right of the key to Malco, who dribbles to her right toward the corner before giving it right corner to Hiskey. Hiskey cut off, flings it toward the top of the key. The pass picked off by Mariah Sliva, and here comes BDS. Sliva pulls it back and gives it to Taylor Sliva, and now up top it's Hannah Miller. Miller into the paint, and Hudson, who puts it up and in. Jesselyn Hudson with her first two, and BDS with a 4-2 lead with 5.5 minutes to play in the first quarter. High right side, Hiskey throws it toward the right baseline, and Malco, but the pass just out of her reach, out of play, and it will be Eagles ball. They bring in 2 fresh subs. Hannah Cadle, a 5'3" sophomore. Also checking in, Hallie Hoynes, a 5'6" junior. BDS length of the floor to go, full court pressure on, as Sliva has it middle of the floor, throws it to the left, and Cadle, she fires it down the left sideline to Miller. Works it left of the key to Hoynes. Now right of the key, it's Taylor Sliva. Down low, Hudson, who pulls her way in, misses the shot off iron. Fight for the rebound. Hoynes ties it up, held ball, and the arrow points to BDS. So the Eagles will get another look at it as Oddie comes back into the game. Kay Hopfensperger will have a seat. 4-2 BDS, 5:08 to go first quarter. Inbound near side of the bucket to our right. Into the right corner. Miller, a 3 up and good. Hannah Miller, 4 points today. And now it's a 7-2 lead for BDS. Meanwhile, Nebraska Lutheran will take timeout after that big 3 out of the corner by Miller. We'll take it to 5:01 to go in the first quarter of this first round CRC tournament game. Your score is BDS 7, Nebraska Lutheran 2. This is the CRC tournament on Cool Radio and on Strive.tv.
Blue Beacon Truck Wash in York is hiring and wants you to join their team. Call or stop out for more information. Blue Beacon Truck Wash is proud to support school athletics.
Spring Creek Repair south of Dorchester is your #1 source for dependable, quality trailer and pressure washer repair. Spring Creek Repair. Call us at 641-1241.
10. Carlson Irrigation is in the business of solutions, and teamed with Ranke Solutions are what they deliver. Ranke, more right than rain, and Carlson Irrigation, your local irrigation solutions expert.
5 minutes to go first quarter. 7-2 BDS leads Nebraska Lutheran. Lutheran with the ball. Malco brings it down the right side, puts it up. It rims out. Cadle had the rebound for a moment. It's poked out of her hands. Saved back into play. Loose ball picked up by Hellwig, who drives in left side. Misses that one off back iron. Rebound tipped into the hands of Oddie, and on the third shot, she puts it up and in. Lily Oddie with her first 2 of the game. 7-4 BDS leads mid-first quarter. Token pressure on, but Sliva breaks it, walking across the timeline. She cuts to the left, tries to bounce a pass to the right block. Nobody there, so the ball hops out of bounds, and it will be Nebraska Lutheran ball. Full court pressure put on by BDS. Inbound to Oddie, who starts left, now cuts back right to break that pressure. Oddie dribbling to her left, top of the key, bounce it to the left wing of Malco, and as she drives in, her pocket picked by Cadle of BDS. Cadle driving all the way in right side, and then Hellwig strips her from behind, knocks the ball out of bounds. It will be BDS ball, throwing it in near side of the basket to our right. Sliva inbounds to the right corner of Miller. Sliva gets it back, flips it to Miller, cutting toward the paint. The ball knocked out of her hands, and out of the scrum comes Malco with it. Malco pulls up, 8-foot jumper off back iron, and the rebound snagged by Sliva, BDS. Now the Eagles with it as Cadle drives in right side, tried to lob it into the right block. The pass picked off by Oddie. Oddie into the front court, drives in right side. Her shot stuffed by Sliva. The ball goes out of bounds, and it will be BDS ball as the Eagles will take a timeout. We'll take it here as well. 3:49 to go in the first quarter with a score, BDS 7, Nebraska Lutheran 4. This is the girls CRC tournament on Cool Radio and on Strive.tv.
Only top quality USD.
This is Byron of the Byron Weimer Agency. Jody and I are proud to support the Broncos. Call us for your crop, livestock, farm, home, and auto insurance. Go Broncos!
3:49 to go first quarter. 7-4 BDS leads Nebraska Lutheran. As Cadle catches the pass middle of the floor, breaks the pressure, dribbling straight down the middle, and then she gets reached in on and fouled well away from the arc as Sophia Hellwig reaches in. Third foul of the first half on Nebraska Lutheran. Inbound will come far left side Near half court, it goes in to Cadle, who edges to her right against the 2-3 Nebraska Lutheran zone. Cadle lobs it toward the right corner, and Sliva, who goes cross court to the left corner. The jumper by Sliva rattles around and down. Mariah Sliva with her first two. And it is now 9-4 BDS. 3:25 to play first quarter. On the right baseline, Hopfensperger kicks it back out to Adi on the right wing. Now up top, Hellwig drives the left lane line, tied up, taken away from her for a moment by Hoynes. Loose ball. Hoynes pulls it out of the pile, and here comes BDS. She throws it down the right side to Cadle, who pulls up on the right wing. Now Cadle lobs it left of the key to Hoynes. Over to the left wing and Sliva. Now it's in the left corner with Mariah Sliva. She fires it up top to Hoynes. Gives it to Cadle right side. She lobs it in toward Dixon. The pass too long. She gets tied up. Held ball, arrow points to Nebraska Lutheran. So the teams trade turnovers there. 2:52 to play in the first quarter. 9-4. BDS leads Lutheran. Broadcast brought to you in part by Kreidel Enterprises, by Carey's Restaurant and Catering, by Crossroads Awards, and by Alf's Well Drilling. Nebraska Lutheran with it in the front court. Bounce pass to the right elbow. Now it comes to the left side. Hopfensperger drives in, tried to bank it high off the glass, misses. Rebound by Hudson of BDS. And now the Eagles. On the left side, a three on the way by Schlegel. Off iron. She tries to chase it down in the left corner, but the ball goes out of bounds, and it will be Nebraska Lutheran ball. So the Knights with it, length of the floor to go. They'll be inbounding from the far left sideline. So the inbound goes to Adi, middle of the floor, and she walks it up against very light pressure. Adi across the timeline, now has it left of the key, spins her dribble toward the right elbow, gives it to the right wing, and Malco, her shot off back iron, rebound by Dickinson. And now here's BDS, pass over to the left side. Cadle almost stepped out of bounds. In fact, she did step out of bounds trying to chase it down. So the Eagles with a turnover there, and Nebraska Lutheran will get it back. Hopfensperger will throw it in on that far right sideline at quarter court. And now the officials hold up the action. And we're ready to go again. Hopfensperger to throw it in. She throws it out high right side to Malco. She dribbles to her left, top of the key, throws it toward a cutting Hellwig, but it's over her head, out of bounds, and it will be BDS ball. Hiskey back into the game for the Knights. We have 2:04 to go in the first quarter with a score, BDS 9, Nebraska Lutheran 4. Pressure on. The inbound comes to the near right side, and Hudson. She gives it back middle of the floor to Sliva. She bounces it ahead to Cadle, who breaks the pressure on that far left side. Now the post entry pass to Dixon. Kicked out top of the key. Sliva, her three is an air ball. Rebound tipped by Hudson back toward play, but she wasn't quite able to keep it alive. So it'll be Nebraska Lutheran ball. Taylor Sliva, Hannah Miller back into the game for the Eagles. 1:50 to play in the first. The inbound from that right baseline. Thrown middle of the floor to Malco. Poked away for a moment by Miller. Ball loose. She taps it to Schlegel, who puts it up. Misses off iron. Adi with the rebound for Lutheran. And then BDS commits a foul. First foul of the game on the Eagles, and Taylor Sliva commits it. Her first. Meanwhile, Hellwig and Corinne Brett Schneider check back in for Nebraska Lutheran. Inbound to Brett Schneider. She throws it back to the right, and Adi. Her pass down the right side deflected, but into the hands of Hiskey. And the Knights keep it with a minute and a half to go in the first, trailing 9-4 to BDS. Bounce pass right wing, Hiskey. She tries to enter it, but the pass deflected and stolen by BDS's Sliva. And now the Eagles with it. Sliva all the way in left side. Tried to get it to the right block, and Hudson, the pass picked off. Held ball, and the arrow points to BDS this time, but a good job by Lily Adi of tying up that pass and flipping the arrow. It should be BDS ball. There we go. Nebraska Lutheran was lining up as if they were going to be throwing it in, but instead it is BDS's ball. The inbound, Sliva Near side of the baseline to our right. Throws it out left of the key to Schlegel. She fires it toward the left corner. Mariah Sliva over to Schlegel, left wing. Now on the right wing, it's Taylor Sliva. She flips it up top to Miller. Lobs it over to the left wing and Schlegel. Now on the left corner, it's Sliva working it into the left post. The shot up by Taylor Sliva rims out. And the defensive board by Nebraska Lutheran and Hiskey. Now into the front court. Adi, free throw line jumper is an air ball and skips out of bounds. And it will be BDS ball. Broadcast brought to you by Bruning Grocery, by Grand Central Foods, and by Koshik Milling. Eagles with the ball. The inbound to Taylor Sliva. She throws it down the left sideline to Miller. She finds Hudson in the paint. She puts it up, misses the shot. She was fouled. 2 free throws forthcoming after the foul by Lily Adi, her second. So now Hudson at the line. She averages 8 points a game. 6'3" junior. 2 points thus far. First free throw clanks off back iron. Malco and Hopfensperger back into the game for the Knights of Nebraska Lutheran. Now the second free throw for Hudson. On the way, good. 10-4, BDS leads Nebraska Lutheran with 49 7/10 to go in the first. Inbound to Hellwig. She works her way up the left side against pressure from Sliva. Sliva poked it away from her, but it's pulled back in. Now Hopfensperger on the left baseline. Tried to enter it to the left block and Hiskey, but it's picked off by Miller. Miller drives in, bounce pass to the left block where Sliva's shot misses off iron. And the rebound snagged by Endorf of Nebraska Lutheran. 25 seconds to go first quarter. Hellwig drives in on the right side, flips it up wildly with the left hand, misses high off the glass. The rebound by by Hudson, and then she got roped up by Hellwig, held ball, and the arrow points to Nebraska Lutheran with just under 19 seconds to go in the first quarter. Inbound near side of the basket to our left, Hopfensperger to throw it in. Hopfensperger holds, finally bounces it to the left corner in Hiskey. She dribbles her way toward the elbow and then passes it to the right. It's picked off by Miller, who drives in left side, puts it up, and they call Miller for the travel before she can make the basket. Oh boy. 11.8 seconds to go in the first quarter, a 10-4 BDS lead. The inbound to Hellwig. She bounced it toward the middle of the floor. The pass picked off Sliva, then has it taken away by Hellwig, who throws it down the right side. That's taken away by Hudson. She throws it ahead wildly for Miller as the final seconds elapse of the first quarter. 6 turnovers in the last 7 possessions for Nebraska Lutheran. But BDS isn't able to take full advantage of it as they did not make a field goal over the last 3.5 minutes of the first quarter. 1 in the books here at the City Auditorium. Your score is BDS 10, Nebraska Lutheran 4 on Cool Radio and on Strive.tv.
Be sure to visit Southeast Valley Irrigation and Bruning for all of your valley pivot needs.
Second quarter, BDS with a 10-4 lead on Nebraska Lutheran. The Eagles will have the basketball to begin the second quarter, working on the bucket to our right. Sliva throws it all the way down the left sideline for Miller, her 3 off iron. And the rebound snagged by Hellwig of Nebraska Lutheran. Adi has it top of the key for the Knights. 2-3 zone look defensively from BDS. Now it comes up top to Hellwig. She had it picked away from her, but a foul called as they whistle Miller for her first foul. Second team foul on BDS. Inbound will come from the far right side in the front court by Hopfensberger. She loops it to the left elbow, and Malco, it's picked away from her by Sliva. Now here come the Eagles. Sliva kicks it out to the right wing. Miller takes the three, misses short, and the rebound by Adi of Nebraska Lutheran. Adi walks it across the timeline. She dribbles to her right. She flips it to a cutting Malco on the right baseline, but the ball just out of Malco's reach and out of bounds. So it will be BDS ball. Eagles, length of the floor to go. Nebraska Lutheran will put on full court pressure. Middle of the floor, quarter court is Sliva. She throws it to Kadel, who breaks the pressure, dribbling down the middle. Kadel whips a pass to the left corner. Schlegel, a long two up and good. Ashley Schlegel boosts the lead to 12-4 BDS. Now with 7:05 to go in the second quarter. Adi veers right as she brings it into the front court. Adi now working back to her left, tries to bounce it toward the left elbow. Through a BDS defender, Hellwig gets it. Now in the left corner, Hopfensberger stops on the left block, tried to bounce it out toward the right wing. The pass picked off by Sliva. Sliva almost had it picked away by Hellwig, but able to keep it. She rolls the pass over to the left side and Hudson. She loops it cross court to Kadel, who enters it to Miller, right block. Double team, shot blocked, but it goes into the hands of Hudson, who puts it up and in on the putback. 14-4, BDS with the lead, now with 6:27 to go in the second quarter. Adi bounces it to Hellwig on the right wing. Hellwig dribbles once left, then hands to Endorf, top of the key. Endorf works to her right and flips it back up top for Malco, who holds, then bounces it to the right wing and Hellwig. Hellwig bounces it up top for Hopfensberger, who dribbles right to the wing, pivoting around, swinging around, bounced it down the right sideline. Schlegel got a hand on it, might have gotten a hand on the offensive player too. She'll be whistled for the foul. Broadcast brought to you in part by Polk County Public Power District, by Perennial Public Power, and by the York Medical Clinic. Inbound on the far right sideline at quarter court. Hopfensberger lobs it in toward the top of the key, and Adi. Adi dribbles left, now works back to the right elbow, down the right lane line. Adi puts it up, it rims around and down. Lily Adi with 4. And that snaps the BDS 7-0 run, but then as Kadel brings it up, she's reached in on and fouled. And very quickly, 3 fouls on Lily Adi, so the leading scorer for Nebraska Lutheran is going to have a seat with 5:44 to go in the second. BDS holding a 14-6 lead. Kadel walks the inbound into the front court. Fires it over to the right and Schlegel. Schlegel looks toward the post, now dribbles down toward the right baseline. Then flings it up to Hudson, right wing, who lobs it to Kadel on the left. She drives in, misses the shot. Rebound by Malco of Nebraska Lutheran, and here are the Knights. Malco on the far right side, bounces the pass toward the right corner, but it's deflected by Sliva. Taylor Sliva knocked that out of bounds. It'll stay with the Knights. Man, every pass is contested right now for Nebraska Lutheran. And as a result, their offense has suffered mightily. 13 turnovers for the Knights. They trail 14-6. Just over 5 minutes to go till halftime. Malco on the right side dribbles in. She's bumped and fouled. As they will get Hallie Hoynes with her first. Inbound far side of the basket to our left. Hopfensberger to throw it in. Hopfensberger holds, waits, lobs it out high right side. Hellwig chases it down. Hellwig gets a screen, dribbling to her left. Hellwig working left to the left wing, bounces it into the left corner for Hopfensberger. Now Endorf right of the key over to Hellwig on the left side. She samples inside the arc, then bounces it left of the key to Endorf, who angles her way toward the right elbow, and then as she does, she pulled up trying to pass. Didn't get the pass away in time. 14th turnover for Nebraska Lutheran. 4:49 to go, second quarter. 14-6, BDS leads the Knights of Nebraska Lutheran. Inbound on that far left side at quarter court to Sliva. She dribbles it up the left side, breaks the press, Gets all the way to the left wing before giving it left to the key to Cadle. She takes the three. It is short. Offensive rebound. Hoynes, her put back in the paint, misses. She was fouled, and Hoynes will head to the line for a pair of free throws. Malco commits her first. 6th team foul on Lutheran. Hoynes to the line for a pair. It's good for about a point and a half a game. She drains the first free throw. As Brett Schneider checks back in for Nebraska Lutheran. Broadcast brought to you in part by Horizontal Boring and Tunneling, by Nick's Farm Store, by Annie Jeffrey Hospital, and by Midwest Bank in York. Second free throw rattles out on Sliva. Offensive rebound Dixon, and Hoynes drives in, puts it up and in. Hallie Hoynes, after missing the free throw, drives in, puts it in. 17-6 BDS mid-second quarter. Hellwig dribbles to the left elbow, now bounces it to the left wing, and Brett Schneider, who works to her right, pulls up, but traveled with a bull. .4:17 to go until halftime. 17-6 BDS leads. Inbound on the near left side, bounced into Sliva, not all the way into the front court. She throws it down the right sideline to Hoynes. Hoynes bounces it to the right block, and the shot up by Dixon is no good, but she is fouled. And Mallory Dixon will head to the line for a pair of free throws after the Marissa Endorf foul, and that's the 7th team foul on Nebraska Lutheran. 4:09 to go, second quarter. Dixon at the line for a pair, and the first one in. First one for her. 18-6 BDS leading Nebraska Lutheran. Now with 4:09 to go, second quarter. Dixon with a second free throw. The righty puts it up and in. 2 for her. 19-6 BDS leads as we hit the midpoint of the second quarter. Hellwig up top. Gives it left to the key to Hoffensberger. Now in the left corner, it's Endorf. Sending it back up to Hellwig. She tries the cross-court pass to Brett Schneider. Throws it over her head, the ball out of bounds. Inbound to Sliva. She throws it down the left side for Cadle, but the pass goes out of bounds, and it will be Nebraska Lutheran ball. 19-6. BDS leads with 3:51 to go in the second. Nebraska Lutheran will take timeout. We'll take a timeout here. 30-second pause with 3:51 to go second quarter. BDS 19, Nebraska Lutheran 6. This is the Crossroads Conference Basketball Tournament on Cool Radio and Strive.tv.
Extreme.
Run, and they have opened a 19-6 lead on Nebraska Lutheran with 3:51 to go second quarter. Lutheran with the ball. The pass down the right side for nobody in particular. It goes out of bounds, and it will be BDS ball. So the Eagles with it. Cadle in the backcourt. Lobs it into the front court with Sliva. Taylor Sliva, high right side, dribbles to the free throw line and guns it to the right wing. And Hoynes, she drives in on the right side, puts it up, misses on the bottom side of the basket. Offensive board, Dixon. That shot too strong. And then as Sliva pulls in the offensive board, whistle on a foul on Malco, her second. 3:32 to go, second quarter. 19-6 BDS leads. Eagles led by Hudson's 5 and Miller's 4. And the first free throw up and good for Mariah Sliva. She now has 3. 20-6. BDS lead, and now 21-6 as Sliva's second free throw rattles around and down. 21-6 BDS now with 3:27 to go in the third quarter. Hiskey up top. Bounces it left of the key to Hellwig. She dribbles to the left elbow before pushing it to Malco on the left baseline. Malco dribbles up to the left elbow before giving it to Endorf left at the key. Endorf able to dribble to the right elbow before giving it to Hiskey, right wing. The pass toward the right block, deflected by Cadel and stolen, though Hoynes' pass knocked out of bounds on the right side by Hellwig. BDS will have it on the near right side in the backcourt. Tenley Williamson, a 5'3" freshman, enters the game for the first time as Cadel catches the inbound in the backcourt, walks it across the timeline. 3 minutes to go until halftime. On the right wing, Hoynes starts toward the baseline and then sends it up top for Sliva. She loops it over to Cadel on the left wing. Cadel drives in, mounts it into the paint, and Dixon, who puts it off the glass and in. Mallory Dixon with her first two. 23-6. Dixon with her first field goal. She has 2 free throws as well, but as Lutheran drives the ball quickly down the floor, whistle and a foul on Hallie Hoynes, her second, team's 5th. 2:38 to play in the second quarter, 23-6. BDS cruising against Nebraska Lutheran. Inbound far side of the basket to our left. It's lobbed toward Hiskey. She finally collects left wing, puts up a jumper, misses off glass, rebound by Cadel. And here comes BDS. Cadel throws it ahead to Schlegel on the right side. Schlegel dishes toward the right corner, Taylor Sliva, who drives in, right block, puts it up. Misses off back iron, the rebound knocked out of bounds by Nebraska Lutheran. And the Knights will keep it with 2:19 to go in the second quarter. Broadcast brought to you in part by Heather Ramsey ARC Group of Bruning, by Edgewater Insurance of Osceola, and by Fortify Group. Now Cadel, a left wing three, up and good off the inbound. Hannah Cadel with her first 3 points of the day, 26-6. BDS leads, 2:18 to go, second quarter. Hiskey lobs toward a cutting Malco, left of the basket. She misses too strong. Hellwig's putback loops over the basket as well, touching nothing. Schlegel with a rebound for BDS. She fights her way up the right sideline, and then she gets bumped into, loses the ball off Hellwig. So BDS will keep it on the near right side with 2:10. Clock continuing to run. 2:07. Now it gets stopped. Inbound to Cadel with 2:06, 2:05 to go in the second quarter. 26-6, the BDS lead. It's driving in on the left side. Sliva tries the reverse layup, misses. Offensive board. Miller, she can't drop it in. And then a fight for the ball. Hill ball. The arrow points to Nebraska Lutheran. Kaylee Schoen, a 5'6" freshman, checks in for the Knights. 1:53 to go, second quarter, 26-6. Nebraska Lutheran trailing by 20 as the inbound nearly stolen by Miller. They're looking for Hiskey. Fight for the ball on that far left side. Ball knocked out of bounds by Miller. And it will stay with Nebraska Lutheran. They still have most of the length of the floor to go. Inbound from that far corner by Endorf. Endorf waits, tosses it into Malco, works away up the right side and breaks the timeline. Malco above the right wing, tried to throw it to the right wing. The pass off the hands of the intended receiver. Miller pulls it in for BDS. Now it's Cadel on the left side, starting in toward the basket, and then she's bumped to the floor and fouled. So Cadel will head to the line for a 1-and-1 after the whistle on Jasmine Malco, her third. Broadcast brought to you in part by Weaver Pharmacy, by Oliva Insurance, and by Advanced Services in York. Cadel at the line to shoot a pair of free throws. 1:38 to go in the second quarter. A 19-2 run for BDS as Cadel misses the front end of the 1-and-1. The rebound by Endorf of Nebraska Lutheran. Now the Knights with it. Hellwig has it top of the key. Starts right, and then the ball hopped up on her too high. They call her for the palm. And it's a turnover. Now 20 first half turnovers by the Knights. I got to imagine that Mariah Hackbarth, when she gets in the locker room, will emphasize sureness with the basketball as a second half key. BDS with it as Sliva brings it across the timeline, middle of the floor. Sliva whips it to the right corner where Schlegel takes the three and nails it. Ashley Schlegel with 5. 29-6, BDS dominant in the first half. Now with 1:10 to go in the second period. Up top, Hellwig bounces it over High right side to Hiskey, to Schoen. Schoen on the right wing, travels with the ball. 21 turnovers in the first half for Nebraska Lutheran. Tough BDS defense has gotten the Knights all out of sorts. Schlegel to throw it in on that far left sideline. She bounced it in, the ball deflected out of bounds. Good hustle by Marissa Endorf of Nebraska Lutheran to break up the pass. 29-6 BDS leading Nebraska Lutheran, just under a minute to go till halftime. Schlegel bounced the inbound toward the baseline, and Sliva, who hands it back to Kadel. Kadel races up the right side and breaks the press. Now loses control of the ball on the near right sideline. It goes out of bounds, and it will go to the Knights of Lutheran. Hopfensberger will throw it in on the near right sideline. She lobs it to Hiskey, who walks it across the timeline on the far right side. 45 seconds to go till halftime. Up top, Brett Schneider gives it over to the left wing and Endorf. Now right of the key, it's Hellwig dribbling into the paint. The ball poked away from her, but picked up top of the key by Hopfensberger. She loops her way to the right short corner, takes the jumper, an air ball, rebounded by Kadel, and now BDS with it with 30 seconds to go until halftime. Kadel gives it to Hoynes between the rings. She fires it into the left corner, and Sliva works it down to the left block, and Haley Sliva, her shot off iron, rebounded by Hopfensberger, and here comes Nebraska Lutheran. 15 seconds to go in the second quarter. On the left elbow, Hellwig dribbles down the left lane line, loses control of it, kicks it to Endorf. Now Endorf loses it, ball loose left of the key. It's dished to Hopfensberger, who dribbles to her right. 2 seconds to go in the quarter. Pass to the left wing. Endorf jacks it up, misses off the top of the backboard as the first half clock runs out. All Eagles through 16 minutes of play. Your score is BDS 29 and Nebraska Lutheran 6. We'll step aside for a 3-minute timeout and give you some first half numbers after this pause here on Cool Radio and on Strive.tv.
Sutton Farm.
York City Auditorium. Venerable venue, one of the best in high school basketball in the state of Nebraska, and just a classic old venue with the wooden chairback seats down either sideline and the big bank of seats behind the basket to our right. Of course, there's a stage to our left. And this broadcast comes your way on Cool Radio, KAWL, York, Nebraska. And it also comes to you on Strive TV. And a special hello to everyone watching along with us on strive.tv/CRC. Our stations here at Rural Radio partnering with the good folks at Strive to bring you audio and visual coverage of the Crossroads Conference basketball tournament this year, as we have in the past. So far, all BDS through the first half of this one, 29-6. The Eagles are on a 22-2 run, and they turned over Nebraska Lutheran 21 times. So just terrific defense by the Eagles to this point. As we run down the first half scoring for Nebraska Lutheran, Lily Oddie leads them with 4. She's normally their leading scorer, but she had to sit the last 5 minutes, 44 seconds of the half with 3 personal fouls. So not only did BDS have an advantage in terms of forcing turnovers, they also had Nebraska Lutheran's best player off the floor with foul trouble for most of the second quarter. 4 points for Oddie, 2 for Jasmine Malco. Meanwhile, pretty diffuse scoring effort from BDS as Jesselyn Hudson and Ashley Schlegel are pacing the Eagles with 5 points apiece. Then Hannah Miller and Mariah Sliva have both tallied 4. Hannah Keatle and Hallie Hoynes both have 3, and Taylor Sliva with a single point to round out the BDS scoring. Through one quarter, it was 10-4 BDS, and your score here at halftime, 23-6. The Eagles dominating Nebraska Lutheran. Winner of this game will face off against McCool Junction. They cruised to an easy victory in the game that immediately preceded this one, as McCool took down Giltner earlier today. And of course, we have a ton more Crossroads Conference tournament basketball coming your way just today. Of course, our blanket coverage. We'll have end-to-end coverage of the CRC tournament here on Cool Radio, and also our sister station, Max Country 104.9. But coming up later today here on Cool Radio at approximately 5:30, the number 6 seed, the Exeter Milligan Timberwolves, will face off with 11 seed Shelby Rising City. And then the action concludes today with a 7 p.m. tilt on the girls' side between High Plains and Dorchester. Still 2 more games to go on the boys' side as well on Max Country. Both teams have returned to the floor for second half warm-ups, and BDS cruising in this one, 29-6 over Nebraska Lutheran. We'll step aside for 2 more minutes and bring you third quarter action after this here on Cool Radio and on Strive.tv. We will share with you one NFL playoff score. They are at halftime in Nashville, and the Bengals with a 9-6 lead on the Tennessee Titans. So the magic carpet ride for former Husker quarterback Zach Taylor, now the head coach of the Bengals, at least is halfway through to the AFC Championship game. Of course, one more half of football to go in Tennessee. Here, 29-6, BDS leading Nebraska Lutheran. And Lutheran in the royal blue jerseys and shorts with the gold letters, numbers, and trim. We'll be working left to right as we see the floor. BDS in the white uniforms with maroon letters, numbers, and trim will operate right to left. The inbound Schlegel as BDS gets the first possession of the third quarter. Schlegel sweeps around, flips it to the left wing, and Miller into the post where Sliva rolls it back up top of the key to Hudson. Sliva bounces it back to the right, and Mariah Sliver. She enters it to the right block. Hudson, her shot blocked. The rebound by Adi. And here comes Nebraska Lutheran. Adi dribbles all the way to the right baseline. Kicks it up top of the key to Malco. Now on the right wing, Hopfensberger. Hopfensberger, pawing, now kicks it up top for Adi. Works to her left, then cuts back right before sending it over to Hopfensberger, who works under the right corner. Hopfensberger throws it up. Top of the key, pass too high. It goes into the backcourt, and it's chased down by Hellwig, and that'll be a turnover. Number 22 for Nebraska Lutheran. So the Eagles will have it with 7:12 to play in the third quarter, leading 29-6. Rebecca Hiskey, a freshman, checks back in. She's good for 10 points a game. Bounce pass inbound to the right block in Hudson. She flips it to the free throw line in Sliva. She drives in right side, lays it up and in. Taylor Sliva with a basket. 31-6. BDS leading Nebraska Lutheran. Into the right corner goes Hiskey. She bounces out to the right wing. The entry pass toward the right block deflected into the hands of Endorf. On the left block, she kicks it out to the left wing, and Adi, her three, misses everything, goes over the rim and out of bounds on the baseline to our right. And it'll be Eagles ball. Length of the floor to go. Sliva catches the inbound, throws it ahead to Miller. She flips it ahead to Hudson, who bounces it into the left corner, and Schlegel. Schlegel dishes to Miller in the left corner. Her jumper, too strong. Rebound snagged by Endorf, and here is Nebraska Lutheran. Knights with the ball, trailing by 25. Bounce pass toward the left side, and Malco is knocked out of bounds by Miller. It'll stay with Lutheran. Broadcast brought to you in part by Bruning, Grain and Feed, by Shickley Grain, and by Baumsberger Welding. They changed the ruling. It's going to be a turnover. Ball knocked out of bounds by Nebraska Lutheran. So BDS with the ball, operating on the basket to our left. Schlegel mounts it toward the right wing, and Miller. Miller has it high right side, flips it between the rings to Taylor Sliva. Sliva with 3 points thus far. She flicks it over to Schlegel, who now has it between the rings. Schlegel guns it over to the right, and Mariah Sliva. She bounces it up top to Taylor Sliva. Taylor dribbles to her right and then bounces it into the lane to Hudson, cutting toward the basket. Hudson couldn't handle it, knocked it out of bounds. And it will be Nebraska Lutheran ball. 5:51 to go, third quarter, 31-6. BDS leading Nebraska Lutheran. The winner faces off with McCool Junction Tuesday. Adi double teamed in the backcourt, tied up. They're going to whistle Schlegel for a foul, her second. BDS went about 6 minutes into the game without getting whistled for a foul, but they pick one up early in the third quarter here. Zadi throws it ahead on the right side to Malco. She whips it over to the left elbow, and Hellwig, she drives left lane line. Her shot blocked by Hudson. Hudson gets the rebound, and then she is fouled in the backcourt by Hellwig. Second foul on Hellwig. And now it's BDS ball with 5:36 to go in the third quarter. Inbound will come from the baseline to our right. Mariah Sliva bounces it into Taylor Sliva. Dribbles it up the far right sideline, breaks the timeline, bounces it to Schlegel right side. She drives in, puts it off the glass and in. Ashley Schlegel with 7. 33-6, the lead for BDS over Nebraska Lutheran. Now with 5:15 to go, in the third quarter. On the right elbow, Endorf dribbles once to a right, her shot swatted out of bounds by Hudson, and it'll stay with Lutheran. Broadcast brought to you in part by Jensen Lumber Company, by Hitz Towing, by Nutrient Ag Solutions, and by Farmers and Merchants Bank. Hopfensberger to throw it in near side of the basket to our right. Hopfensberger inbounds to the right wing, and Adi, who edges back and left with the dribble. Adi between the rings. Gets it over to Malco on the left side. Malco dribbles toward the corner. Now picks up her dribble before sending it back up top for Hiskey. She bounces it to Adi on the right wing. Adi once to her left. Now jacks up the three. Misses wide left of the rim. The ball skips out of bounds. And it will be BDS ball. 33-6. BDS leads Nebraska Lutheran. Now with 4:55 to go, third quarter. Inbound on the right side, Taylor Sliva. She dribbles up the right sideline, breaks the timeline, then bounces it to Miller, high right side. She sends it down to Hudson in the right block. Hudson gets it back right block, puts it up and in, and she was fouled. She'll go to the line for one. They'll get Marissa Endorf for her third. So some foul trouble creeping up on Nebraska Lutheran. Hudson already with 7 points. Free throw, rattles around and out. Rebound tipped, still loose. Right of the basket. Adi to the floor, held ball, and the arrow points to Nebraska Lutheran. 3 new players in for BDS. Dixon, Cadle, and Hoynes all check in for the Eagles. 4:39 to go, third quarter. Length of the floor to go for Lutheran. Endorf throws it in on the far left side to Malco at quarter court. She throws it middle of the floor. Hiskey snares it. Now dribbles down the middle. Forces it up in the lane. Misses the shot, but she was fouled. Hiskey will go to the line for 2 as Cadle bumped into her. First foul on Cadle today. Broadcast brought to you in part by Kreidel Enterprises, by Carey's Restaurant and Catering, by Crossroads Awards, and by Alf's Well Drilling, as Hiskey puts up the first free throw, and it's off back iron and in. (35-7) BDS leads mid-third quarter. Second free throw in as well for Hiskey. 35-8. So a 28-2 run is slowed for the moment. Inbound to the right side, Miller. Then back middle of the floor, Taylor Sliva. She breaks the timeline. Sliva dribbles to the free throw line, guns it to the left baseline, and Cadle, who puts it up on the left block, misses off. Iron, the rebound, knocked out of bounds by Dixon of BDS. This game was 7-4 before BDS really took flight. If you prefer, they went on a 22-0 run before the free throws. Adi up top for Nebraska Lutheran. 35-8 BDS mid-third quarter. On the left sideline, Endorf dribbles to the left elbow, now to the free throw line, pivoting around, looking for a bailout. She's able to get it away to Adi, who hands it in the left corner to Hopfensberger. She bounces it toward the left elbow. The pass deflected, but Hellwig chases it down near the timeline. Hellwig, right of the key, picks up her dribble, then bounces it up top for Adi. Adi starts left, loses control of it, picks it up, bangs into a defender, and they're going to whistle Taylor Sliva, who was pretty physical on that possession, for her second foul of the game. Inbound will come far side of the basket to our right. 3:41 to go in the third period. 27-point lead for BDS. Inbound by Hopfensberger, lobbed up top to no one in particular, picked off by Miller. Miller drives in left side, lays it up, leaves it short. Big collision for the rebound as Malco had position but then got knocked over by Taylor Sliva. And Sliva will be whistled for her third foul. Special word of thanks to all the Green Vesters, the fine volunteers running around here at the City Auditorium and also at the Freeman Center at York College, putting on the CRC tournament. Of course, without the hard work of the Green Vesters, this tournament could not happen. So our appreciation for their hospitality all week. Brett Schneider sends it left of the key to Endorf. She gives it back to Brett Schneider on the left wing. Brett Schneider dribbles to the baseline, now pivoting around against Cadle, looking for a bailout, tried to throw it toward Malco. The pass deflected, pulled in by Brett Schneider on the floor. Now another pile up in the left corner, held ball, and the arrow points to BDS. .3:11 to go in the third quarter, 35-8, BDS leading Nebraska Lutheran. As Adi re-enters the game for the Knights. Inbound on the right sideline to Miller. She lobs it back toward the baseline and Schlegel. And the press broken. BDS will go into their offense from here. Schlegel on the left sideline dribbled the ball off of the foot of Rebecca Hiskey of Nebraska Lutheran. So BDS will keep it. Inbound on the near left sideline right in front of us. It's bounced into the left wing and Hoynes. She dribbles toward the elbow. The ball poked into the hands of Hellwig, and here comes Nebraska Lutheran. Hiskey drives in right side, bangs into a defender, and Hiskey will be called for the charge. I think it was Hoynes who took that one. She stood in front of Hiskey and took the charge. Now 2:56 to play in the third. The inbound to Miller on the left sideline. She throws it back toward the middle of the floor, and Schlegel as they try and break the press. Schlegel throws it to the right side, and Cadle, press broken. Cadle angling toward the top of the key, then fires it over to Schlegel, who drives toward the left baseline. She's double-teamed, tried to bounce it away, is able to get it away to Dixon, who forces it up and in. Oh, my. Mallory Dixon out of the scrum with a basket, 37-8. BDS leads, down with 2:27 to go in the third quarter. Loose ball near the top of the key for Nebraska Lutheran. Three-car pile up for it, held ball. The arrow points to Lutheran. Hiskey was on the floor for quite a while. She is slow in getting up, and she will be lifted from the game. Looked like she was in some pain. 37-8, BDS leads Nebraska Lutheran with 2:22 to go third quarter. Inbound near side of the basket to our right. Endorf lobs it in to the left side, and Adi dribbles toward the baseline, puts it up, misses the shot, but she was fouled. Adi will go to the line for a couple of free throws. Hoynes whistled for the foul, her third. Broadcast brought to you by Bruning Grocery, by Grand Central Foods, and by Koshik Milling. Adi misses the first free throw. Now the second free throw for Lily Adi. Playing with foul trouble, 3 fouls already. Second one off front iron, so she missed them both. Sliva with the rebound. Here are the Eagles. Cadle into the front court, mounts it into the right corner, and Sliva. Sliva enters it to the right block, and Haley Sliva. Now they loop it out to the left of the key, and Cadle gives it back right side, and Sliva. Miller back up top to Cadle on the left wing. She dribbles toward the free throw line. The ball poked from behind by Adi, and I think Adi just picked up her fourth. She did. Lily Adi called for her fourth foul, so just as we say she'd stayed out of foul trouble, well, she's in big-time foul trouble now with 1:59 to go in the third. And Lutheran's best player is going to sit for a while with 4 fouls. 37-8, BDS leads, 1:59 to go in the third. The inbound to the right wing, Schlegel a 3. That's off iron. The rebound snagged by Malco of Lutheran. Malco down the right side to Tenley Williamson. Now it comes to the right elbow and Endorf. Endorf enters it to the right block, and Hiskey. She forces up the shot, misses it. And the rebound by Sliva, who had the good defense there as well. She throws it ahead, the pass picked off. Now Hiskey bounced it to Williamson left side. She misses that shot off iron. And the rebound snagged by BDS and Mariah Sliva. Sliva between the rings to Schlegel. Schlegel over to the left wing, and Cadle, who works it down to the left baseline, Mariah Sliva. Now she loops it cross court to Schlegel. Schlegel on the right block, kicks it out to the right wing, and Cadle. She enters it to Miller on the right block. Miller loses control of it, wraps a pass toward the middle of the lane, and Sliva, she keeps it alive, but tips it into the hands of Tenley Williamson. And Lutheran has the basketball with just under a minute to go in the third quarter, a 37-8 lead for BDS. Malco drives in left side. She's bumped and fouled. Team foul 6 on BDS. As they will call Mariah Sliva for her first. Hellwig back into the game for Nebraska Lutheran. 37-8, BDS leads Nebraska Lutheran, 53.3 seconds to go. Hiskey lobs the inbound to Endorf, left block. She puts it up in the lane, misses. Offensive board, Hiskey, her putback rattles around and down. Rebecca Hiskey with 4 all in the second half. And that's the first free throw in first field goal in forever for Nebraska Lutheran. A pass up the right side off the hands of Schlegel. Out of bounds. That's 3 straight possessions with a turnover for BDS. Nebraska Lutheran got a field goal early in the second quarter, so they went basically a quarter and a half, maybe a little more without one. But they have the ball now. Hellwig dribbles in on the left side, forces up a shot, misses it, but she was fouled. Hellwig will go to the line for a pair. They'll call Mariah Sliva for her first, team foul 7. So BDS will spend the entire fourth quarter in the bonus. Hellwig at the line. This is the first free throw. Hopfensberger checks back into the game for Nebraska Lutheran. Now a second free throw for Hellwig. On the way. Back iron, front iron, and off. Miller with the rebound for BDS. Now the Eagles with it. 20 seconds to go, third quarter. A 37-10 lead for BDS. Cadel lobs it in the front court on the far right side for Schlegel. Schlegel dribbles left, guns it to Cadel on the left wing. She's open for 3. Cadel's 3 is short, but she grabs her own offensive rebound, bounces it down low to Miller, who puts it up, the shot short. Hiskey with a rebound for Nebraska Lutheran as the final seconds tick away in the third quarter. BDS continues its dominance. We've played 3 quarters here at the City Auditorium in this first round Crossroads Conference tournament game. Your score is BDS 37 and Nebraska Lutheran 10 here on Cool Radio and on Strive.tv.
Being in production agriculture, let me put my experience to work for you.
Into the fourth quarter, 37-10, BDS leads Nebraska Lutheran. Eagles with a basketball to begin the fourth as Sliva drives in left side, misses off back iron. The rebound snagged by Hellwig, and Nebraska Lutheran will clear it. Hiskey runs it into the front court. She gives it to the free throw line and Endorf. Now on the left wing, it's Malco. She dribbles in, kicks it up top of the key to Hopfensberger. Lobs it back to Hellwig. Dribbles under the left elbow, pivoting around, forces up a jumper. It is wide left. Rebound tipped back into play by Miller, chased down in the right corner. Sliva, and BDS will clear it from there. Sliva throws it ahead to the left side and Schlegel, the left wing jumper, off back iron. Offensive rebound, Hudson. She misses that one off iron. The rebound fought for, and Hudson will draw a foul. They'll get Jasmine Malco for her fourth, 15 foul on Lutheran. The inbound will come far side of the basket to our left. 7:12 to go in the game. All BDS 37-12. The inbound by Sliva. She fires it toward the left block and Miller, but Miller had to chase it down left corner. She tried to enter it to Hudson. The pass deflected, but Schlegel pulled in the carom. Now Schlegel tried to find Miller on the right block, but the pass over her head and out of bounds, and it will be Nebraska Lutheran ball. 7:03 to play in the game. 37-10, BDS leading Nebraska Lutheran. BDS looks like they're going to move into the CRC girls quarterfinals, where they'll square off with McCool Junction Tuesday. Right side jumper by Malco off glass. The rebound snagged by Schlegel, and BDS will clear it. Schlegel into the front court for the Eagles. She dishes it back high right side to Sliva. Sliva tried to get it left to the key to Miller. The pass deflected into the backcourt. Three-car pileup for it. Malco pulls it out of there. Malco's shot right side, blocked by Silva. Malco puts it back up. Shot up, off iron, but there is a foul. It'll be on Adi. It is on Nebraska Lutheran's Adi on the rebound, and so Lily Adi will foul out of this game with 6:32 to play in the fourth quarter, having scored just 4 points when she averages 12 a game. Inbound to the near left side in Schlegel. She throws it middle of the floor to Miller. Press broken. Miller pulls up, 17-foot jumper, nothing but net for Hannah Miller, who has 6 points. 39-10, BDS leads Nebraska Lutheran. Now with 6:15 to go on the game, as Hiskey dribbles left side, nearly had it stolen. A pass over to the left side, deflected out of bounds. Mariah Sliva got a hand on it and knocked it out. It'll stay with Nebraska Lutheran. 39-10, the BDS lead over the Knights of Nebraska Lutheran. 6:12 to go in the game. Hopfensberger inbounds from the far left sideline, tried to bounce it into Hiskey, with the ball knocked out of bounds. It'll stay with Nebraska Lutheran. Broadcast brought to you by the Polk County Public Power District, by Perennial Public Power, and by the York Medical Clinic. Inbound toward the left block, and the ball knocked out of bounds by Jesselyn Hudson of BDS. And Nebraska Lutheran will keep it with 6:10 to go in the fourth. Inbound will come far side of the basket to our right. Hopfensberger throws it in, threw it toward the right block, and Endorf picked off by Schlegel. And here comes BDS. Eagles with the basketball. Schlegel gets it back high left side. 6 minutes to go in the game. Schlegel gives it right of the key to Miller. Miller fires it toward a cutting Silva on the left block. The ball knocked out of bounds. I think Endorf got a hand on it. It'll stay with BDS. 5:53 to go in the game. Inbound coming from the near left sideline in the corner. Sliva throws it in. It's high left side to Hannah Sliva. She bounces it right of the key to Miller. She tries to enter it to Hudson. The pass skips out of bounds wide of the target. 3 turnovers this quarter by BDS, and Lutheran will get it back trailing by 29. 39-10, BDS, 5:43 to go in the game. Hiskey dribbles down the right side, puts it up, misses the shot. She was fouled though. Mariah Sliva with her second. 8th team foul on BDS. Broadcast brought to you in part by Horizontal Boring and Tunneling, by Nick's Farm Store, by Annie Jeffrey Hospital, and by Midwest Bank in York. Hiskey knocks down the first free throw. 5 points for her. They've all been in the second half. 39-11, now 39-12 BDS leads as Hiskey drains both free throws. 5:37 to go in the fourth quarter. On the far right side, Schlegel drives all the way in, puts it up, misses off iron. Offensive rebound, Hudson tried to go up with it. She got tied up and fouled. They'll whistle Marissa Endorf for her fourth. And 2 more free throws coming for Hudson. 7th team foul on Nebraska Lutheran, so BDS will be in the bonus the rest of the way. Hudson clanks her first free throw. 7 points for her. She's now 1 for 4 from the charity stripe. Second free throw, Hudson. Good spin, and she drains that one. 40-12, BDS leads Nebraska Lutheran. Now with 5:22 to go in the game. Hiskey up top. Tries to bounce it for Brett Schneider. Ball tied up on the floor. Held ball. And the arrow points to Nebraska Lutheran. So the Knights will have it. Hopfensberger will throw it in, but not before Tenley Williamson re-enters the contest. Inbound from that left sideline, Hopfensperger to throw it in. Inbound toward the left wing and Endorf. She holds, dribbles up the arc. Now loops her way down the right lane line before kicking it out to the right wing and Williamson. Now right of the key, it's Hiskey. Hiskey jacks up the long two, it's off iron. The rebound tipped, Schlegel snags it for BDS. And the Eagles will clear it with 4:57 to go in the game. Schlegel pass down the right side to Hudson. Bounce it to the right block and Silva. Now right of the key, Sliva. Taylor Sliva gets it to Sliva on the left baseline. The shot up missed as Mariah Sliva shot it, missed it, but whistle and a foul on BDS on the rebound. Jesselyn Hudson's first. 19 fouls on BDS. Broadcast brought to you in part by Heather Ramsey, ARC Group in Bruning, by Edgewater Insurance of Osceola, and by the Fortify Group. Endorf shooting a 1-and-1. Front end free throw, high arcer, and it's in there. Marissa Endorf with her first point of the day. 40-13, BDS leads now with 4:42 to go in the fourth quarter. Endorf with a second free throw on the way. Off back iron. Miller snags the rebound for the Eagles. And here is BDS. Pass up the left side, deflected, but finally pulled in by Taylor Sliva, front court right side. Sliva dribbles to her left, drives in, left side, puts it off glass. Hudson tips the rebound, loose ball toward the right corner. Knocked out of bounds on that far right side by Hudson. And it'll go to Nebraska Lutheran. BDS brings on 4 new players. Haley Sliva, 5'10 freshman, I believe, making her first appearance of the night. Also Dixon and Keatle and Hoynes, we've seen them before. Hiskey up top, drives the left lane line, bounces it out toward the left wing, but it's picked off by Haley Sliva. And here comes BDS. Long pass to Keatle, left baseline. She puts up the jumper and hits. 5 for Hannah Keatle. 42-13, BDS leads. Now midway through the fourth quarter. On the left block, the shot by Hellwig rims out. Defensive board by Hallie Hoynes. BDS and the Eagles have it with 3:50 to go in the game. All the way in. Sliva lays it up, misses off glass. Rebound by Williamson of Nebraska Lutheran. And here are the Knights. Pass up the right side, taken away by Hoynes of BDS. Now pulling up on the right side, Sliva is bumped and fouled. Taylor Sliva draws the foul. Tenley Williamson called for her first. 8th one on Nebraska Lutheran. 3:30 to go in the game. 42-13, BDS about to move on to the quarterfinals of the CRC tournament against McCool Junction. Sliva shooting the 1-and-1. First free throw, a high arcer off iron. Rebound snagged by Bailey Schwab, who just checked into the game for the first time tonight. Driving it on the left side. Malco's shot is blocked. Rebound pulled in by Taylor Sliva. Sliva bounces it to the left side, and Keatle, who finds under the basket Dixon, who puts it up and in. Dixon with the basket. 44-13, BDS leads, now with 3:06 to go. Up top, Hellwig. Gets it left of the key, Hopfensperger. She takes the three, misses off glass and iron. Hoynes with the rebound for BDS. Hoynes still with it in the backcourt. Trying to find somebody to throw it off to, and is able to dish it away to Keatle. Keatle lobs it toward the right block, and Dixon, her shot in the paint off glass. The rebound knocked out of bounds by Dixon, and Lutheran will get it. Campbell Bowling, a 5'8 freshman, checks into the game for the first time tonight. Kinsley Bowling, a 5'7 freshman, also makes her appearance in the game. Both teams clearing the benches with a big margin. 44-13 BDS leading Nebraska Lutheran with 2:40 to go in the game. On the right wing, Malco dribbles toward the baseline, dishes it into the right corner, and Hellwig. Hellwig bounces it above the right wing to Hopfensperger. He gives it to Endorf on the right lane line. Then she tries to find a cutting Hellwig, but the pass picked off by Hoynes. And here comes BDS. It's on the left wing now with Bowling. Kinsley Bowling starts in on the right wing, dishes it back to the right wing, and Cadle. 2:06 to go in the game. Cadle tried to throw it up top. The pass deflected. Hellwig got a hand on it. Held ball. The arrow points to BDS. So they'll keep it with 2:02 to go. Inbound from that right sideline, the far sideline, Haley Sliva, the 5'10 freshman in the game. Cadle in the backcourt, walks it into the front court. Cadle gets a screen dribbling to her right, flips it toward the right corner. Kinsley Bowling, who gives it back to Cadle near the right wing. Her pass toward the top of the key, picked off by Hellwig. Hellwig drives in left side, lays it up and in. 44-15 BDS leads. Now with 1:38 to go in the game. Kinsley Bowling under the right wing with two defenders around her. Got tied up, held a travel and a turnover by BDS. Broadcast brought to you by Weaver Pharmacy, by Oliva Insurance, and by Advanced Services in York. 1:30 to go in the game. 44-15 BDS leading Nebraska Lutheran. Samantha Enghauser just checked in for BDS as Heskey drives in on the right side, bounces it out to the right wing and Endorf. Endorf to the right elbow and Schwab, who dribbles in the lane, puts it up, rims around and down. Bailey Schwab with a basket. 44-17 BDS leads. Pass up the right side, knocked out of bounds by BDS. So Lutheran has it with 1:07 to go in the game. They'll inbound it on the far side of the basket to our right. Hopfensberger bounces it towards Schwab, but the pass picked off by Campbell Bowling. Now BDS with the ball. Pass down the left side as Haley Sliva sends it up top to Cadle. Now it goes over to the far right side, and Enghauser. Cadle up top. Dishes it over to the right wing, and Enghauser. Enghauser fires it cross court. Haley Sliva. Sliva backs off. Now it goes up top. Cadle. Cadle traveled with a basketball. BDS has turned it over 4 straight possessions. Of course, they are dipping deep into their bench with a big lead. Schwartzendruber into the game now for BDS. That's Lindley Schwartzendruber, a 5'7 sophomore. They also have Paige Oltmans, 5'6 junior. Ruling was held ball with, apparently it is BDS ball now with 38 seconds to go. Up top, Enghauser bounces it between the rings to Schwartzendruber. She dribbles to her right, guns it over to the right wing, and Kinsley Bowling hands it to Enghauser, looping left. Now between the rings, Oltmans, 20 seconds to go. Ball taken away by Hiskey. Hiskey driving in right side, lays it up, not strong enough. Rebound snagged by Oltmans of BDS, and the Eagles will clear it with 10 seconds to go in the game. Ball picked away for a moment into the hands of Bowling. She jacks up a shot in the lane, misses it. Offensive rebound tipped into the hands of Schwartzendruber, and she flips the high archer up and in as time expires, as BDS dominates en route to a first-round victory in the 2022 Crossroads Conference Basketball Tournament. 46-17, all BDS in this one. Again, your final score, BDS 46, Nebraska Lutheran 17. And again, BDS will face off with McCool Junction Tuesday at 3 in a rematch of what was a terrific game earlier this week with BDS a 53-51 winner. So that's it. Big win for BDS. We'll step aside for a 3-minute timeout, total it up, and wrap it up from the City Auditorium here in York. After this on Cool Radio and on Strive.tv.
Who has 9.9 points per game. This team, again, 4-11 on the season. Lost 2 of their last 3. In fact, they've lost their last 2 back on the 18th. They lost to David City at 30-37, lost in overtime. And back a couple days ago on Thursday, They lost to Dorchester there on the road at Dorchester, 37-45 loss. Again, they're 4-7 on the season. Now, these two teams, Exeter Milligan and Shelby Rising City, are pretty familiar with each other. Exeter Milligan leads the series 9-6 since 2006, according to Max Preps. In fact, they've won the last 6 games. These two teams did play earlier this season. Exeter Milligan got the win 36-17 at home. They were up 8-3 after the first, added 4 to that lead, take a 20-11 lead into the locker room. In the third, they dominated the Huskies, outscoring by a 13-3 margin before drawing even at 3 in the final quarter for Exeter Milligan to take 36-17 win over the Huskies. That night, the Huskies had Ava and Alex Larman with 4 points. Katie Bowers had 5 points for the Huskies. They shot 653 from the field, 111 from 3. Now, this Husky team is a common team in the CRC. Last year, they defeated Dorchester, then got beat in the second round by Cross County. And the year before that, their last game here at the York City Auditorium, they were defeated by Exeter Milligan, 17-13. But before that, they had a first-round game against the BDS Eagles, who were the top seed coming into that CRC. They defeated them 45-44, one of the biggest upsets in the CRC that season. They have a season high of 47 points, season low of 14. They've allowed 55 at most and least allowed 22 High Plains. But we're going to pause for 90 seconds. When we come back, we'll jump into the percentages about these teams. When we come back in 1 minute, you're listening to the CRC on Strive and Cool Radio.
This is Darren with Spring.
Timberwolves taking on the 11th seeded Shelby Rising City Huskies. Now let's jump into the stats for these two teams. Exeter Milligan 10-7 on the season. They're averaging about 40.8 points per game from the field, allowing 32.6. They're going to shoot around 38%, 20% from 3. And shoot 51% from the charity stripe, averaging about 27.6 boards per game. 19 of those, I beg your pardon, come on the defensive side, 9 on the offensive side, averaging 8.9 assists per game, 10.5 steals per game. There again, they are coached by Jackson Krejci. This team, coming off a season last year, went 23-5. Now let's jump on over to the Shelby Rising City Huskies as we approach the top of the hour. So glad to have you along on us on 103.5, 95.9 FM, 1370 AM KAWL radio out of York, Nebraska. The Shelby Rising City Huskies 4-11 on the season. They are 0-1 in a neutral site. They're averaging 28.8 points per game, 38.8 allowed, shooting around 25% from the field, 25% from 3 as well, averaging 28.9 rebounds per game. 20 of those come on the defensive side, 9 on the offensive side. They're averaging around 7.5 steals per game, but I think that'll do it for pregame. When we come back, we'll have the starting lineups. You're listening to CRC on Cool Radio and Strive.
Sports season to the Exeter Milligan athletes. Good luck from Farmers and Merchants Bank, member FDIC. Good luck to all area athletes and teams from Premium Ag. Let Premium Ag Sales in Davenport help you with all your channel seed needs. See the channel difference at Premium Ag.
Sutton Pharmacy, a good neighbor pharmacy, locally owned so they understand the importance of personal connections. It's their goal to provide you and your family with outstanding personal care and superior service.
Nunnenkamp Electric LLC in Henderson, Nebraska offers experienced professional electrical services along with home standby generator systems and solar installations. Call Trevor with Nunnenkamp Electric LLC today.
George Brothers Incorporated, serving Sutton and the surrounding area. George Brothers has what you need to get you up and moving. George Brothers Incorporated in Sutton.
At Central Valley Ag, your local cooperative, we focus on helping you select the best products and services that will benefit your operation. To learn more, visit cvacoop.com.
Make RC Pit Stop your convenience store in Rising City, located right on Highway 92. For beverages, food, and gas, stop at RC Pit Stop in Rising City.
Bruning Grain and Feed, your full-service elevator, serving your grain and fertilizer needs. Also, custom blended good livestock feeds.
5
Bruning
seconds.
Grain and Feed, where great service and quality are number one.
Welcome back to the CRC here on Cool Radio and Strive. We got Shelby Rising City and Exeter Milligan up next here on Cool Radio. Shelby Rising City starters were just announced. We'll get those here for you in a moment, but let's jump on over to the Exeter Milligan starters. They are announcing them as we speak. They're going to come out with number 0, Maddie Luzum, I beg your pardon, number 10, Savannah Krapicka, number 14, Cameron Yansky, number 23, Jasmine Durobades, and number 34, Emma Olsen. This team again averaging 40.8 points per game this season, 10-7 on the season. I'll jump on over to Shelby Rising City Huskies. They're going to come out with number 2, Alex Larman, number 3, Ava Larman, number 33, Katie Bowers. Trying to look around and see who else is on the starting lineup for the Huskies. They also have Kaylee Perry. One more player for you, Taya Pinio will be in the starting lineup for the Shelby Rising City Huskies. The Huskies are going to be in their black road uniforms, gold trim, gold numbers. Exeter Milligan, the Timberwolves, will be in their home whites with blue numbers. Exeter Milligan, left to right on your radio dial. Shelby Rising City, right to left, and we are underway. Exeter Milligan winning the tip. They'll be starting it off with Cameron Yansky at the point. She passes it to the right side. Setting up the offense is Krapicka. She drives toward the basket, but backs it out, gets it out to Olsen, who's at the right wing. Skip pass over to Luzum, who dumps it to Olsen. Olsen drives the paint, gets shoved, but no foul called and gets the lay in to go. Exeter Milligan on top 2-0 early. Shelby Rising City coming up on offense. Exeter Milligan playing a man-to-man defense, throw bodies guarding at the top of the key. Guarding actually right now, Alex Larman. It gets dumped to Penio, who passes it back to Ava Larman at the top of the key. Now Alex Larman at the right side. Dresmill going right by Turtle Bodies. Spin, picks up her dribble, looks for help. Gets it slapped by Turtle Bodies, but it gets picked up by Kaylee Perry. Driving right side is Larman. Dumps it to the corner where Kaylee Perry is, and a whistle on the play. Fouls on number 10, Savannah Krapicka, her first team. 7:03 to go in this first quarter, 2-0 score. Exeter Milligan on top, inbound. Goes to Pinio, gets slapped from her, driving to the basket, and getting the shot, the floater to go. Taya Pinio with the first 2 points of the game for the Shelby Rising City Huskies. 2-2 score, we're a minute in. Bringing it across the timeline was Jansky, 3-ball coming deep, 3, I beg your pardon. That was a deep 2 actually by Maddie Luzon. 4-2 is score, 6:30 to go in this first quarter. Bringing it up quickly is Shelby Rising City. Pinio passes to the right side, driving middle is Perry. Ball got knocked loose by Turtle Bodies. Possession was regained by Alex Larman, who went across the timeline. There'll be an over and back violation on Shelby Rising City. Ball back to the Timberwolves. Student section this evening looking like it's Exeter Milligan, which is directly across from me. I'm right above the scores table here on the west side of the York City Auditorium. Olsen had it, passed it to the top of the key where Turtle Bodies had it. She drives to the paint, gets fouled going up for the shot. They actually called out number 2, Alex Larman. I thought it was going to be on Katie Bowers. That'll be her first team foul. Now to the line goes Jasmine Turbiades. She's 53% from the line this season. First one goes off the left side of the rim, no good. I'd like to thank the sponsors of 2022 CRC, Bruning Grain and Feed, Shickley Grain, Bamsberger Welding, Jensen Lumber Company, Hits Towing, Nutrient Ag Solutions, and Farmers and Merchants Bank. Second free throw Bounced off the rim a couple times, no good. Rebound cleared out by the Huskies. Exeter Milligan playing a full court press. It ended up working. Luzum on the floor with it. A jump ball gets called. Rotating possession area will give it back to Shelby Rising City. Will be their ball. 6:06 to go in this first quarter. Exeter Milligan leading by 2. Inbounding it is Alex Larman. She gets it into Taya Pinio, senior guard. Guarded by Savannah Krapicka. She dumps it down to the paint. With it is Ava Larman. A whistle on the backside, a foul. She was going up for the shot. It'll be 2 free throws coming. Cameron Yansky picked up her first foul. Second team foul. Now to the line goes Ava Larman. Shooting 48% from the free throw line this season. First one misses left. 5:57 to go in this first quarter. Exeter Milligan still up a deuce. Larman drains second. Exeter Milligan bring it quickly up the floor with her body. She passes it to Krapicka in the right corner. Waits for a screen by Olsen. Gets it to Luzum at the top of the key. Krapicka back with it now, driving to the right side. A blocking foul called on Taya Pinio. Luzum was nearly sending that left forearm forward, but it was called on block on Pinio. That is her first. Second team foul. Inbounds coming from under the basket from Olsen. She gets it out to Yansky, the right wing. Goes over to Krapicka. Gets slapped away from her. Goes out of bounds off Pinio. Ball stays with the Huskies. Head coach Turner Trufoltz having a conversation with the officials. That's coming in for the first time this evening for Exeter Milligan is Josie Canode. Getting in was Yansky. She passes it to Luzum. It's a 2-3 zone for Shelby Rising City. So we have 5:30 to go in this first quarter. Skip pass over to Canode. Nearly gets picked off as Canode drives to the basket. Sends up the right-handed floater. Missed. Rebound goes off the thigh of Emma Olsen. Ball go back to the Huskies. Exeter Milligan coming out in a full court press. They played, looked like a man-to-man. Yes, it was on the last possession. It is. This one is bringing up is Alex Larman. Tribbiati's nearly fouling her from behind. Pass gets over to Ava Larman and a foul called on Cameron Yansky. That'll be her second. Third team foul now coming in for the Timberwolves. Mallory Staskell, averaging 1.8 points per game, coming in to the CRC. Timberwolves again, last time out was a 34-43 loss to BDS, which was heard on our sister station back on Thursday over on 104.9 Max Country. We'll have the rest of the tournament here at the York Auditorium beginning on Monday. Driving to the left side is Alex Larman before she skips it out to Kelly Perry. Perry drives to the free throw line and gets reached in on from behind. Maddie Luzum picks up the foul. It's the 14th foul on Exeter Milligan. We still have 3 to go in this first quarter. Timberwolves on top by 1. 3 ball coming right wing off the inbound. High arcing 3 nearly touched the brand new ceiling here at the York City Auditorium. It was short rebound cleared out by Exeter Milligan. It was Pinio on the 3. Tribbiati's brings up the floor, passes it to Luzum on the right side. Has Olsen backing down. Katie Bowers is with it at the free throw line. Is Mallory Staskell. She kicks it back out to Luzum. She tries to dump it to Olsen with a right-handed bounce pass going around the defender. Angel Barnes, who's out there for the first time this evening, got knocked out of play. Ball stays with the Timberwolves. Olsen with the inbounds. We have 4:39 to go in this first quarter. Staskell over to Luzum. Luzum steps inside the three-point line. Misses the shot left. Rebound by Tribbiati's. She gets fouled going up on the shot. Ava Larman picks up her first. That's 13 foul. Now back to the line. There's Jasmine Tribbiati's. I'd like to take this moment to thank our sponsors for the CRC Kreitzel Enterprises, Carrie's Restaurant and Catering, Crossroads Awards, Alswell Drilling, Bruning Grocery, Grand Central, and Cossack Milling as the first free throw is good. Tribbiati's coming in Turbiades, I beg your pardon, coming in this game, averaging 8.4 points per game, 2.6 rebounds, 53% from the line. Looks to go 2 for 2 this time. Goes 1 for 2. She actually steals it back, loose ball, multiple players on the floor, and a jump ball ends up being called. Great hustle by both players, Mallory Staskell and Kaylee Perry. They'll stay with the Timberwolves on the rotating possession arrows. We have 4:27 to go in this first quarter. 5-3 is the score. Timberwolves on top. Canode gets the inbound pass. Has Luzum on the right side, far side. Jasmine Turbiades staying at the free throw line. Mallory Staskell has the back cut by Luzum. Nice layup by her, but it goes no good. Gets knocked out of play. Off Mallory Staskell, it'll be Shelby Rising City ball. Jackson Krejci calling out his team's defense. They've been playing full court man-to-man. Looks like they're going to switch up and try to trap the corners, but the Huskies are able to break it easily as Alex Larman brings it across timeline. She dumps it out to Pinio, who drives middle. Floater coming up late, strong rebound by Bowers. Second chance opportunity goes no good as she gets fouled. Jasmine Turbiades with her first foul. Exeter Milligan already has 5 fouls in the quarter. Now the line goes Katie Bowers. First one goes off the back iron, no good. 5-3 still the score. A couple substitutions coming in for the Huskies. Angel Barnes coming in, back in. Another one coming in after this free throw for Katie Bowers. Right to line goes Bowers. She missed her first one. Missed the second one. Actually went halfway in, but no good. Long rebound to Turbiades, and here comes the Timberwolves. Left side is Luzum. She tries to get it down to Canode in the paint. Kicks it back out to Luzum, drives middle. Gets it back to Olsen. Gets to Olsen, top of the key. Turbiades with the back cut, but they decide to go to Canode at the top of the key. Staskell driving to the basket, gets it stripped from her by Ava Larman, and the Huskies back on possession. Benio gets it down to Ava Larman, who misses the floater. Rebound to Olsen. Olsen throwing off Katie Bowers, no whistle. And here comes the Timberwolves with Josie Canode. Canode dribbles to the right side, right wing. Now to the top of the key. Exeter Milligan, 10-7 this season again, coming off a win over BDS. Has taken step back shot. Is Turbiades from the right short corner. Offensive rebound to Luzum. Back over to Turbiades. Now down the paint is Olsen. Olsen turns around, tends the jumper. Rebound goes out of play. Could be off Josie Canode, but they're going to say it's no signal. They're going to say it's off Shelby Rising City. A couple of substitutions coming in for the Huskies. We'll get those for you here in a moment as the inbounds pass goes out to Turbiades at the top of the key. She passes it over to the left side where Canode is, over in the far left, right corner from my vantage point here above the scores table at the York City Auditorium. Got tipped away from him by Callie Perry. It'll stay with the Timberwolves. Savannah Krupicka coming back in for Exeter Milligan. Taking a break is Maddie Luzum. Savannah Krupicka, Josie Canode, Jasmine Turbiades, Emma Olsen, and Mallory Staskell out there for the Timberwolves right now with 2:40 to go in this first quarter. 5-3 is the score. Turbiades with it, top of the key. Pass it to the right side where Staskell is. Pass going for Canode, gets picked off by Taya Pinio, and here comes the Huskies back on transition. Alex Larman gets trapped. 3-ball coming from Pinio, high arcing, missed off the front right of the rim. Good hustle there by Kylie Perry getting the offensive rebound. She gets it out to Ava Larman, who drives the paint. Whistle before that. Push foul will be called on Mallory Staskell. That's her first. That's the team's 6th. After the next foul will cause Shelby Rising City to go to the line the rest of the first half as we have 2:20 to go in this first quarter. 5-3 still the score. I lose on Emma Olsen with a bucket each for the Timberwolves. Jasmine Turbiades with a free throw. Taya Pinio, the only basket for the Huskies. And Ava Larman with the free throw as well. With it now is Angel Barnes, who comes back in for the Huskies. Ava Larman out there. Taya Pinio, along with Kylie Perry, is driving to the paint. Is Pinio, and a travel gets called as she tries to stop it. 2:03 to go in this first quarter. 5-3 score still. Out there for the Huskies, Taya Pinio. Riley Carter, who makes her first appearance of the game. Angel Barnes as Shelby Rising City's jump back into man-to-man defense. Kylie Perry, and a jump ball is called as Angel Barnes gets in there with Josie Ganode. Rotating possession area will flip it back over the side of Shelby Rising City. This series history again, 9-6. Exeter Milligan on top of Shelby Rising City in the series history. Exeter Milligan has won the last 6. With it now is Taya Pinio. She passes it to Angel Barnes now over the right side. Could have taken off toward the basket as Kylie Perry, but she settles it down. Passes it to Ava Larman, who skips it to Barnes. Barnes guarded by Maddie Luzum, who's back out, and a whistle on the play. Riley Carter gets the illegal screen called. Be the 4th foul on Shelby Rising City in the half. Exeter Milligan ball after the turnover. Bringing it up is Canode. She gets over to Emma Olson, who's waiting for Krapicka at the top of the key. Krapicka guarded by Barnes, drives to the basket, spins around, not looking toward the basket, kicks out to Luzum, who's at the top of the key. Running away toward the basket is Canode, but it goes to Olson at the right wing. Canode on the far right corner, but they go to Turbiotti. Turbiotti's at the top of the key. 1:15 to go in this first quarter. Now with it is Canode, has Taya Pinio on her. This pass over to Olson, picked off by Ava Larman. She loses control of it, backs it down, kicks it out to Kylie Perry. 3-ball coming for Shelby Rising City. It goes wide right, still in play. That was Taya Pinio with the high arcing 3 miss. And on the rebound, a foul called on Kylie Perry. Kaylee Perry, I beg your pardon, that's her first. That's the 15th foul, Shelby Rising City. Coming back in for Shelby Rising City is Alex Larman. 1 minute to go in this first quarter, 5-3 still to score. Exeter Milligan on top. Turbiottis brings it up. Passes to Olson at the free throw line. He dumps it to the right corner where Josie Canode takes the short corner jumper. Missed long. Rebound to Ava Larman. Huskies with it with 40 seconds to go. Skip pass up on transition. Goes to Alex Larman, spinning around. There's Riley Carter coming to the middle. Getting the layup to go is Ava Larman. 5-all is the score. 30 seconds to go in this first quarter. Josie Canode will bring it up for the Timberwolves. She gets trapped by Angel Barnes. Backing off was Alex Larman. She gets over to Luzum, who has Barnes in her grill. And now with it is Turbiottis at top of the key. So glad to be back at the York Auditorium. I love how loud it is. The foul going down to Olson. The pass going down to Olson ends up being a foul from behind on Riley Carter. That is her second. It'll be the 16th foul on Shelby Rising City is coming in for the Huskies. Is number 33, Katie Bowers, substitution for Exeter Milligan also, as well as Turbiottis gets the inbounds. 10 seconds to go. She gets over to Luzum, who's at the left wing, right over to the right side. Krapicka driving to the basket. Is Jansky, who sends up the layup with 1 second to go. Whistle goes out of play off Exeter Milligan with 0.2 of a second on the clock. Actually, going to say it's off Shelby Rising City. 0.2 of a second really isn't much to get up a shot. Jackson Krejci, the head coach of Exeter Milligan, bringing Emma Olson out. Makes me think they're going to run a play to try to get a tip at the horn with 0.2 on the second. Goes up to Olson, who gets a shot up. No good. It actually rimmed out. But that'll do it for the end of the first quarter. 5-all between Exeter Milligan and Shelby Rising City. We'll be back in 1 minute for the start of the second quarter. You're listening to CRC on Cool Radio and Strive.
Make ours.
Nebraska Equipment is your local Kubota and Case IH dealer serving Seward and surrounding areas. Visit them in Seward on 280th Road or call 643-6641 today.
2022 CRC Encore Radio and Strive.tv/CRC. You can tune in for the rest of the tournament on Strive. And starting on Monday, 104.9 Max Country comes over to the York Auditorium to cover the rest of the tournament. They have boys action right now over on Max Country. 5-5 score as we get set for the start of the second quarter here at the CRC. Exeter Milligan has the ball to start the second quarter with it now. Savannah Krapicka. She kicks over to Maddie Luzum. Exeter Milligan going left to right on your radio dial, by the way. There's a whistle, a carry by Krapicka to turn over the ball to the Huskies. Shelby Rising City will have Taya Penio, Alex Larman out there for the Huskies to start the quarter. Ava Larman as well as Angel Barnes. And Katie Bowers on the right side is Alex Larman. She's guarded by Luzum. Exeter Milligan playing a man-to-man defense as the ball goes off the foot of Barnes. Ends up being an over and back as it was not deflected by a Timberwolf player. Out there for Exeter Milligan is Cameron Yansky, Savannah Krapicka, Maddie Luzum, Emma Olsen, Jasmine Turbiades. With it is Krapicka. She's guarded by Alex Larman. Shelby Rising City started off in the zone as a man-to-man right now. Olsen looking for Turbiades down the paint. She spins around, gets the lay-in to go. A mismatch down the paint. Jasmine Turbiades able to take advantage of it. She has 3 points this game. 7-5 is scores. We have 7 minutes still to go in this first half. Skip pass from Alex Larman. It was nearly picked off by Krapicka. Taking the short jumper was Ava Larman. It went long. Rebound to Turbiades, and here comes the Timberwolves back on offense. Turbiades travels with it, trying to get it down to Cameron Yansky, who's driving toward the basket. It'll be a turnover, ball back to the Huskies. Yansky, who the last game between Shelby Rising City and Exeter Milligan had 13 points to lead all scorers. Spinning around now, top of the key is Ava Larman. She dumps it over to Pinio on the right side, driving to the basket. A floater coming, that is good. Pinio with 4 points. We're tied at 7-all. Shelby Rising City staying in the man-to-man defenses. Olsen, nice pass to Yansky, who gets the layup and the foul. Cameron Yansky gets the N1 to go. He'll be going to the line to complete the old-fashioned three-point play. Timberwolves 1 for 4 from the free throw line this game, looking to make it 2 for 5. Rims out, rebound to Bowers and Huskies with it back on offense. We have 6:20 to go in this second quarter, 9-7. Timberwolves on top, 7 in the three ball. High arcing three that went off the front of the rim. Pinio with the three ball. Rebound, gets over the corner, gets in the hands of Krapicka, whose foot is actually on the far left corner. When she catches it, the ball play blown dead. It'll stay with the Huskies. It'll be an inbound over in the far left corner. Inbounding it will be Alex Larman. Looking for Barnes on the cut toward her. She dumps it to Ava Larman at the right wing. Skip pass it to Pinio, left wing, driving toward the middle, spins around, gets her shot blocked by Olsen. Rebound to Yansky, and the Timberwolves with it on offense. Yansky driving middle, she gets drilled. See if they call that on the floor. Either way, it'll be a 1-on-1 situation as Katie Bowers picks up. Should be her second. It's her first, I beg your pardon. 18 foul now to the line for a 1-on-1 situation. It's Cameron Yansky. She missed her last one, missed that one as well. Teams combined 2 for 10 from the free throw line so far. Exeter Milligan 1 for 6. With it is Pinio. She drives to the middle. Exeter Milligan looks like they're in a 2-3 zone as skip pass the right free throw line to Larman, but it's stolen away from her by Turbiades. Here comes Turbiades. Backing it down, good defense by Alex Larman, but Turbiades is able to get up a shot. Second chance opportunity after the rebound by Yansky is good. Exeter Milligan up 4 with 5:30 to go in this second quarter. It is Pinio. She picks up her dribble. It's actually a 1-3-1 zone that Exeter Milligan is running over in the left corner. With it now is Larman. Luzum coming out to guard her. Pass over to Barnes, who dumps it to Pinio. High arcing shot. That's a mid-range 2 from Pinio. Missed rebound to Yansky, and the Timberwolves have it back on offense. Pass over to Luzum. Shelby Rising City. Looks like there might be in a zone defense, but it won't matter as it goes out of playoff. Savannah Krapicka. Ball back to the Huskies. Timeout. Looks like Shelby Rising City is taking a timeout. 30-second one. We'll take one with them. We'll be back in 30 seconds in the 2022 CRC.
Blue Beacon Truck Wash in York.
City 11-7. We'll take a moment to thank our sponsors: Polk County Public Power District, Perennial Public Power, York Medical Clinic, Horizontal Boring and Tunneling, Nick's Farm Store, Annie Jeffrey Hospital, and Midwest Bank in York. 5 to go in this second quarter. Shelby Rising City driving the basket with it is Larman, a foul, and the bucket. Ava Larman gets the shot to go on the foul. It'll be on. Didn't see who the foul was on, but either way, it's on Maddie Luzum. Her second. Team 7 now to the line to finish the old-fashioned three-point play is Ava Larman. That doesn't touch anything and goes out of play. It'll be Exeter Milligan ball. 11-9 is the score. We got 4:50 to go in the first half. Joseph Canode out there, along with Cameron Yansky, Jasmine Turbiades, Emma Olson, and taking the jumper is Savannah Krapicka, and that is drained. 13-9 score. Exeter Milligan leading Shelby Rising City. Taya Pinio with it. She gets over to Alex Larman with a free throw, who gets it down the free throw line where Ava Larman is now. Pinio, right wing, looking for Katie Bowers, also out there for the Huskies. It's Kaylee Perry. Picking up her dribble is Alex Larman. Timberwolf defense just being absolutely suffocating, driving to the basket, getting the shot up in the air, and a block is called. That was Ava Larman who would be going to the line for 2 free throws. Taking the block was Josie Canode. She gets up slow. That's Canode's first 18 foul on the Huskies. The first free throw is no good. Nicole Martinson coming in for the Huskies, and Maddie Luzum coming in for the Timberwolves. Back to the line is Larman. Second free throw miss. Rebound to the left by Krapicka, and she'll bring it up across the timeline. Has Luzum in the right corner, who pump fakes, drives to the baseline, right-handed floater, goes off the front of the rim. Rebound to Martinson. Skip pass goes to the hands of Ava Larman. She had a player down, coming toward the basket. It would have been an easy layup for the Huskies, but it went out of play. Ball to the Timberwolves, and a timeout taken by Exeter Milligan, a 30-second timeout. We'll go ahead and take one with them. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You're listening to CRC on Cool Radio and Strive. Now we'll take another moment to thank our sponsors: Heather Ramsey, ARC Group Bruning, Edgewater Insurance in Osceola, Fortify Group, Weaver Pharmacy, Oliva Insurance, and Advanced Services in York. Exeter Milligan will bring it across the timeline. Turbiades with it at the left wing. She gets it to Krapicka, top of the key. Luzum, right mid-range jumper goes down. Luzum has 4 points. Exeter Milligan right now up 6 with 3:30 to go in this first half. Right across the timeline is Taya Pinio. She has Ava Larman on the left side. He gets it over to Alex Larman at the left wing. Larman drives to the middle, looks for Kylie Perry, who's down She still has her pivot foot. She spins around. Shot goes up in the air, blocked by Martinson, who took the shot. It was blocked by Turbiotis. Second chance shot goes no good. Rebounded by Exeter Milligan. Here they come. Yansky over to Turbiotis. Gets it to Krupicka. Olsen, free throw line. Skip pass over to Luzon, who takes the deep two. That's short off the rim. Offensive rebound by Yansky. No good. Rebound by Olsen, who gets the lay-in to go. And Olsen with 4 points. Timberwolves up 8. Pinio drives right, gets it to Alex Larman, who spins around, gets trapped by the 1-3-1 zone that Exeter Milligan is running. Kylie Perry out there. Now Pinio driving middle, loses control of it, picked up by Yansky. Timberwolves on transition, quickly back for Huskies as Luzon takes the shot, goes off the side of the backboard. Backside officials saying it was tipped by a Husky to go out of play. Ball stays with Exeter Milligan. Mallory Staskell coming back in for the Timberwolves, taking a break. It's Cameron Yansky. Both teams have 8 fouls. 3 ball coming from Luzon left wing. That is good. No, they're saying it was a deep 2. She was nearly behind the 3-point line on the right side. 19-9 Exeter Milligan on a 14-4 run in this quarter with 2 to go in this first half. With it now is Taya Pinio. She drives to the left side, gets it over to Perry. Drives baseline, gets reached in on from behind. Fouls on Mallory Staskell. That is her second foul to be a 1-on-1 coming for Kylie Perry. Katie Bowers coming back in for the Huskies, taking a break. Nicole Martinson. Now to the line is Kylie Perry, shooting 32% from the line this season. First one is off the front of the rim. Luzum picks up the rebound. A jump ball gets called as Luzum and Perry on the floor. It'll stay with Shelby Rising City. Huskies will get it underneath the basket. They get it out to Alex Larman. Gets it over to Bowers. Now 3 ball coming from Taya Pinio. Right-handed high arcing 3 is off the left side of the rim. Rebound to Olsen. Olsen will be the one. He brings it across the timeline for the Timberwolves. Minute 50 to go in this first half. 19-9 score. She finds Staskell. Gets it over to Krupicka, driving around the zone. Fires up a shot. It didn't touch anything but landed in the hands of Katie Bowers. Here comes the Huskies back on transition. Larman over to Pinio at top of the key. She dribbles it off her thigh, but picking it up is Bowers. She gets it out to Alex Larman, who skips it over to Ava Larman, who drives to the middle. Tries to go around. Olsen missed the shot. Strong on the rebound. A foul gets called on Shelby Rising City. It results in a 1-on-1 situation coming up for the Timberwolves. Fouls on Perry. That is her second. Angel Barnes comes in for Perry. As Exeter Milligan leads 19-9, minute 23 to go in this first half. All right, Luzum to the line now. She has 6 points. Still has 6. She missed the front end of the 1-and-1. With it across the timeline is Pinio. She picks up her dribble, finds Alex Larman on the right side. Larman going against Luzon. We'll see if Exeter Milligan's still in the zone. They are. Pass, looking for Larman. Goes wide. Luzon tipped it, got it to Turbiotis. Turbiotis goes down the back to the paint, to the basket, and gets fouled. Turbiotis hitting the floor very hard. Jackson Krejci, the head coach for Exeter Milligan. Ava Larman did pick up the foul. It's her second. Turbiotis getting up, shaking off her right hand. Looks like Exeter Milligan is going to keep the substitution that was going to come in for her on the bench.
At the line to shoot 2 free throws,
Turbiotis now to the line. But she was shaking the right hand after that injury. The first free throw goes right. Olivia Swanson coming in for Exeter Milligan. She's wearing number 50. First free throw is no good. Second one, no good either. Rebound to the Huskies. Quickly down the floor comes Ava Larman, I beg your pardon. She fans on the layup. Rebound to Exeter Milligan. Matt Luzum gets the one shot call from the head coach Jackson Krejci. It might have been a play actually, as the pass looking for Savannah Krapicka gets deflected out of play off Taya Pinio. And Olsen coming in for the Timberwolves. Then Turbiades most likely be done for the half. Good to see her still playing like she did, get able to shoot the free throws. The pass goes to Olsen, back cut by Staskell. She runs into contact from Katie Bowers. Missed shot, rebound to the Huskies, and here they come on transition. Larman goes to the basket and gets fouled. Swanson with the first foul of the game for her. It'll send to the line Shelby Rising City. 10-team foul on Exeter Milligan. The first free throw is pure. It's Ava Larman at the free throw line. Larman with 6 points right now. Has 7. Turbiades coming back in for the Timberwolves, coming to the bench. Olivia Swanson. Thirty seconds to go in this second quarter. 19-11 the score. Krapicka ran across the timeline. Shelby Rising City looks like they're in a 1-3-1 zone as they get it down, as the Timberwolves get it down to Staskell, and a reach-in foul resulting in 2 free throws coming up for the Timberwolves. Fouls on Ava Larman. That's her third. The first player on either side to get in at 3 fouls. Now to the line goes Mallory Staskell. First free throw. About to fill her in, but drops in good. A couple substitutions going in for the Huskies. Alex Larman and Kylie Perry. Now back to the line goes Staskell. She drained her first one, missed the second one right, but a lane violation gets called on Staskell. It will be Shelby Rising City ball with 16.6 to go in this first half. 20-11 is the score. Thea Pinio going up against some man-to-man defense. Nope. Exeter Milligan falls zone as Pinio sends up a shot. Goes up front of the rim. Rebound to Alex Larman. She turns around, takes a second chance opportunity. Rebound ends up being a jump ball. Rotating possession arrow will give it back to Exeter Milligan with 2 seconds to go in this first half. Cameron Yansky coming in for Exeter Milligan, and Nicole Martinson coming in for Shelby Rising City. Alexa Carter also coming in. They got 6 on the floor right now. Alexa Carter, 6'2" junior, making her first appearance on the game. 2 seconds to go on the clock. Shelby Rising City playing a full court defense. Inbounding it is Krapicka. She gets to Olsen, who has to fire up a shot at the buzzer. It is deflected by Alex Larman, and that will do it for the first half. Exeter Milligan on top, 20-11 over Shelby Rising City. We'll come back in 2 minutes and recap the first half. You're listening to the CRC on Cool Radio and Strive.
Tim and
Rising City 20-11 in this first round girls matchup in the 2022 CRC. You can hear this tournament throughout the rest of the week here on Cool Radio. We finish up tonight on Cool Radio, then starting on Monday, 104.9, Max Country takes over the rest of the week. You can also watch these games with the audio stream from Max Country on strive.tv/CRC. Now let's jump into the halftime stats. Shelby Rising City, they had 5 points in the first quarter, 6 in the second. 2 players got on the scorebook for the Huskies. Taya Penio had a bucket in the first and a bucket in the second to have 4 points for the Huskies. Ava Larman had 3 points in the first quarter and 4 in the second for 7. The Huskies again, 11 points in the first half, 5 in the first, 6 in the second. Ava Larman did pick up her 3rd foul late in the first half. She's the only player on both sides with 3 fouls. The Huskies also have 2 players with 2 fouls, Riley Carter and Kaylee Perry with 2 fouls for the Huskies as well. Katie Bauer picked up a foul. Taya Penio and Alex Larman on the sheet for fouls for the Huskies. They are 3 for 9 from the free throw line. 2 of those 3 were made with about a minute and a half to go in this first half. But we're going to pause for about 2 minutes. When we come back, we'll talk about the Exeter Milligan Timberwolves first half. You're listening to the CRC on Cool Radio and Strive.
To keep those irrigation motors running at their best.
Norder Supply of Bruning, Shickley, and Hebron. For your seed, fertilizer, and chemical needs, call Norder Supply, serving agriculture for over 35 years.
See Friedel Enterprises, your participating independent American Standard Air dealer. Call 362-2500 today. Friedel Enterprises, a name you can trust.
Welcome back to halftime here in the 2022 CRC. Exeter Milligan leading Shelby Rising City 20-11. We still got about 4.5 to go on the halftime clock. Now, a real quick update. Give a shout out to former Nebraska starting quarterback Zach Taylor, whose Cincinnati Bengals defeated Tennessee in a walk-off 19-16. They'll advance to the AFC Championship next week. We'll just see who they play. Most likely it'll be between Kansas City. Can't quite remember who Kansas City is playing tomorrow. I beg your pardon for that one. We're back at the half. Exeter Milligan on top 20-11. Now let's run through the Exeter Milligan stats. They are led in scoring by Maddie Luzum, who has 6 points. She had 2 in the first quarter and 4 in the second. Savannah Krpichka had a bucket in the second quarter. Mallory Staskell had a free throw. Cameron Yansky had 2 buckets in the second quarter to get to 4. Jasmine Turbiades had a free throw in the first quarter, plus drain a mid-range jumper in the second to finish with 3 in the half. Emma Olsen with 4 points for the Timberwolves. They had 5 in the first quarter and explode for 15 in the second to take the 20-11 lead into the half. Now let's just do a quick run through for the girls' side of things. Tyler Cavalli got things started off earlier today. Had High Plains and Meridian with High Plains. I beg your pardon, that's the boys' side. That was Nate Rory who had High Plains and Meridian with High Plains winning that one. Over here on the girls' side, Tyler Cavalli had Hampton and East Butler. East Butler got that one. Then following that, McCool Junction defeated Giltner And at 2:30, Tyler Cavalli had that call. Nate Rohr, who was here before me, had BDS defeating Nebraska Lutheran. Now we have Exeter Milligan and Shelby Rising City. Winner of this plays Osceola at 6 o'clock on Tuesday. That'll be heard over on 104.9 Max Country. And later on, after this, we have High Plains taking on Dorchester. The winner of that one will play Meridian on Monday at 6 o'clock here over on 104.9 Max Country. Now let's jump on over to the boys' side of the bracket, take a look at things. Osceola, the 1 seed, will play High Plains, who defeated Meridian earlier today over on Max Country. Nebraska Lutheran took down Hampton, and then Shelby Rising City defeated Dorchester. Nebraska Lutheran and Shelby Rising City will play on Tuesday at 4:30. Right now, BDS and Giltner are playing the winner. McCool Junction and Giltner are playing. The winner will take on BDS on Tuesday at 7:30, and then Exeter Milligan, East Butler, and the night over at the York College. Winner of that will play Cross County at 7:30 on Monday night. We still have 2 to go in the halftime break. We'll go ahead and pause for a minute. When we come back, we'll get started with the second half. You're listening to CRC on Cool Radio and Strive.
Stutzman Interiors in Shickley sells all types of flooring.
The teams coming to their respective benches. Exeter Milligan will be going right to left on your radio dial as we get things underway in the second half. Shelby Rising City will be going left to right. Shelby Rising City is wearing their road white uniforms, the 11th seed coming into this tournament at 4-11 coming into this game. They're wearing, again, their road blacks with gold numbers. Exeter Milligan, on the other hand, Jackson Krejci having a conversation with this team. So there's 30 seconds to go. Still in the half. They're wearing their home whites with dark blue numbers. Looks like they're going to come out with Emma Olson, Savannah Krupicka, Cameron Yansky, Savannah Krupicka, I beg your pardon, Maddie Luzum. I just saw her number finally, and Jasmine Turbiades. Shelby Rising City will be coming out after the half with Riley Carter, Alex Larman, Ava Larman, and Katie Bowers, along with Taya Pinio. Put 8 minutes on the clock. We're so glad to have you along with us. Chase Thompson here at the York City Auditorium. First time back for the CRC since 2020. Renovations caused games to be played at home sites and the final to be played at Shelby Rising City High School. Shelby Rising City with the ball to start the second half. Taya Pinio kicks it to the right side. Over in the right corner is Alex Larman. He picks up her dribble. Going up against Cameron Yansky. Exeter Milligan in the man-to-man defense to start the half. They switch to zone from time to time. Bowers kicks it over to Ava Larman. Left free throw line jumper. Missed to the right off the backboard. Rebound cleared out by Yansky. Gets it over to Luzum. Right side. Missed the jumper right off the back of the backboard. Second shot by Turbiades is no good. Rebound. But to Bowers. Shelby Rising City with it. Down 9. Picking up her dribbles. Pinio, the pass looking for Alex Larman. Was tipped out of play by Cameron Yansky. Yansky nearly picked that off. Instead of go out of play into the Shelby Rising City bench. Ball stays with the Huskies. Exeter Milligan's been switching defenses. Actually, both teams have been switching defenses pretty frequently throughout this game. So with it is Bowers, right side. I beg your pardon, left side is Larman. Has Luzum on her now. Driving to the basket, turning to the paint is Ava Larman. She got reached it on. We'll see if it's on the floor. Nope, they're saying that it's on the shot. There'll be 2 free throws coming up for Larman. Cameron Yansky becomes the second player between both sides to jump into 3 fouls. So first free throw is no good. Mallory Staskell comes back in for Cameron Yansky, who just picked up her third foul. Second free throw goes off the left side of the rim. Rebound gets deflected, and it will stay with Shelby Rising City. So we have 6:54 to go in this third quarter. Inbounding it will be Penio. Gets it out to Alex Larman. Pass goes around. Penio with a high arcing three. Gets fouled on it. The result in three free throws coming for Penio. Shot was no good. Fouls on Jasmine Turbiades. That's her second. Team foul second. Now to the line is Penio. I'd like to take this moment to thank our sponsors, Bruning Grain and Feed, Shickley Grain, Bamsberger Welding, Jensen Lumber Company, Hits Towing, Nutrient Ag Solutions, Farmers and Merchants Bank. As the first free throw of three was good. Second free throw goes off the right side, no good. Penio still has one more free throw. She got fouled on the three from the right wing. That one, high arcing, missed. And a foul 94 feet from the basket is called on Katie Bowers. That's her second foul. Team's first. We have 6:48 to go in this third quarter, 20-12. Shelby Rising City with the only point so far. Turbiades with it, left wing, drives to the free throw line, kicks it back out to Kripitschka. He's driving mid, drives to the top of the key, picks up her dribble, finds Luzum in the right side. Pass gets dumped to Staskell, who's in the far left corner from my vantage point. Above the scorer's table here on the west side of York City Auditorium. Turbiades gets in trouble. It's out to Luzum, who passes it to Kripitschka at the left wing. Shelby Rising City, looks like they're in a 2-3 zone. They are right now. Coming up is Carter. Pass goes around the horn. Turbiades trying to get it down to Staskell, who's in the left short corner. Spins around, fires up a shot, and a foul gets called. There's three Huskies in on that. The other way going to the line is Mallory Staskell. Turner Fultz yelling at the official after that foul. The other way. It'll be on Riley Carter. That is her third. First free throw is no good. It's Mallory Staskell at the line. Second free throw for Staskell, who's off the right side of the rim, and she gets called for a second lane violation. The ball will be back to the Huskies. Coming in for Exeter Milligan is Josie Canode. And a quick update from the boys' side of the bracket. McCool Junction defeated Giltner by 51-44 score. Parker Size on the call over on 104.9 Max Country. As the pass goes over the left side to Ava Larman, she gets fouled. Going after it is Savannah Kripitschka. That's her second. That's third team foul. Inbounding it is Alex Larman, who gets it out. Taya Penio out there with Riley Carter, Katie Bowers, and Ava Larman. Alex Larman with it over to Taya Penio, who goes to Ava Larman, the left wing, down to Bowers before it goes back out to Ava Larman. Resetting the offense is Penio up top of the key. Maddie Luzum out there. It's like a 3-2 zone right now for Exeter Milligan. With it is Bowers in the right corner. She dumps it out to Ava Larman, who gets it over to Alex Larman. Larman fires up three, goes off the front of the rim. Rebound to Turbiades. Timberwolves with it. Only 1 point so far. It came off free throw for Taya Penio, who got fouled and went to the line for three. Went 1 for 3 from the line. 20-12 is the score. 5:13 to go in the third quarter. Top of the key is Canode. Now on the right side is Kripitschka. Kripitschka going up against Penio. It's like Shelby Rising City's in the man-to-man defense right now. Turbiades pops up the three ball. That went halfway down, but it came back out. Rebound to Carter. Here comes the Huskies. Skipped it out to Larman, who had an opportunity to go to the basket. She passed it over to Alex Larman. That was Ava Larman who had it. Passed to Alex Larman, who traveled on the play. Timeout's going to be taken by Shelby Rising City. A 30-second timeout. We'll go ahead and take on with them. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You're listening to CRC on Cool Radio and Strive. Shelby Rising City 20-12. Maddie Luzum did go down on the play, so it's going to be end up being an extended injury timeout. Yeah, they're actually now counting it as the 30-second timeout. We're going to go ahead and stay here since now they're starting the 30-second clock on the timeout. Shelby Rising City is out of 30-second timeouts. They still have all three of their fulls. Let's take them all and run through our sponsors then since we got a moment. Kreitl Enterprises, Carrie's Restaurant and Catering, Crossroads Awards, Alswell Drilling, Running Grocery, Grand Central, and Cossack Milling coming on board to help us out in the 2022 CRC. 15-second horn just happened. We'll see who comes in for Luzum. It looked like Savannah Kopitchka went to the scorer's table as Luzum was down by Luzum. 6 points so far this game as Exeter Milligan leads by 8 with 4:53 to go in this third quarter. 1 point scored so far in this third quarter as Taya Penio free throw happened as she went to the line for 3 free throws after getting fouled on the right wing. Bringing up is Josie Canode. She gets it over to Mallory Staskell, who dumps it in the left corner to Emma Olsen. 3-ball coming from Canode. That was left right off the get-go. Rebound to Shelby Rising City. Shelby Rising City is able to get transition. Looking up and picking up her dribble is Ava Larman. That's second time in a row she had an opportunity just to go straight to the basket and get a layup, but decided to try to pass it to one of her teammates and got stripped from behind. Last time it ended up being a turnover on Shelby Rising City. Officials having a conversation. Shelby Rising City ball. Inbounding was Exeter Milligan, thinking they were going to the right basket. Again, Shelby Rising City going from left to right on your radio dial. We're right above the scorer's table here at the York City Auditorium, which is on the west side of the gym. With it is Alex Larman. She dumps it down, spinning around and getting the layup to go is Riley Carter. 6-point game with 4:20 to go in the third quarter. Josie Canode will bring it across the timeline. Taya Penio guarding her. It's a man-to-man defense for Shelby Rising City. Spinning around and firing up the shot is Savannah Krabitschka. Rebound to Bowers. And the Huskies will have it. She dribbles, picks it up, gets it to Penio. That could have been a travel situation coming as Penio dumps it to the left side for Larman. Skips it to Ava Larman. Getting her shot blocked from her was by Emma Olsen on the rebound. A foul gets called on Shelby Rising City. Taya Penio going aggressively at the rebound. Runs into Savannah Krapitchka. Gets the foul called on her. That'll be her second foul. I have her at 2. Third team foul. Scano kicks it up to Saskell. Shelby Rising City back in the zone. Olsen who gets it over to Cano, now on the right side. Trying to find Krapitchka, loose ball. Krapitchka gathers it back up, goes to the basket, and gets reached in front behind. She was shooting when she got fouled, so it'll be 2 free throws coming for Savannah Krapitchka. It's Angel Bowers with the foul. It's her third as the first free throw rims down for Krapitchka. Substitution coming in for Shelby Rising City. His second free throw is well short. It was Shelby Rising City ball. Out there for Shelby Rising City, Alex Larman, Taya Penio, Katie Bowers with Kaylee Perry. That's who came in. You get the other player for you. She spins around. Is Riley Carter. Penio will be the one to have the honors, bring her across the timeline. She's looking for Perry on the back cut, but ends up with Bowers at the free throw line. Penio now left wing. Gets to Alex Larman, driving to the right side. Finds a gap and gets the lay in to go. Alex Larman with her first 2 points of the game. We got a 5-point game with 3:20 to go in this third quarter. With this, Canode, she has her head down, picks up her dribble. Decides to get it to Staskell just a moment too late. Ball gets deflected out of play off Shelby Rising City. Staskell's wide open on the backdoor cut. Would have been an easy layup. Pass one came to her just a moment late and was deflected by Husky out of play. It will stay with Exeter Milligan on their offensive end. Trying to get in. Krapitchka ended up being a timeout taken by Exeter Milligan, a 30-second timeout. We'll go ahead and take one with them. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You're listening to CRC on Striving Cool Radio. On their offensive end, they're going to inbound it from on the baseline. They get it out to Emma Olsen. Savannah Kopitschka on the left side. But Olsen will take the shot herself. Missed. Offensive rebound by Stasko, and she goes up and gets fouled. Kaylee Perry picks up her third personal foul. Fifth foul on the Huskies this half. Now to the line is Exeter Milligan. First free throw, high arcing, but pure. That's Stasko at the free throw line. Made the first one. Exeter Milligan, by my count, 3 for 12 from the free throw line. They're up 6. Stasko misses the second one, rebounded by Bowers. Huskies on and on, with it on offense. Pinio trying to drive by a couple of Timberwolves. Gets it over to the right side where Perry is, but pass going down low to Bowers is grabbed by Cameron Yansky, and the Timberwolves will bring it up on offense. Olsen, free throw line, finds Turbiades, the right side, just wide of the free throw line. Missed the shot strong. Rebounded to the Huskies. Shelby Rising City will come back on offense. Angel Barnes at the scorer's table for Shelby Rising City. She'll come back in on the next whistle. Kaylee Perry on the right side dumps to Pinio. The right wing goes to the top of the key with Larman. Larman tries to get by Turbiades. Missed the lay-in strong. Rebound to Yansky. And the Timberwolves will bring it up. Up 6 with 2 to go in the third quarter. Turbiades, right side. Tries to get up to Krapicka, but it's grabbed by Alex Larman. Larman goes right to the basket. Able to get it around Mallory Staskell. Shelby Rising City back within 4. Alex Larman with 4 points as the shot goes down by Exeter Milligan. Mallory Staskell with the jumper. Exeter Milligan leads by 6 with a minute and a half to go in this third quarter. Trying to get it down to the short corner was Alex Larman. Went down to Riley Carter, who gets reached in on from behind. It'll be the 14th foul on Exeter Milligan. Foul. It's on Mallory Staskell. That's her third. Josie Canode coming in for Mallory Staskell. Substitution also for Shelby Rising City. That's Angel Barnes. Barnes will inbound it underneath their offensive basket. Looking for Pinio, and then get it to her. 3-ball coming from Taya Pinio. That's another high arcing 3, a little strong. Actually went off the backboard after it hit off the rim. Rebounded by Turbiades. And the Timberwolves will bring it across the timeline. Up 6 with a minute 15 to go in the third. Turbiades finds help in the left corner. That's Jansky. Dumps it to Canode. Canode sets up the jumper, takes it. Strong rebound by Turbiades. Second chance opportunity is no good. Third chance opportunity is Cameron Jansky, and she gets fouled going up for the shot. Fouls on number 33, Bowers. That's her third. 2 free throws now coming up for Cameron Jansky. Jansky has 4 points all in the second quarter. Swishes the first free throw. Back to the line is Jansky. Brings the second one. Exeter Milligan up 8 with a minute to go in this third quarter. Slow going to get the quarter started as the pass went through the hands of Kaylee Perry. Out of bounds. Ball back to the Timberwolves. Quarter started off very slow for Exeter Milligan. They finally got things going the past minute and a half with 4 of their 6 points. Turbiades has in the right short corner, drives toward the paint, loses it. It got slapped from her, but the backside official calls a travel. Anyways, it'll be turnover ball to the Huskies. 44.1 to go in this third quarter. 26-18 is the score. Shelby Rising City was able to get the first 3 or so points in the quarter. Since then, they've been slowed down to a bucket or 2. They have 7 in the quarter as Pinio is at the right wing, gets it down to Riley Carter, misses the shot, rebound to Bowers. Bowers fires a shot up, and the backside official calls a foul. Jasmine Turbiotis with her third personal, 5th team foul on Exeter Milligan. We already have 11 team fouls. We're not even through the third quarter. Now back to the line goes Katie Bowers. First free throw rolls around and goes no good. Mallory Staskell coming back in for the Timberwolves, taking on a break. Cameron Yansky. Bowers back to the line. She's shooting 52% from the free throw line. Missed the first one. Second one. This is right. And Bowers gets called on a lane violation. That'll be the 4th one this game between the two teams. It'll be Exeter Milligan ball with under 30 seconds to go in this third quarter. Swinging around is Krupicka. She has Angel Bowers on her. The pass looking for Turbiotis goes into the bleachers. That'll be back to Shelby Rising City with 17.6 to go. Olivia Swanson coming in for Exeter Milligan. Jasmine Turbiotis coming to the bench for the Timberwolves. 17.6 to go in this third quarter. 26-18 is the score. Taya Penio brings it up, guarded by Cano, goes right by Cano, goes to the basket, tries to fire up a layup. Miss. Good defense by Emma Olsen. That ball actually went off Olsen as it fell down. It'll be Shelby Rising City ball on their offensive end. 8.5 seconds to go. Barnes gets it into Penio. Penio dumps it down to Carter, who spins it around. Straight up is Olivia Swanson and Emma Olsen. Shot was blocked as Olsen brings it up. A travel gets called before the horn goes off. We'll see if they just wave off the quarter. The officials will wave off the quarter, and that'll do it for the third quarter. Exeter Milligan on top of Shelby Rising City, 26-18. We'll be back in the minute for the fourth quarter. You're listening to CRC on Cool Radio and Strive.
Tim and Kale Palace, Bill Hoffman, and Nate Hoffman, your independent Pioneer sales reps, are proud to sponsor the CRC tournament. Call Tim, Kale, Bill, or Nate to talk about the industry's best lineup for both corn and soybeans for your farming operation.
We're getting set for the start of the fourth quarter. Exeter Milligan on top. Shelby Rising 26-18 in first round. Girls action, the 2022 CRC. We're on Cool Radio for the rest of the evening here at the York Auditorium. Max Country is doing the boys' games right now over at the York College. Comes on over on Monday, and we'll have the coverage the rest of the way along with Strive, which you can see these games on strive.tv/CRC. Down the paint is Emma Olsen, who dumps it at Jasmine Turbiotis, but jumping in is Cameron Yansky, who gets the lay in to go. She has 8, leads all scorers. Might lose them with 6. Let's bring it up was Alex Larman. It got grabbed from her. Coming up now, Yansky on transition, lay-in strong. Rebound by Cano, fires up the shot. Rebound ends up being a fight for it on the floor. Jump ball gets called, and it'll go back in the way of Shelby Rising City. Riley Carter coming in for the Huskies. Angel Barnes going to the bench. Out there for the Huskies, Taya Penio, Alex Larman, Katie Bowers, along with Kylie Perry and Riley Carter. Exeter Milligan coming out on a full court press. They have Josie Cano, and as the pass gets deflected, picking it up is Carter. Breaking the press is Kaylee Perry. Drives the short corner, dumps to Penio. Pump fakes, drives to the middle, fires up the shot, gets drilled by Emma Olsen going up for the shot. Be going the line for 2. It's Emma Olsen's first 16 foul. Teams will be shooting free throws the rest of the way. Now to the line goes Taya Penio. I'd like to take this moment to thank our sponsors, Polk County Public Power District, Perennial Public Power, York Medical Clinic, Horizontal Boring and Tunneling, Nick's Farm Store, Annie Jeffrey Hospital, and Midwest Bank in York. The first free throw from Penio was no good. Score is Exeter Milligan 28, Shelby Rising City 18. Second free throw. Goes around and drops. 9-point game. Exeter Milligan leading Shelby Rising City. Josie Canode bringing it across the timeline. She's looking for Jasmine Turbiades, who goes on the backdoor cut. Lay in strong. Rebound in the hands of Carter, and Huskies will clear. Alex Larman nearly travels, but gets it to Penio. Exeter Milligan playing really good defense up top, but the Huskies able to clear it. Pass looking for Katie Bowers, goes above her head. She couldn't grab it. Emma Olsen was able to track it down in the far right corner. And the Timberwolves will come back on offense. Canode gets it to Krupicka on the left wing, who picks up her dribble, has to get Turbiades at the top of the key. Turbiades drives right, wait for a screen from Yansky. Passes up back with Yansky at the top of the key. Now Canode at the right wing. And the Timberwolves will reset their offense. Jackson Krejci just watching over his offense team. He's right below me to my left. As Exeter Milligan has it. Getting it down is Canode. She was trying to find Emma Olsen. It was picked off by Katie Bowers, and here comes the Huskies back on offense. Alex Larman gets over to Taya Penio. Penio goes by 2 Timberwolves and gets the lay in to go. Taya Penio with 7 points. She's tied with Ava Larman with 7. Shelby Rising City down 7. With it now is Jansky at the left wing. She gets Turbiades at the top of the key. Now Canode right wing. Canode waiting for Krupicka. Krupicka is just getting grabbed by Alex Larman. No foul, but Krupicka gets it now. Top of the key. Over to Canode. Canode on the right side has Jansky open for the 3. She wants to take it now. Gets it to Jansky, and Jansky does take the 3. Ball goes halfway down. Comes back out. Rebound to Turbiades. Turbiades swinging her elbows. A foul gets called on Taya Penio. Be her third. Be a 1-on-1 situation coming for Jasmine Turbiades. It's her 4th. 1-on-1 situation coming for Jasmine Turbiades. She has 3 points this game. Exeter Milligan 5 for 15 from the line so far. Up 7. First free throw is Pierre. A couple substitutions coming in. Maddie Luzum about ready to come in for Exeter Milligan. Josie Canode going to the bench. Katie Bowers coming back out for Shelby Rising City. Good to see Maddie Luzum going back on the floor. She took a hard fall late in the 3rd quarter. Good to see her back out on the floor for the Timberwolves. Now back to the line goes Turbiades. Second free throw goes off the front rim but drops down good. Exeter Milligan on top, 30-21. Taya Penio out there along with Ava Larman, Alex Larman, Riley Carter, and Katie Bowers. With it now is Ava Larman. She passes it to Penio, who waits for a screen. Couple players in, but it's 3-ball coming from Penio. High arcing, now strong. Long rebound goes in the bleachers. It'll be Exeter Milligan ball. Chasing after it, though, is Jasmine Turbiades. Exeter Milligan will have it with 5:04 to go in this one. Up 9. Jansky bringing across the timeline. She's guarded by Alex Larman. Now Emma Olsen, left side. It's like Shelby Rising City doesn't know who's going to guard Olsen, and at the left wing is Luzum. Goes and tries to take a shot, but gravity in the air was a couple Shelby Rising City players. Penio brings across the timeline. She dumps to Alex Larman in the right wing. Now driving left is Ava Larman. Larman gets a layup to go. Ava Larman with 9 points. Now takes the lead back over in scoring. We got a 7-point game with 4:30 to go in this one. Driving right is Jansky. She's guarded by Alex Larman. Shelby Rising City in a 3-2 zone as Olsen just fires the 3 strong. Offensive rebound on the backside by Jansky, and she gets the lay in to go. Jansky with 10 points, leading all scorers. The first player to get in double figures this game. With it is Penio. She gets a screen from Larman. Larman rolls back to the top of the key and gets it back. Now with this, Penio gets a screen from Ava Larman. She tries to dump it to Riley Carter and goes out of play. Ball back to the Timberwolves with 4 to go in this one. Timberwolves up 8. Jansky will be the one with the honors, playing point guard this possession. She nearly carries it, drives to the right wing, finds Olsen, gets it to Turbiades on the back cut. Lay-in goes down for Jasmine Turbiades. She has 4 this quarter, 7 overall. Going behind the back dribble is Penio. She goes to the right side with Larman. Alex Larman, now Ava Larman in the right corner, drives to middle. Pass to Katie Bowers. Skip pass to Penio. Left side is Alex Larman. Larman driving toward the baseline, picks up a dribble and picks it out to Penio. Penio dumps it to Ava Larman, drives to the right side. Exeter Milligan not allowing anything to go to the basket. Shelby Rising City has been getting layups on cuts and a foul as the pass goes out to Penio. It'll be on Savannah Krapicka. That's her third. It'll be a one-on-one coming up for the Huskies. As Taya Penio will be going to the line. I'd like to take this moment to thank our sponsors, 2022 CRC, Heather Ramsey, ARC Group, Brewing, Edgewater Insurance in Osceola, Fortify Group, Weaver Pharmacy, Oliva Insurance, and Advanced Services in York. Now to the line goes Taya Penio. She has 7. First free throw, very high arcing, no good. Rebound to Turbiades. And the Timberwolves will run their offense up 9 with 3 to go in this one. Liz Jansky, she finds Turbiades on the back cut. Pass ended up getting loose, picked up by Barnes, turns it over. Emma Olsen picked it off. Missed shot. Turbiades gets a second chance opportunity, gets fouled, going up for the shot. Taya Penio picks up her 5th foul. That'll do it for her. She finishes with 7 points for the Huskies. Head coach Shelby Rising City having a conversation with the official, one to double check the foul situation. I do have her at 5 as well. Coming up next here on Cool Radio, we got the last game of the first round of the CRC girls basketball first round of the girls CRC basketball tournament. High Plains takes on Dorchester, a 7-10 matchup in the seedings. As Taya Penio goes to the bench, Katie Bowers will come out for her. Penio again finishing with 7 points for the Huskies, and out to the line is Jasmine Turbiades. Turbiades with 7, now 8. Exeter Milligan 8 for 18 from the line. Jackson Krejci having a conversation with the official. He's actually talking to Emma Olsen, but the official standing right by Krejci. His second free throw was well short. We call it a violation ball to the Huskies. Down 12, I beg your pardon, with 2:53 to go in this one. Shelby Rising City, if they're not able to come back, this one will end the CRC tournament for them. They'll play Nebraska Christian on February 1st. Driving the basket, lay-in is missed by Ava Larman. That move has been worked for both her and Alex Larman with the 1-2 step toward the basket, but that one was no good. Rebound to the Timberwolves. They bring it up. Olsen left wing, dumps it to Savannah Krapicka, who fires a strong 3-ball with the right hand. Rebound by the Huskies. And Kaylee Perry and Jasmine Turbiades reaches in 90 feet away from the basket. Sub in for Shelby Rising City will be Alexa Carter. A full timeout taken by Exeter Milligan. They were out of 30-second timeouts. We'll go ahead and take one with them. We'll be back in 1 minute. You're listening to the 2022 CRC on Cool Radio in Strive.
Contact the folks at Fagan Irrigation for the fastest, reliable service. Contact Corbin at Fagan Irrigation today to see what they can do for you.
Welcome back to the York Auditorium. Exeter Milligan on top of Shelby Rising City, 35-23 with 2:28 to go in this one. Now to the line goes Kaylee Perry. We got a 1-on-1 situation coming for the freshman, making her first appearance in the CRC. First free throw goes off the front of the rim, rebound. Turbialis, who picked up her 4th foul on the previous play. That was the 18th foul on Exeter Milligan. Both teams are shooting free throws the rest of the way. Out there for Exeter Milligan's Cameron Yansky. Pass right now is in the hands of Emma Olsen, who tries to get it to Maddie Luzum. It was tipped away from her. Yansky out there. Savannah Krapicka and Jasmine Turbiatis. Loose ball ends up being an over and back violation. I thought that was deflected by Angel Barnes of Shelby Rising City, but it won't matter. It'll be a turnover ball toward the Huskies with 2:08 to go in this one. Alex Slarman brings it up. Has Ava Larman on the left wing. Angel Barnes out there along with Alexa Carter. She takes the 3 ball, and that's good. Timeout, Shelby Rising City. A full timeout for Shelby Rising City. We'll take one with them. We'll be back in 1 minute. You're listening to the CRC on Cool Radio and Strive.
Helping growers increase food production in a sustainable manner. Profit from their experience. Nutrient Ag Solutions in Davenport and Edgar.
This is Byron of the Byron Weimer Agency. Jody and I are proud to support the Broncos. Call us for your crop, livestock, farm, home, and auto insurance. Go Broncos!
Full timeout by Shelby Rising City. We got about a minute 55 to go in this one. Exeter Milligan on top by 9. Shelby Rising City coming out in a full court press. We're breaking it easily as Jasmine Turbiati. She's going to go all the way to the basket, but a reach-in is called on Kaylee Perry. That last 3 by Alexa Carter, by the way, was her first 3 points of the game. Quick update from York College. Exeter Milligan on top of East Butler, 11-4 at the end of the first quarter. Parker Size on the call over on 104.9 Max Country. As Jasmine Turbiati goes back to the free throw line. She has 5 this quarter, 8 total. Missed the first free throw, rebound to Barnes. Here comes the Huskies. With it now is Alex Larman. She gets it over to Ava Larman. Minute 42 to go. Shelby Rising City needs a bucket quick. Going around is Ava Larman. Shot is blocked by Emma Olsen. Rebound to Turbiatis. And Exeter Milligan will be the one who gets to bring it across the timeline with Cameron Yansky. Yansky guarded by Ava Larman. Gets it over to Emma Olsen. Olsen waiting for Savannah Krapicka. And a foul gets called on the play. It'll result in 2 free throws coming for Emma Olsen. Alex Larman gets her second foul called on her. Now to the line goes Emma Olsen for 2. Olsen, a 45% free throw shooter this season, misses the first one. She has 4 this game. 35-26 score. Minute 24 to go in this one. Second free throw. Rims out as well. Rebound cleared out by Alex Larman. Pass gets stolen by Savannah Krapicka, and Jasmine Turbiatis with the left-handed one-handed layup goes down. Turbiatis with 7 points this quarter. Now she has 10. Driving middle is Ava Larman. It got stripped by Cameron Yansky as we are under a minute to go in this one. Loose ball. Officials right in front of me. And on the floor is Ava Larman. She's able to get it out to Kaylee Perry. Dumps it down to Angel Barnes in the paint. Fires with the layup strong. Rebound to Cameron Yansky. Now, Timberwolves do finish this one off as Jackson Krejci calling for his team to hold it as much as possible. They'll move to 11-7 on the season with a date on Tuesday against Osceola here at the York Auditorium. As a foul happens 90 feet away from the basket. Cameron Yansky, the senior, reaching in 90 feet away from the basket, will result in a 1-on-1 situation coming up for Shelby Rising City. It's her fourth. We've had close to 30-plus fouls this game between the two teams. This one's been a slow one tonight. As to the line goes Alex Larman. First free throw, strong off the right rim. Rebound to Olsen. Shelby Rising City not fouling as we're under 30 seconds to go. Pass gets dribbling it was Cameron Yansky, got deflected out of play off Ava Larman. Ball will stay with the Timberwolves. The Huskies will drop to 4-12 on the season on a 3-game losing streak, including this one. As Olsen dumps it down to Turbiades in the paint. A jump ball gets called. No, a foul gets called, actually. The official underneath the basket decided to blow the whistle for a foul. That'll be on Angel Barnes. That's her first scoreless scorer. To the line is Jasmine Turbiades. For 2 free throws, first one is no good. Turbiades with 10 points this game, looking to make it 11. Exeter Milligan up 11 with 15 seconds on the clock. She does make the second one. (38-26) score, under 10 seconds to go in this one. Alex Larman passes over to Ava Larman, who's guarded by Yansky. Gets tipped away from her by Yansky. Gets over to Alex Larman. Ava Larman's going to fire up a shot at the buzzer, and that'll do it for this one. Exeter Milligan defeats Shelby Rising City 28-26. 38-26, I beg your pardon. Timberwolves will take on Osceola on Tuesday. That game will tip off at around 6 o'clock here over on 104.9 Max Country. It'll be here at York Auditorium. But we're going to pause for a couple minutes. When we come back, we'll have post-game coverage and reaction from this one. Exeter Milligan defeating Shelby Rising City 38-26. We'll be back in 3 minutes to recap this one. You're listening to CRC on Cool Radio and Strive. Pre-game between High Plains and Dorchester, 7-10 battle in the first round of the girls' CRC tournament. The winner of this game will play the second seed Meridian on Monday at 6 o'clock, or following the boys' game, which is before that, which would be Osceola and High Plains on Monday night. High Plains on the boys' side of things did beat Meridian earlier on today to kick things off in the boys' side of the 2022 CRC. Now let's take a moment to talk about this Dorchester team. They come in 5-9 on the season. They haven't played a neutral site game yet. They're 0-0 on neutral sites, 3-3 at home, 2-6 on the road. They're averaging 33.3 points per game, allowing around 39.5. They are a member of the Class D1 4 sub-district with Harvard, Heartland, and McCool Junction. Let's take a minute to talk about this team and their season story. They lost their first 3, haven't been able to get consistency going at all this season. They have not won 2 in a row this season, but they have lost 3 in a row twice, including their last 3. They lost their first 3. Oh, I beg your pardon. They haven't lost their last 3. They lost 3 in a row twice, including their first 3. Their last game actually was a win over Shelby Rising City, 45-37, back on the 20th of January. This season, the series history goes the way of Dorchester again, 11-5 since 2006. Earlier this season, High Plains defeated Dorchester 39-28 at home. Just a rough game for Dorchester. They weren't able to get many things going. They were able to get 28 points, but allowed 39 in the loss. They have a season high of 50, which came against Cedar Bluffs. Season low of 21 scored, which was in their first game of the season. Their most allowed is 61, and their least allowed is 21. But we're going to pause and come back and talk a little bit more about the High Plains Storm. We'll come back in 30 seconds. You're listening to CRC on Cool Radio and Strive.
Today. Kreidel Enterprises, a name you can trust.
Welcome back to the first round of the 2022 CRC Girls Tournament here on Cool Radio. Now let's take a moment to talk about the High Plains Storm. They are 7-7 on the season. They're only going to play 7 players. They only got 7 suited up this evening. They're going to be they are led in scoring by Haley Lindberg, who has 11.6 points per game, Anna Hodgman with 9.1 points per game, Courtney Carlstorm with 4.4 points per game. Riley Ackerson has 6 points per game for the Storm as well. Rebounding is led by Ackerson as well, 7.4 points per game. They average 31.1 points per game this season, 36.3 allowed. They are 1-0 in neutral site games, their second neutral site game of the season. They're shooting around 24% from the field, including 3 from the three-point line, averaging around 30.9 rebounds per game, shooting 47% from the charity stripe, 18 of their 30 rebounds on defense, 12 on offense, turning the ball over about 23 times per game, get 9 steals in return. Again, they're part of the D2-3 sub-district with Giltner, Hampton, and Osceola, who will be playing on Tuesday against Exeter Milligan, which we saw earlier this evening. Exeter Milligan defeating Shelby Rising City in the game preceding this here on Cool Radio. But the teams are out there getting their warm-up shots. We're going to pause for about 90 seconds. When we come back, we'll have starters. You're listening to CRC on Cool Radio and Strive.
Nutrien Ag Solutions is the world's largest provider of crop inputs and service, helping growers increase food production in a sustainable manner. Profit from their experience. Nutrien Ag Solutions in Davenport and Edgar.
For all your irrigation needs, contact the folks at Fagan Irrigation. For the fastest, reliable service, contact Corbin at Fagan Irrigation today to see what they can do for you.
At Central Valley Ag, your local cooperative, we focus on helping you select the best products and services that will benefit your operation. To learn more, visit cvacoop.com.
This is Craig Yurkowski with Ag West Land Brokers. I'm excited to be a part of the Ag West Land Brokers team. With over 25 years being in production agriculture, let me put my experience to work for you.
CRC volleyball coverage is brought to you by Clint Hoffman with Trados, Cornerstone Bank, Cornerstone Insurance Group, Dash Farms Incorporated, Flatland Mobile Service LLC, and First State Bank.
Welcome back to the 2022 CRC Girls action here on Cool Radio and Strive. They're announcing the stars. We'll jump right into them with the High Plains Storm. They're going to come out with number 3, Roberta Hines, number 5, Alexis Kalkworth, number 13, Courtney Carlson, number 10, Haley Lindberg, and number 24, Riley Ackerson. Again, High Plains will only place 7 throughout the game. Dorchester, on the other hand, will come out with number 4, Haley Switcher, followed by number 12, Gabby Tice, number 13, Baylor Behrens, number 44, Amber Kotas, and number 30, Ali Zubek. Dorchester will get the ball to start after winning the tip. They'll come out with Baylor Behrens, passes it up to Ali Zubek down the paint, spin around. Is Behrens, I beg your pardon, rebound to High Plains, and they actually step out of play. Stepping out of play was Haley Lindberg. It'll be a turnover right away off the rebound. High Plains is in their home whites with blue numbers, red trim, Dorchester, and their road blacks with orange numbers inbounding it. This ball gets deflected out of play as Dorchester, number 4, it's Haley Schwartzer. It inbounds is Dorchester. Bringing around the top of the key is Behrens and getting the lay-in to go. Behrens, I beg your pardon on that. Dorchester gets the early lead. High Plains trying to get a basket early. The top of the key is Lindbergh. Lindbergh waiting for Kalkworth to come around on the screen. With it now. Now Kalkworth, the right wing. Dump it to the right corner where Carl Storm is. Driving toward the basket is Lindbergh. She fires up a shot and gets fouled. See who the foul's on. It's on number 12, Gabby Tice. That's the first foul of the game for either side. To the line goes Haley Lindbergh. She's actually leading the team in free throw percentage, 62% from the line this season, drains the first. Two on scored. Dorchester on top. We're nearly a minute in. Second free throw is here as well. High Plains coming out in a full court man-to-man press, bringing it across the line is Switcher. Switcher guarded by Carl Storm. Gets fouled. See that? No, it's going to be a reach-in foul on number 13, Courtney Carlson. Carl Storm, I beg your pardon. That's her first. First team foul on High Plains. And mounting is Switcher. 5'4", sophomore. As the pass goes right in to Amber Coates, who gets the lay-in to go. Dorchester attacking quick on offense. They're up 4-2. Dorchester playing a 2-3 zone as the pass goes to the left far corner, goes right through the hands of Kalkworth, and the ball will be back to Dorchester. High Plains with a full court man-to-man pass, gets past defender Switzer, will bring it across, dumps it to the corner where Tice is. Dorchester will bring it around the top of the key quick. But then now is Tice. She's waiting for a screen from Codas. Goes right, tends the floater, no good. Rebound to Kalkworth. And the Storm will come back on offense. Dorchester getting a 2-3 zone now in the right corner is Kalkworth. She gets it to the right wing with Lindbergh, skips it over to Ackerson. Now down the paint, getting the layup. Missed is Hines, Roberta Hines. Fight for the rebound. Kalkworth kicks out. Shot from the free throw line, missed by Carl Storm. Third chance opportunity made by Ackerson. .44 score. We're 2 minutes in this one. Quickly bringing it up is Behrens. She passes it to Tice, drives middle, kicks it to Schwartzer in the right corner. Schwartzer drives to the top of the key. Unity gets bumped by Allie Howe. No, Howe isn't out there, I beg your pardon. That was 13, that's Tice. Carl Storm, but a reach. A steal by Ackerson, I beg your pardon. It'll be High Plains ball with 3 minutes. We're 3 minutes into this quarter. Kalkworth, right corner, gets it to the top of the key where Carl Storm is. Free throw line, Ackerson kicks it down to the right corner where Kalkworth is. High Plains passing around the horn right now. Lindbergh will bring it up to the top of the key, skip it over to Kalkworth. High Plains not moving much at the free throw line is Ackerson. 3 ball coming. That's pure. Carl Storm. Courtney Carl Storm with the first 3 of the game. High Plains up 3. From the check-in is Allie Howe. Carl Storm guarding Switzer, who drove to the right side. Around top of the key goes the Longhorns. Right side, pump faking is Behrens. She drives to the middle, floater, right-handed floater. Strong off the back rim. Rebound to Kalkworth, I beg your pardon. And the Storm come back on offense. 7-4 to score. We're halfway through this first quarter. Jumper inside the paint, missed by Ackerson. Rebound to Schwartzer. And the Longhorns will come back on offense. Nice screen set by Zubek. Now in the left corner is Tice. Tice drives to the middle. Man-to-man defense from High Plains starts. Schwartzer had the pass going her hands and right out. Picked up by Ackerson. And the Storm will come back on offense. Kalkworth bring it up. Had a little spin on the pass to Lindbergh. Goes through the hands of Roberta Hines. It'll go out of play. Ball to the Longhorns. Addison Lear coming in for the Longhorns along with Allie Howe for the Storm. Inbounds will come from near the Dorchester bench. Dorchester is going right to left on your radio dial to get things underway. High Plains left to right. High Plains playing a full court man-to-man defense, bringing it across timeline is Behrens. Gets a screen by Zubek. Kicks it over to Schwartzer, who's at the top of the key. Schwartzer out there. Now over on the near side is Lear. Tries to get it to Schwartzer. Huge collision on the floor with it is Courtney Karlstrom, and a timeout taken, 30-second timeout. We'll take one with them. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You're listening to CRC on Cool Radio and Strive. CRC, High Plains leading Dorchester 7-4, 3:36 to go in this first quarter. Take a moment to run through our sponsors. Burning Grain and Feed, Strictly Grain, Bansberger Welding, Jensen Lumber Company, Hits Towing, Nutrient Ag Solutions, and Farmers and Merchants Bank. We have 3:30 to go in this first quarter. High Plains leading Dorchester by 3. The free throw line is how High Plains not running anything really on offense, not much moving. Haley Lindbergh with it. Now in the left wing is Courtney Karlstrom. Lindbergh getting a screen from Allie Howe. She's driving right to the basket. Underhand layup actually goes under. Sends up the layup. Rebound on the missed shot to Longhorns. Bailey Behrens with it. She kicks it over to Haley Schwartzer. Schwartzer waiting for a screen by Addison Lear. Just came in and fired. Schwartzer fires the layup. Way strong offensive rebound by Gabby Tice. 3-ball coming. That's good. Addison Lear for the first 3 points of her night. Ties it up at 7 with 2:40 to go in this first quarter. Left corner is Riley Ackerson. She's waiting for Alexis Cockworth to cut toward the middle. High Plains are actually doing more of a traditional zone offense that's ran up against the zone. Not much movement, though. You got to move a lot to beat the zone. With it is Haley Lindbergh. She kicks it over to Courtney Karlstrom, who drives to the corner. Good defense by Haley Schwartzer to recover. With it now is Lindbergh. Lindbergh over to Karlstrom. He gets to the short corner. Jumper taken by Cockworth. It's well strong. Rebound to Adley Zubek, and here comes Longhorns back on offense. Behrens with it. She's going to drive to the basket. She missed her first one. Gets the second one to go. Threw a shoulder on that. Behrens got the shot to go. Mac Ospal, I beg your pardon, having a conversation with the official now in the far right corner. With it is Cockworth. She gets the jumper to go. Dorchester with it, gets stripped from Schwartzer. Picking it up is Behrens. Has to hand off to Zubek at the right wing. Now Schwartzer driving middle, dumps it to the top of the key where Lear is. 3-ball coming, taken from the corner. Tice touches nothing. Goes nearly into the stage on the north side of the York City Auditorium. Goes out of play. Ball back to the Storm. Roberta Hines coming back in for the Storm. Hannah Hodgman, the only one that hasn't touched the floor so far for High Plains. They only got 7 suited up tonight in this one. Bringing across the timeline is Cockworth. Far corner, Lindbergh. She gets Cockworth cutting toward the basket. 3-ball coming from Lindbergh, who didn't move at all from her last pass. Strong, long rebound. It went off a Longhorn player. Behrens it went off of. The ball stay with High Plains. 9-9 score, 50 seconds to go in this first quarter. Karlstrom kicks it over to Cockworth. Now top of the key is Lindbergh. Just take this moment to run through our sponsors. Cradle Enterprises, Carrie's Restaurant and Catering, Crossroads, Awards, Alf's Wall Drilling, Bruning, Grocery, Grand Central, and Cossack Milling. With it is Lindbergh. She kicks it to the top of the key where Carl Storm is. Carl Storm going up against the 2-3 zone run by Dorchester. 9-9 score. We have 20 seconds to go. Back Ospa. Preaching patience. 3-ball pop by Lindbergh. And that's pure. She has 7 of the 12. Coming up quickly is Behrens. She picks up her dribble. A double dribble nearly called, but it's tipped. Shot coming up at the buzzer is no good by Amber Cotis. And that'll do it for the end of the first quarter. High Plains leading after a very entertaining first quarter, 12-9. We'll be back in a minute. You're listening to CRC on Cool Radio and Strive.
Your stations for coverage of area sports this season.
10. Mainstay Communications is Henderson's premier internet, phone, and television provider, serving the community since 1968. Mainstay Communications. Find them online today at mainstaycom.net.
Going back to the start of the second quarter, High Plains leading Dorchester 12-9 in girls CRC action. First round of the 2022 Crossroads Conference is here at the York City Auditorium, returning after a year absence due to renovations. And this place looks spectacular. It is one of the best venues in all of Nebraska high school sports. You got the bleacher seats above a section designed for bleachers for the students. That's on the east side of the gym. We're on the west side above the scorer's table as High Plains gets it going in the second quarter. Out there for him is Courtney Carlstorm. With it now is Alexis Clockworth. They went back over to Carlstorm. He's out there with Riley Ackerson. Popping the three is Haley Lindbergh. That went off the front of the rim. Rebound. Actually, jump ball called on the play. We go back to Dorchester. Roberta Hines out there as well for the Storm as they missed the first 3 of the second quarter. Dorchester brings it quickly across the timeline. They've been going quick on transition. Lily Schwartzer out there along with Gabby Tice. Left wing popping in Schwartzer. That's short off the rim. Ball rolls out of play to the left of the High Plains bench. She's in my near left corner. It'll go back to High Plains. Also out there for the Longhorns is Baylor Behrens. Let's try to get who else is out there for them. Amber Cotis as well. I'm seeing Madison Tice out there for the first time in this game for the Longhorns. Short corner is Ackerson. She skips it all the way to Cockworth, who's at the right wing. Pass going toward Lindbergh and results in a foul on Gabby Tice. That's her second foul. That's second team foul. Only 3 team fouls so far this game. Stark contrast from the last game we had here on Cool Radio. Exeter Milligan winning that one. About 30 or so fouls in that one. Is driving to the middle is Lindbergh. She gets her shot blocked by Cotis. Loose ball on the floor and a jump ball gets called. It'll stay with High Plains on their offensive end with 6:55 to go in this second quarter. I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors for the 2022 CRC. Polk County Public Power District Perennial Public Power, York Medical Clinic, Horizontal Boring and Tunneling, Nick's Farm Store, Annie Jeffrey Hospital, and Midwest Bank in York. Alexis Cockworth with it, fires the 3 just from the right of top of the key. Rebound went off the head of Roberta Hines, picked up by Dorchester. Schwartzer passes it up to Behrens. Behrens guarded by Lindbergh, waiting for a screen coming from Cotis. Toss, I beg your pardon. Goes up and fires the shot. Behrens missed strong. Rebound to Lindbergh. Lindbergh's going to go all the way to the basket by herself. Layup is no good. Jumping in and forcing the jump ball is Lindbergh. Great effort by Haley Lindbergh to force the jump ball. Looks like Baylor Behrens in on the jump ball as well. It'll be Dorchester ball in the rotating possession arrow. They get it in quick. Schwartzer will bring them across the timeline. She's kind of doing that right to left, back and forth dribbling as she steps into a three, top of the key. A lot of contact, but the three is drained by Schwartzer. Her first three ball of the game ties it up at 12 all. We've had 3 threes already this game, 4 threes, I beg your pardon. And this one, half the points came off of threes. As Hines kicks it out to Lindbergh at the top of the key, now right side. Driving and picking up her dribble is Colkworth. Left side is Carl Storm. Get it to Riley Ackerson. He skips it to Lindbergh. Lindbergh travels before driving the paint. Looks like she had her defender beat in Bailey Behrens. Ball will go back to Dorchester. They'll be inbound in front of their own bench. Brandon Burra having to call an inbounds play, even though they're about 70 feet or so from the basket. Drain across timeline, nearly carrying his Behrens, but it got the tip. It goes out of play off Behrens. She thought it was off Courtney Carlstorm. That'll be High Plains ball coming in for High Plains, Allie Howe. Howe, a freshman, getting some playing time. Hannah Hodgman, the only player yet to get in this one. She's averaging 9.1 points per game. She's still on the bench. Haley Lindbergh gets it down to Ackerson, who skips it to Colkworth, takes the jumper strong. Rebound to Adley Zubek. Picks up her dribble. Has to gig it up to Behrens. Grabs it and dribbles to the middle. Nearly travels, has her right pivot foot set. Is able to get it to Zubek. Driving middle, Schwartzer. She steps into the three. That's strong. Hits off the top support system of the baskets on the north side of the York City Auditorium to go out to play ball. To High Plains with 5 to go in the second quarter. We're tied at 12 all. Bring it up was Carl Storm. Left free throw line is Howe. She fires up a shot. Missed. Rebound to High Plains going down the floor is Ackerson. She's still on the floor. The official's gonna blow the play dead as Ackerson is still on the floor. Roberta Hines will come in. You know what? We're gonna go ahead and pause for this one. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You're listening to CRC on Cool Radio and Strive.
Blue.
Three 6775.
At Cornerstone Bank, our team is committed to providing you with game-changing solutions for your financial needs. With 46 convenient locations throughout Nebraska, Cornerstone is dedicated to providing the service you deserve. Cornerstone Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Get your car or truck repaired right the first time at Lavander's Body Shops in Grand Island, Hastings, St. Paul, North Platte, Kearney, York, Omaha, and their newest location in Sewell.
Riley Ackerson to get up. She is getting up. It was a very heavy play on the rebound. She hit the floor very hard. It was very visible with how she hit, and you could hear it happen here at the York City Auditorium. She's coming to the bench. She is walking it off. Actually looks pretty okay. Roberta Hines is going to come in for the Storm. It is 12-12 with 4:45 to go in the first half. High Plains and Dorchester locked in a tight one. And we're going to go ahead and take a minute and wrap up our first round of sponsors for this half. Heather Ramsey, ARC Group, Bruning, Edgewater Insurance and Osceola, Fortify Group, Weaver Pharmacy, Oliva Insurance and Advanced Services in New York. Thank you all for coming on board for the 2022 CRC. Wouldn't be here without all you sponsors this evening. Inbounding it for Dorchester will be Haley Switzer, I beg your pardon. She's looking to get in, looking for Bailey Behrens. She does get it out to Behrens. Back to Schwartzer. Pump fakes, drives middle, gets down to Amarcotas, spins around, sends the right-handed hook shot up, gets her own rebound, kicks it back out to Schwartzer. Takes another three, missed to the left. Offensive rebound by Addison Lear. Pass goes around the horn. Behrens with it at the right wing, dumps it to Zubek, who drives over the basket and gets a foul. A black called on Allie Howe. Allie Howe with her first foul. Only 14 fouls between the two teams. We're tied at 12 all with 4:28 to go Inbound pass goes to Barron. She could have taken a layup, but spins around. It's definitely a design play. Zubek gets it down, Switzer down the paint. Layup is short. Rebound grabbed by Carl Storm. And High Plains will come back on offense. Carl Storm with it. Passes over to Lindbergh at the left wing. High Plains has been kind of waiting to do things on offense. Setting a couple of screens going up against a 2-3 zone. Right now, Dorchester actually looks like they're man-to-man. Now it's a 2-3. Looks like they were playing man-to-man for a second with a high dose of help. Roberta Hines in the far right corner. High Plains again going left around your radio dial. Nice pass down to Howell. Goes through her hands and off her thigh. Out of play. Ball goes back to Dorchester with 3:45 to go in this first half. Knotted at 12. Inbound quickly up to Zubek. Now set up a Switzer. Steps into a three. She hasn't made one yet. Missed that one. I beg your pardon. She actually made one this quarter. Long rebound to Lindbergh. And High Plains will be back on offense with 3:25 to go in this first half. Sends screen is Carl Storm. Strom, I beg your pardon. Left side, Lindbergh back to Karlstrom. Skip over to Cockworth. Nearly travels, but passes it to the top of the key. Chest pass to Lindbergh. Lindbergh passes it to Karlstrom. He takes the three and drains it. Courtney Karlstrom with the three ball gives High Plains a 15-12 lead with under 3 to go. Pass picked up by Karlstrom. Karlstrom one-on-one versus Barron and travels. Inbound skips all the way up to Zubek. High Plains has been playing a full court man-to-man press. They've only had 6 players on the floor so far out there for the Storm. Lindbergh, this pass gets dumped in to Kotis. Kotis tries to, Kotas, I beg your pardon, tries to get it to Zubek, and Zubek gets fouled. Allie Howe with her second foul. Right now, unless Riley Ackerson, the foul gets called on the shot. Zubek will be going to the free throw line. Allie Howe. Now we're going to see if Riley Ackerson can come back in, and she is going to come back in. Good to see her being able to come back on the floor as the first free throw banks in. The first one for Dorchester banks home. Allie Howe will sit for presumably the rest of the half. It's only the 4th point of the quarter so far for Dorchester. Second free throw has a good backspin on it, but comes off strong. Rebound to High Plains. They quickly come up to Court Karlstrom. An offensive foul it looks like they're calling. Yeah, they are. That's her second one. We're going to get to see Hannah Hodgman come in for the first time. It's team 5th foul. Hodgman making her first appearance of the game. The senior averaging 9.1 points per game. Dorchester will quickly break the man full court press. No real press, just playing man-to-man the entire way. This pass is looking for Kotis. Picked off by Hines. She spins around, throws it up in the air. Madison Lear gets fouled going for it. Be the 13th foul on Dorchester. First on Addison Lear. Bringing it up is Haley Lindbergh now. High Plains has had all 7 of their players in uniform passes. Telegraph picked off by Zubek. Zubek deflects it, goes out of play off Hodgman, who touched it last. It'll be Dorchester ball. 15-13 is the score. 2 minutes to go in the second half. High Plains only a 3 ball for Courtney Karlstrom in the quarter. As the pass goes down low to Barons. Gets deflected out of play. Went off 2 players. Haley Lindbergh and Courtney Karlstrom. Switcher will inbound. She's looking for Barons. Screen results in Addison Lear getting it. Goes to the top of the key for Barons. Drives right. It's bounced off by a couple players. Switcher, nice dump over to Kotis. Kitos, shot missed. Rebound to Hines. So we have a minute 45 to go in this first half. 15-13 is the score. Right side is Hodgman. Hodgman waiting for a screen from Hines. It is a 2-3 zone that Dorchester still is in. Driving toward the basket is Lindbergh. Lindbergh tries to draw the contact. Missed a shot. Rebound to Switzer. And a foul. Travel happens to Dorchester. It'll stay with High Plains with a minute 25 to go in the second quarter. 15-13 score. High Plains in the lead. Lindbergh gets it off the inbound. She pump fakes. Gets a screen from Hodgman. Ball gets stripped from her by Switzer. Jump ball will stay with High Plains. 80 seconds to go in this first half. 15-13 is the score. Inbounding it is Riley Ackerson. Ackerson out there. Had Hines on the cut. 3-ball coming deep to, I beg your pardon, taken by Alexis Conkler. She has her first bucket of the game. 17-13 is the score. 70 seconds to go in this first half. Going across the timeline is Switzer. She gets hounded by Hodgman. Spinning around his Katas. Picked off from her by Addison Lair. Lair brings it to the short corner in front of Brendan Burra, the head coach of Dorchester, and High Plains will set up their offense. Calkworth with it. Free throw line. Ackerson, they're trying to get it down to Roberta Hines in the paint. It was slapped away. Ball will go back to be with Dorchester with 30 seconds to go in this first half. 17-13 is the score. Barons picks up her dribble, gets over Schwartzer, fires 3, she's drained 1, that's 2. 16-17 is the score, an interesting one so far. We have under 20 seconds to go. One possession coming up for High Plains. If they want it, Hodgman with it. She passes over to Calkworth. Nearly travels and Hodgman with it back to Calkworth. 6 on the clock. She tries to drive to the basket, loses control of her dribble. They go out of bounds. Ball back to Dorchester with 3.4 seconds on the clock. Dorchester will have a chance to take the lead into the half. Full court press coming from High Plains. They've been playing full court man-to-man. Pass comes into Swatzer. Swatzer dribbles it off her thigh. Just pushes it away. And that was a smart move to end the half. That'll do it for the first half. High Plains on top, 17-16. A close affair here in the final game of the first round. The girls CRC. We'll be back in 2 minutes to recap this first half. You're listening to the CRC on Cool Radio and Strive.
Call Trevor with Nunnenkamp Electric LLC today.
George Brothers Incorporated, serving Sutton and the surrounding area. George Brothers has what you need to get you up and moving. George Brothers Incorporated in Sutton.
Welcome back to the 2022 CRC on Cool Radio. Chase Thompson here with you. Gene Curtis holding down the fort in the Cool Radio studios. Thank you for being along tonight. And Gene, it's been a while since I've worked with you, so glad to be back with you here on Cool Radio. We are at the half. High Plains leading Dorchester 17-16 at the half. Now let's run through the halftime stats. For Dorchester, the opposing team, they are the 10th seed in this tournament. They are led in scoring by number 4, Haley Switzer, with 6 points. Baylor Barons has 4 for the Lady Longhorns as well. Addison Lear hit a 3 in the first quarter to get her only 3. Ali Zubek had a point for Dorchester from the free throw line. Their only free throw made. Actually, she went 1 for 2 from the line. And Amber Kodas has 2 for the Longhorns. They had 9 in the first quarter, 7 in the second to end up with 16 in the first half. A very highly entertaining first half for the folks that are still here at the York City Auditorium. We are back and live in the CRC. Last year, due to renovations here at the York City Auditorium, they were playing games all over this area. I remember being in Osceola. The finals took place at Shelby, in Shelby Rising City's high school gym. That was a fun tournament to be a part of last year. But here at the half, High Plains leading Dorchester 16-17 at the break. We're going to pause for a minute. When we come back, we'll talk about the High Plains stats. You're listening to the 2022 CRC on Cool Radio and Strive.
CVACoop.com.
Tim and Kale Palace, Bill Hoffman, and Nate Hoffman, your independent Pioneer sales reps, are proud to sponsor the CRC tournament. Call 10 Kale, Bill, or Nate to talk about the industry's best lineup for both corn and soybeans for your farming operation. See Copsa Odie and Associates for tax planning, consultation, and preparation. Let them help you with account services, financial analysis, or estate and succession planning. That's Copsa Odie and Associates in York.
Remember Carrie's Restaurant and Catering when hosting your next event. From large to small, Carrie's does it all. Carrie's Restaurant and Catering, just off Highway 81 in McCool Junction.
To the York City Auditorium, High Plains leading Dorchester 17-16 at the half. Now let's run through the halftime stats. So we'll run through what's been going on in the CRC and get the stage set for Monday night. That'll be all over on 104.9 Max Country. High Plains led in scoring by Courtney Karlstrom, who has 6 points. She's actually not in the lead, I beg your pardon. Haley Lindberg is in the lead with 7 points. She had all 7 in the first quarter. Alexis Kalkworth had 2 points at a bucket in the second quarter. Riley Ackerson had a bucket as well for the Storm. They have only 17 points. They had 12 in the first quarter. Were outscored by 2 in the second quarter, 7-5 by Dorchester in the second quarter. Now let's run through the 2022 CRC brackets as we're starting to wind things down in the first day of this great tournament here at the York City Auditorium. Boys have been playing over at the York College all day. Osceola, the 1 seed, will get to play High Plains on Monday at 4:30. That'll be here at the York City Auditorium. It'll be the first boys game back since the renovations took place here at the York City Auditorium. Nebraska Lutheran defeated Hampton earlier this afternoon. They'll play Shelby Rising City, who defeated Dorchester. BDS 3 seed will get to play McCool Junction, who took down Gilner. And wrapping the first round win up right now is Exeter Milligan. They'll take on Cross County at 7:30 on Monday night here at the York City Auditorium. Now on the girls' side of things, we still got work to do here in the final one. The winner of this game will take on the 2nd seed Meridian. That game's at 6 o'clock on Monday night. Cross County, the 1 seed, will get to play East Butler, who defeated Hampton, and to get things underway here at the York City Auditorium in the 2022 Girls CRC Tournament. McCool Junction, who defeated Giltner, will play BDS, who defeated Nebraska Lutheran earlier this afternoon here at this gym. Exeter Milligan, who defeated Shelby Rising City in the last game here on Cool Radio, will get to play the 3rd seed Osceola. That game's on Tuesday at 6 o'clock. I'll be back for that one. And then here we got High Plains on top of the half, 17-16 over Dorchester. The winner of this game will get to play Meridian on Monday at 6 o'clock. But we're going to pause for 2 minutes. When we come back, we'll get set for the start of the second half. You're listening to CRC on Cool Radio and Strive.
For all
virtually odorless and can be used indoors or outdoors.
Make RC Pit Stop your convenience store in Rising City, located right on Highway 92. For beverages, food, and gas, stop at RC Pit Stop in Rising City.
Carlson Irrigation is in the business of solutions, and teamed with Ranky Solutions are what they deliver. Ranky, more right than rain, and Carlson Irrigation, your local irrigation solutions expert.
Potter Repair in Beaver Crossing, your one-stop for auto and diesel repairs. Don't settle for anything less than Potter Repair. Call EJ or John at 532-3525.
George Brothers Incorporated, serving Sutton and the surrounding area. George Brothers has what you need to get you up and moving. George Brothers Incorporated in Sutton.
Carlson Irrigation is in the business of solutions, and teamed with Ranky Solutions are what they deliver. Ranky, more right than rain, and Carlson Irrigation, your local irrigation solutions expert.
Blue Beacon Truck Wash in York is hiring and wants you to join their team. Call or stop out for more information. Blue Beacon Truck Wash is proud to support school athletics.
Make RC Pit Stop your convenience store in Rising City, located right on Highway 92. For beverages, food, and gas, stop at RC Pit Stop in Rising City. Potter Repair in Beaver Crossing, your one-stop for auto and diesel repairs. Don't settle for anything less than Potter Repair. Call EJ or John at 532-3525.
Farmers and Merchants Bank in downtown Milligan wishes another successful sports season to the Exeter Milligan athletes. Good luck from Farmers and Merchants Bank, member FDIC.
Live and local. Make Cool Radio and Max Country your stations for coverage of area sports this season.
10. Good luck to all area athletes and teams from Premium Ag. Let Premium Ag Sales in Davenport help you with all your channel seed needs. See the channel difference at Premium Ag.
Welcome back to the York City Auditorium. We are getting set for the start of the second half. High Plains right now leading Dorchester 17-16 at the break. Teams are in their huddles getting ready to go at the start of the second half. High Plains wearing their home white uniforms with really stark blue numbers, red trim. Dorchester, on the other hand, wearing their road black uniforms with orange numbers and white trim. Dorchester be going left to right on your radio dial to get things underway this second half. High Plains right to left. Dorchester get the ball to start second half. They'll come out. Haley Switzer long. Gabby Tice, Baylor Barons getting a lot of playing time as well. She's out there to start the second half, along with number 30, Atlee Zubek, and number 44, Amber Kotas. High Plains, on the other hand, will be coming out with all their starters. Haley Lindbergh out there along with Roberta Hines. Allie Howell actually gets started. No, she's not out there to begin the second half. She's still on the bench. They played all seven as Schweitzer steps into the three. High, deep three. Short, rebounded by Riley Ackerson, who's out there to start the second half, along with Haley Lindbergh. Lindbergh, Ackerson, Courtney Karlstrom, Roberta Hines, and Alexis Cockworth out there starting the second half. Cockworth, three ball off the front of the rim. Rebound goes long, picking it up is Ackerson in the corner. She's able to get it out to Courtney Karlstrom, and Storm will set up their offense. Pretty good little crowd for High Plains that's right behind me as the pass going down toward Hines is picked off by Allie Zubek. Good defense. Recovery by High Plains as the pass goes to the corner. Gabby Tice able to pick it up. She drives to the middle, dumps it off to Kotas, who gets the layup to go. Remember, Kotas with their fourth point of the game. Dorchester on top right now, 18-17 with 6:40 to go in this third quarter. With it is Karlstrom. Lindbergh back to Karlstrom. Now in the corner is Cockworth. High Plains running their slow offenses. The layup goes up for Lindbergh. Rebound, missed. Rebound to High Plains. Second chance opportunity taken by Cockworth. Rebounded by Dorchester, and Dorchester come back on offense. Dorchester might have had a lead early, but really it's been all High Plains. It's been close, though, throughout this entire game. And left in the right corner, beg your pardon, that's Barons. She picks up her dribble. Pass gets tipped by Lindbergh, and a foul called on it. It'll be called on Atlee Zubek for Dorchester. That's her first. It's their team foul. And the other team's got into the bonus territory in the first half. Stark contrast from what we saw earlier this evening between Exeter Milligan and Shelby Rising City. We are in a 7-10 battle in the first round of CRC. 6 to go in this third quarter. Cockworth dumps it to the corner where Roberta Hines is. She tries to get it down to Riley Ackerson in the paint, but it gets picked by Bailey Behrens, and she will bring it up across the timeline. Right there is Tice. She gets it over to Zubek. Now in the far corner is Behrens. Behrens decides to drive baseline, picks up her dribble, gets it back out. Three ball taken by Zubek. That runs off the front of the rim. Second chance opportunity coming from Kotas. She picks up the offensive rebound. That goes flying in the air in front of the rim. Rebounded by Roberta Hines, averaging 2.9 boards per game. She has at least 3 tonight. And Storm bring it up. Cockworth. Now we're back to Lindbergh. High Plains. Like I said, the offense they've been running has been really slow paced. It's been more of a soccer style of doing things where you pick and choose your times when to attack. Trying to get the defense to be a little, not one to say lazy, but a little bit slow and just not ready for it. Kind of getting them a little bit bored, to be fully honest with you, before attacking. There's an attacking opportunity coming for High Plains Lindbergh. Nearly got her pass stolen from her. Goes over to Karlstrom. Now to Ackerson, who skips it over to Cockworth. And High Plains will reset as we have 4:40 to go in this third quarter. Now down the paint is Roberta Hines. She spins to the left, misses the shot off the front of the rim, and goes out of play off of Amber Kotas. 4:33 to go in this third quarter. Dorchester on top 18-17. Inbounding it will be Ackerson. She's waiting for Lindbergh to come off her screen. She's going to have to dump it in quick. She gets it into Lindbergh. Jumps in the short corner, takes a jumper, runs off the front of the rim. Rebound ends up back in Lindbergh's hands. Lily Schwartzer nearly got it for Dorchester. And now setting up the offense is High Plains. Turn around, taking the jumper is Ackerson. That got tipped by Ali Zubak, and Dorchester come back on offense. Haley Schwartzer with it. Hands it off to Baylor Behrens. Behrens drives left, spins around. High Plains running a man-to-man defense. They've been kind of going full court, but not really pressing as the pass looking for Schwartzer is tipped by Lindbergh. Lindbergh is one-on-one with Behrens, and she gets fouled. Looks like it was Baylor Behrens with the foul. It is. That'll be the second team foul on Dorchester. High Plains will get the ball on their offensive end. Lindbergh will inbound it. Waiting for a screen from Hines, but it goes back out to Karlstrom. Now down the paint, spinning around is Lindbergh. She fires a shot strong. Rebound to Ali Zubek, and a foul gets called. Oh, are they calling Zubek on that? They called a travel. I think they called a travel. Yeah, that's what they did. They called a travel. Inbounding is Lindbergh onto the basket. She gets it over to Cockworth. This is the first shot. Second chance opportunity is good. This is Cockworth with her 4th point of the game. High Plains back on top. Switzer brings it up. Riley Ackerson kind of playing a trapping type defense, but it's a man-to-man defense at High Plains. She actually reached in on that, but Zubek didn't get a foul called on her. Ball was deflected as it rolled back across the timeline. Bringing it back was Baylor Behrens. Dorchester still has it with under 4 to go in the third quarter. Nice dump to Kotas. He goes to the basket, gets fouled by Riley Ackerson. That's her first team foul by High Plains of the half. Dorchester 1 for 2 from the line. Take a moment to run through our sponsors. Special thanks to Bruning Grain and Feed, Shickley Grain, Bamsberger Welding, Jensen Lumber Company, Hits Towing, Nutri and Ag Solutions, Farmers and Merchants Bank. As substitution comes on, first free throw is no good. Addison Lear coming in for Dorchester. I'd like to thank Credle Enterprises, Carey's Restaurant and Catering, Crossroads Awards, Alswell Drilling, Brewing, Grocery, Grand Central, Cossack Milling. The second free throw is no good. Cleared out by High Plains. Bringing up is Lindbergh. A bigger part now is Karlstrom. Now Lindbergh on the right wing, waiting for help. Cockworth spins around deep two. That's off the front of the rim. Fight for the rebound. Ends up being taken away by Amber Kotas. And Dorchester will clear down 1 with under 3 to go in this third quarter. Over to the right side. Driving middle is Gabby Tice. She kicks it over to Schwarzer. Schwarzer gets slapped away from Courtney Carlstrom by Courtney Carlstrom. The way she was slapping made the crowd laugh. As dump pass goes to Kotas. Nice play by Dorchester to get Amber Kotas the easy lay-in. Dorchester back on top, 20-19 with 2:20 to go in this third quarter. Lindbergh drives right, goes up for the layup and gets fouled. Fouls on number 12, Gabby Tice. It's her third team. Now to the line. So Lindbergh, she drains the first one. She has 8. (20-20), 2:18 to go in the third quarter. Second free throw drops down 2. She's drained all 4 free throws for the Storm as they take in the 1-point lead. Dorchester breaks the full court press. There's Schwarzer bringing it. She gets a screen from Kotas, and the pass is picked off as Kotas is rolling to the basket. Nice play by High Plains to pick off the pass. They're up 1 with 2 to go in this third quarter. On the left side is Carlstrom. Back to the top with Lindbergh. Lindbergh going right by Gabby Tice, gets fouled, going to the basket, and be on the line for 2. Baylor Barons picks up the foul. That's her second. That's the 14th foul. Now back to the line goes Haley Lindbergh. I want to thank our sponsor, 2022 CRC Polk County Public Power District, Perennial Public Power, York Medical Clinic, Horizontal Boring and Tunneling, Nick's Farm Store, and Annie Jeffrey Hospital, along with Midwest Bank in York. Substitutions abound for both teams. High Plains will bring out Allie Howe. She had 3 fouls in the first half as Lindbergh missed the first one, by the way. Second one, that drops. Lindbergh now gets some double figures. As High Plains leads by 2, under 2 minutes to go in this third quarter. Waiting for a screen from Madison Tice, who's back out there first time this half. Nice pass down the paint to Tice, and a foul gets called. That might be on the ground. They are going to call on ground. Brandon Burra, one called earlier. Ackerson just picked up her second foul. Second team foul. Inbounding it is Schwarzer. She gets it out to the top of the key for Addison Lear. He passes it over to Madison Tice. Now down the paint is Barons. Spins around, goes up and gets fouled. Allie Howell just picked up her 4th. Roberta Hines is about to come back in. I'd like to thank Heather Ramsey, ARC Group Bruning, Edgewater Insurance, and Osceola Fortify Group, Weaver Pharmacy, Oliva Insurance, and Advanced Services in York for coming on board to make 2022 CRC happen. Barons made the first one. That's her 5th point. We got a 1-point game, 1:28 to go in the third quarter. Second free throw is up. Well short. Ball goes back to High Plains with 1:28 to go. High Plains currently on top 22-21. Still pretty decent crowd on hand as we're getting pretty late into the night here at the York City Auditorium. 8:44 local time. High Plains on top 22-21. Deep 2 taken by Colkworth. It doesn't touch anything but lands in the hands of Adley Zubek. In Dorchester will bring it across the timeline with 1 minute to go in the third quarter. Getting a screen is Schwarzer. She passes it over to Madison Tice, who gets it to the right side. Adley Zubek. Zubek waiting for someone to cut over the basket. Barons with it. Gets a screen from Addison Lear. Schwarzer gets a screen from Tice. Fires up a shot, kind of out of control. Missed right of the rim. Hit the backboard, rebound to High Plains. And they'll bring it up with under a minute to go in this third quarter. Lindbergh gets it over to Colkworth in the right corner. Now back to Hines in the paint. Went through her hands. Off Schwarzer picking it up is Adley Zubek. And Dorchester will bring it up. Under 25 to go in this third quarter. We've been holding things tight. Getting a layup wide open is Baylor Barons. And Dorchester High Plains fires up a three. Lindbergh fired it up. Offensive rebound by High Plains. They're going to have a chance to get up a shot. They got one on second. Firing a shot. That was right at the horn. Didn't count. Might not have counted anyways. Carlstrom missed. But that'll do it for the third quarter. Dorchester on top, 23-22. We'll be back in a minute when we come back for the fourth quarter. We'll come back for the fourth quarter in 1 minute. You're listening to 2022 CRC on Cool Radio and Strive.
Fertilizer needs. Also, custom blending your livestock feeds. Rooting grain and feed, where great service and quality are number one.
Nebraska Equipment is your local Kubota and Case IH dealer serving Seward and surrounding areas. Visit them in Seward on 280th Road or call 643-6641 today.
Brown's Grocery Store in Sutton is your local community connection for high-quality foods, great prices, and superior friendly service. Working hard each and every day to earn your business.
Getting set for the start of the fourth quarter. High Plains and Dorchester knotted up in a tight one. Dorchester with the lead, 23-22. 8 minutes put up on the clock. Dorchester will get the ball to start the fourth quarter. Andy Schwartzer out there along with Baylor Barons. Waiting for Allie Zubek to come and set up a screen, but it's picked off, stolen away by Haley Lindbergh, and High Plains will get it back on offense. Looking for help down the paint. Roberto Hines spins around and gets the lay in to go. High Plains back on top, 24-23. One of the better games of the day in the first round of CRC is happening right now. Nearly a legal screen by Amber Kotaz. Dorchester still with the Baylor Barons. Kicks it over to Schwartzer. Gets it down to Kotaz. Kotaz able to grab the pass, spins around, fires up the shot. Missed. Rebound by Ackerson. And High Plains will bring it up. Haley Lindbergh. Lindbergh out there along with Courtney Karlstrom. Riley Ackerson. Roberta Hines. Alexis Cockworth out there as well. And a push way away from the play. Amber Kotis with the push. That was way away from the play. Be the fifth team foul. And Dorchester inbound pass comes in to Cockworth. She missed the layup. Quick layup. Rebound to Kotas. 5'11". Sophomore getting the rebound for the Longhorns. 24-23. We are under 7 minutes to go in regulation. Schwartzer kicks it over to Zubek. And traveling with it is Kotas. She was all by herself. She's trying to pick off the pass. There's Roberta Hines. Ball. Go back to High Plains. 6:45 to go in regulation. On the bench right now for High Plains, Alexis Howe. A whistle. Another push way away from the play. Allie Zubek in. The official talking to Allie Zubek. I didn't see what had happened. That's a 16 foul. Brendan Brua coming up and having a conversation with the official after that one. That's a second straight possession that a foul was called. Completely away from the ball. Battle for position gets called. Don't see that often. 3-ball left wing coming from Lindbergh. That's off the further end. It was high arcing. Rebound grabbed by Gabby Tice. Transition coming for Dorchester, getting the layup to go short. Is Allie Zubek, and a whistle on the rebound. They'll be on High Plains. The officials now blowing the whistle pretty frequently. Riley Ackerson with the foul. Pass comes in, gets deflected, goes out of play. Ball stay with Dorchester, 6:27 to go. 24-23, High Plains on top in a close one. Teams have been kind of holding even since the first quarter. Dorchester 14 points in the last 2 quarters, causing them to take the 1-point lead coming in the fourth compared to High Plains 10. Driving toward the basket is Tice, and a whistle, a block call. Roberta Hines will be whistled on that one. Actually, they're going to have to Clockworth. Her first. 15 foul. Inbounds is grabbed. Is going for Zubek, but Ackerson was able to grab that. She picks up her dribble at the right wing, kicks it to the top of the key. 3 ball coming from Carlstorm. That is strong. Rebound grab by Behrens. She'll be the one to bring it up. Behrens out there with Schwartzer. Kotos. Zubek. And on the right wing, hanging out in the right corner is Gabby Tice, driving the paint, getting it stripped under is Schwartzer, picked up by Cockworth. High Plains will come back on offense. High Plains starting to look tired. They've only played 7 players so far, and they only got 7 suited up. Collision happened, loose ball, and a jump ball ends up being called. It'll be High Plains ball with 5:33 to go. High Plains has still got all 3 of their full timeouts and a 30. Dorchester has not called timeout by my records. Inbounding it is Riley Ackerson. She gets it in to Lindbergh. Pops a 3. That looks left. It curved back toward the basket as it went toward the hoop. Hit off the back of the rim. Jumped on over the backboard. Out of play. Ball to Dorchester. 24-23. 5:30 to go in this one. Schwartzer bring it up. High Plains going full court man-to-man defense. And a whistle timeout taken by Brendan Brua. Full timeout. We'll take one with them. High Plains leading 24-23. We'll be back in a minute. You're listening to 2022 CRC on Cool Radio in Strive.
At corner.
That's Copsa Odie and Associates in York.
For all your irrigation needs, contact the folks at Fagan Irrigation for the fastest, reliable service. Contact Corbin at Fagan Irrigation today to see what they can do for you.
Spring Creek Repair south of Dorchester is your #1 source for dependable, quality trailer and pressure washer repair. Spring Creek Repair. Call us at 641-1241.
We got a tight one here at the York City Auditorium. High Plains leading Dorchester 24-23 coming out of the full timeout. Dorchester still has 2 full. We still got a lot of timeouts, so be ready. The ending of this could stretch out a little bit. As Behrens gets in on the inbound. She's out there along with Amber Kotas, who sets the screen. That leads Zubek. Behrens has to get over to Haley Schwartzer. Out there with Gabby Tice. Schwartzer picks up her dribble, finds Behrens at the right wing. Now goes over to Gabby Tice down, driving the basket, steps through, gets it over to Kotas, who missed the shot. Rebound to Karlstrom. Courtney Karlstrom out there with Haley Lindbergh, Alexis Clockworth, Roberta Hines, and Riley Ackerson. On the bench with 4 fouls right now is Allie Howe. Pass is going down to Hines. Mac Allspad wondering about that pass. Is Dorchester ball with under 5 to go. 24-23, High Plains on top. Driving toward the paint is Barrett. Sets Schwartzer. Schwartzer, who's draining 1-3. Drains! Drain 2. Make that 3. Haley Schwartzer gives Dorchester the 26-24 lead. 4:20 to go in regulation. Hold on tight. This is getting interesting at the York City Auditorium. So glad to be back here. Left side is Cockworth. Tries to find a cutting Lindbergh. Comes from the right side. It was picked off by Dorchester. Anna Hodgman coming to the scores table for High Plains. The right side is Gabby Tice. Actually, 2 substitutions. Tice double dribbles it going to the basket. We go back to High Plains. I think this is a substitution based on fatigue. Alexis Colkworth, who's played the entire game, is coming to the bench for the first time. Roberta Hines getting to break as well. Hines did start, but she's been getting breaks from time to time with Allie Howe coming off the bench. Anna Hodgman making her second appearance of the game. Left side with Karlstrom. High Plains has been kind of slowing things down on offense. That's what worked with them to get the 12 points in the first quarter and early in the second. But lately they've been speeding it up on offense, been playing out of control. They go very slow. Just going and getting fouled is Haley Lindbergh. She actually tried to shoot the ball. Either way, it'll be a 1-on-1 situation. They're not going to call it as a shooting foul, but again, a 1-on-1 situation. That foul is on Gabby Tice. That's her fourth. High Plains 5 or 6 from the free throw line. They've done pretty well from the charity stripe so far this game. Out to the line for a 1-on-1 goes Haley Lindbergh. She has 10. Jump shot free throw is good. Second free throw for Lindbergh. Drops down as well. Lindbergh is all 7 of the free throws for High Plains that have dropped. 26 all. We got under 3.5 to go in regulation. Barrett is out there. Schwartzer tries to get it down to Kotas. He spins around, misses the layup strong. Rebound ends up in the hands of Lindbergh. Lindbergh had Hodgman going streaking toward the basket. Decided not to pass it to her. That's probably a smart move, as it would have gone into the stage on the north side of the York City Auditorium. Home side being the left side on your radio dial. Lindbergh. Bunch of contact happening down toward the paint. Amber Kotas and Riley Ackerson being the recipients of the contact. That's drawing the reaction from behind me. Second chance opportunity after the miss is missed, and a jump ball gets called on the rebound. Allie Howell missed the second one, and a jump ball gets called. Haley Schwartzer bringing up across the timeline. 2:40 to go in regulation. She's guarded by Karlstrom. Screen set by Kotas. Around the horn goes Dorchester. Nice pass down, and travel gets called on Allie Zubek. Gabby Tice dumped it to Zubek, who was going to try to get it over to Amber Kotas, but a travel gets called. Honestly, this place is honestly about a quarter full, but it is the loudest I've heard a gym all year going to games for the Max Country and Cool Radio family. This place is loud. I love it. 3-ball, Hodgman, right side. Good! 29-26, 2 to go in regulation. High Plains in the lead. Right side is Schwartzer. Schwartzer gets it to Tice. Tice guarded by Hodgman. It goes over to Behrens. Behrens drives middle, but a foul called on the screen. I think they're going to pop Lindbergh on that. Won't result in free throws. Yeah, they're going to pop Lindbergh on the foul. Fighting through the screen. It'll be the 16th foul, I beg your pardon, on Dorchester. A timeout taken. I think it's going to be a full one coming. That's what I saw the signal be. It is a full timeout taken by High Plains. We'll go ahead and take one with them. We'll be back in a minute. You're listening to 2022 CRC on Striving Cool Radio.
With over 25 years being in production agriculture, let me put my experience to work for you.
Brown's Grocery Store in Sutton is your local community connection for high-quality foods, great prices, and superior friendly service. Working hard each and every day to earn your business.
2 to go in regulation. High Plains leading Dorchester 29-26. Dorchester get the ball on the inbound. High Plains is going to send in 2 substitutions at time. Inbound is grabbed by Haley Lindbergh, but it rolls across the sideline, out of play. It'll go back to Dorchester. Coming out onto the floor for High Plains, Roberta Hines and Alexis Kalkworth. Dorchester will have the ball. They have time to get across the timeline if they want, because it did go across, but they will bring it up with ease. Baylor Barons waits for a screen by Ali Zubek. She kicks it over to Gabby Tice. Drives middle, picks up her dribble, finds Ali Zubek. Zubek waiting for help, gets it in Barons. Amber Kotas out there as well. Gabby Tice. Schwartzer step back 3-ball. This would tie it. That is short. That looks straight on. Rebound ends up in the hands of Roberta Hines. As we have under 90 seconds to go, 3-point lead. Hold on, this is going to be fun. Lindbergh will bring it up. Guarded by Haley Schwartzer. She gets it over to Riley Ackerson. He's waiting for a screen by Hines. Hines sets it late. Ackerson picks it up, gets it over to Hines at the free throw line. He dumps it back out to Lindbergh at the top of the key. Minute to go in regulation. 3-point lead for High Plains, 29-26. Lindbergh got bumped by Schwartzer. It would be a 1-on-1 situation in a very rare call. Saw a few of these on the run with York. That was on the Cool Radio. But a 5-second closely guarded call and a timeout taken by High Plains. 30-second one. At this point in the game, we're going to stay here with under a minute to go. 3-point lead, High Plains in the lead. Oh, man. This one's coming down to the wire. Foul situation. Both teams are going to the line the rest of the way. Dorchester has 7 charged on them this half. It'll be a 1-and-1 for High Plains if they get fouled. High Plains, on the other end, has 6. That means if they foul Dorchester, it'll be a 1-and-1 situation. Now, if you're Dorchester, who do you not want the ball to get into the hands into if you need to foul? Well, you have a couple players that shoot. The 2 players up there at the top for High Plains. Haley Lindbergh is shooting 62% from the line this season. She has all 7 of the made free throws for High Plains this season. They got a player, Alexis Kalkworth, with 52% from the line. Courtney Karlstrom with 52%. Those are the 3 players that if you're High Plains, you want to get the ball to if you need to go to the line for free throws. Timeout is over, 57.9 on the clock. High Plains up 29-26. Inbound goes to Schwartzer. Schwartzer out there. Amber Kotas, Gabby Tice, Baylor Barons, and Atlee Zubek. Barons dumps it, spins around, taking the shot strong as Kotas. Offensive rebound, no, a jump ball gets called. A whistle. They haven't signaled it. It is a jump ball. The arrow will flip it to High Plains with 44.9 on the clock. High Plains still has all their full timeouts if they need them. Ball gets in to Karlstrom. Karlstrom tries to get it to Ackerson. That could have easily been picked off by Atlee Zubek. Karlstrom goes to the basket, gets tipped away from her, but hitting it off the line is, I beg your pardon, that's Gabby Tice. What's about to happen with an inbounds, we've seen 2 fouls called on Dorchester recently with contact away from the ball. It's been Atlee Zubek and Riley Ackerson going at it. Kalkworth has it, gets it over to Lindbergh. Lindbergh got shoved going away from the ball. And then picking up the reach-in is Haley Schwartzer. Can't hear, I am on the High Plains side of the crowd. High Plains holding down the west end of the York City Auditorium. We got a bunch of Dorchester fans on the east end. Now to the line goes Haley Lindbergh. She's made 7, now 8 from the line. Lindbergh has 13. 2-possession game now here in the final game of the 2022 First Round Girls CRC. Second free throw jumper, missed. Rebound picked up by Zubek. Zubek nearly gets stripped from behind by Ackerson. Dorchester with it. 20 seconds to go in regulation. 4-point game. Nearly losing his bearings, and she gets called for a double dribble. What an entertaining way to end the first day of the CRC. Timeout taken by High Plains. This is going to be a full. We're going to pause for 30 seconds. We'll be back in 30 seconds for the conclusion of this game. You're listening to 2022 CRC on Cool Radio and Strive. And Shelby rising. It's Shelby. 30-26 is score. High Plains on top. 18 seconds to go in regulation. Dorchester will have the ball coming out of the timeout. I beg your pardon. High Plains will have the ball out of the timeout. So it'll be a quick foul coming from Dorchester. High Plains has Haley Lindbergh. Alexis Karlstrom. Ball goes out to Cockworth. He goes to the basket, and a double dribble is called on Cockworth. She was about to get leveled from behind by Gabby Tice. Cockworth was able to get out of the way, though. Tice went flying. Timeout taken by Brandon Burra. Full timeout. We told you we had all of the full timeouts remaining. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You'll listen to CRC on Cool Radio and Strive.
Toll-free 888-627-WELL.
The Shickley Grain Company supports their BDS Eagles. There's no stopping when you're dedicated and work hard to achieve your goals. Shickley Grain Company, 402-627-2425.
16.5 remaining in the fourth quarter. High Plains leading Dorchester 30-26. Dorchester will get the ball after the turnover off Alexis Cockworth. Now, if High Plains fouls Dorchester, it'll send them to the free throw line for a 1-on-1 situation. Dorchester has 8 fouls charged to get against them, so it will flip back to High Plains for a 1-on-1 if needed. Dorchester still has a full timeout remaining. I think they still got a 30 as well. So made basket, doesn't matter how much time is left, it will not end the game. We've seen it done before where teams have made a basket with with about 5 seconds to go on the clock. And then the opposing team who gets it back in the lead holds it and lets the clock run out before inbounding it. The clock still runs in Nebraska High School basketball. 16.5 on the clock. High Plains coming out on a full court press. Inbounding it will be Ali Zubek. She gets it in to Baylor Behrens. Behrens is going to have to go quick. 14 on the clock. She's guarded by Lindbergh. Behrens driving toward the basket. Got stripped away from her. Goes toward Addison Lear. A foul gets called on Roberta Hines. She just didn't have her hands all the way up, not in a legal guarding position. They're actually going to call that on Ackerson. Roberta Hines could easily gotten popped for that one as well. And a timeout taken by Brendan Burra. Only a 30-second timeout. We'll stay here. Since the clock has stopped, that's actually a pretty good timeout by Burra to set things up. 6.9 on the clock, 30-26. High Plains on top of Dorchester. Now, if Dorchester if High Plains continues to hold on to this one, they'll move into a game on Monday night. Dorchester, on the other hand, if they lose this game, they're off till February 1st. They head to Lincoln and take on Parkview Christian. High Plains on top, 30-26, 6.9 on the clock. Right now, High Plains with 8 points to score. This will actually jump into their second highest total quarter of the game. They had 12 in the first. Now to the line goes Addison Lear. She has a 3-ball in the first quarter. Put her in the scoring column, and that's it for her. The official having a conversation with Riley Ackerson. A lot of contact's been happening between Riley Ackerson and Atlee Zubek down in the paint. Amber Kotas involved as well throughout the game. First free throw on the 1-on-1. It's Pierre. One possession game, 6.9 on the clock. This would make it a 2-point game if Lear can drain this free throw. Left-handed shot is good. 2-point game, 6.9 on the clock. High Plains has got to get it in. They do. Gets trapped in the corner. Lindbergh, that's the person you want if your High Plains going to the free throw line. She will go to the line. Should be just a 1-on-1 situation. 5.2 on the clock. Fouls on Haley Switzer. Her second. No, that is the team's 10th foul. So it'll be 2 shots coming from Haley Lindbergh. 5.2 on the clock. Dorchester still has timeouts. Lindbergh, though, responsible for all 8 of the made free throws so far this game. Misses the first one off the front of the rim. Dorchester's going to have a chance. Timeout, Dorchester, full one. We're going to pause for 30 seconds. When we come back, we'll end this one from York City Auditorium. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You're listening to 2022 CRC on Cool Radio and Strive. At the free throw line, Haley Lindbergh, when the timeout is over, will have a chance to make it a 3-point game. Dorchester just burned a timeout. They are down to, I think they have 1:30 left. Foul situation. It is 9 and 10. So it actually was a 1-and-1 that. Oh, it was a 2-shot. It was 2 shots for High Plains. Haley Lindbergh will be going to the free throw line. It was an official mistake either way, so it's going to be second free throw coming. Dorchester's coming back out of the timeout. They're going to have a chance to win, to tie or win this game. Now, Dorchester is actually lining up as if they're going to be on offense. Now, 9 fouls, that is a 1-and-1 situation. Lindbergh missed. So we're going to have, I think it's going to be a 2-point game. Dorchester ball on offense. They're going to have 94. They're going to call a jump ball, which actually benefits Dorchester. 5.2 on the clock. Free throw is no good. 1-and-1 situation right there. Officials still having a conversation. The High Plains fans behind. The head coach, Mac Ospa, calming down the High Plains fans. We got 5.2 on the clock. Hold on, let's go. Barron's with it. 4 on the clock. Guarded by Lindbergh. She's going to get a shot. She spins around. 1 on the clock. Shots up in the air. Is it going to count? Good! Shot counts, and Dorchester wins it on a buzzer beater. Oh my goodness! We're going to pause and go to break. We'll be back in a minute and a half. You're listening to CRC on Cool Radio and Strive.
Hampton Ag and Auto taking care. FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
Blue Beacon Truck Wash in York is hiring and wants you to join their team. Call or stop out for more information. Blue Beacon Truck Wash is proud to support school athletics.
At Central Valley Ag, your local cooperative, we focus on helping you select the best products and services that will benefit your operation. To learn more, visit cvacoop.com.
See Copsa Odie and Associates for tax planning, consultation, and preparation. Let them help you with account services, financial analysis, or estate and succession planning. That's Copsa Odie and Associates in York.
For all your irrigation needs, contact the folks at Fagan Irrigation for the fastest, reliable service. Contact Corbin at Fagan Irrigation today to see what they can do for you. CRC volleyball coverage is brought to you by Anderson Insurance Agency, the Physical Therapy Department at Annie Jeffrey Memorial Health Center, Aurora Cooperative, Banana Rams, Bank of Clarks, and Carlson Construction.
Whoa! 31-30, Dorchester beats High Plains at the buzzer to end the first day of the CRC. Doesn't get much better than that, and you got to hear that here on Cool Radio and on Strive. What a game that was. Not much more than a 3-point deficit by either side throughout the game. And hitting it at the buzzer, Baylor Barons steps in and drains the three as the horn goes off. The ending was not the cleanest, but either way, Dorchester advances in the 2021-22 CRC 31-30 over High Plains. Wow, what a game that was. Whew. All right, let's run into final stats on the night. Baylor Barons finished with 10. She had 7 going into the shot. Drained the 3, finished with 10. Haley Schwartzer with 9 for the Longhorns. Addison Lear finished with 5. Amber Kotas with 6. Allie Zubek finished with a free throw herself. Dorchester had 9 points in the first quarter, 7 in the second, 7 in the third for 23. Then they finished off with 8 in the fourth quarter to finish with 30. They went 4 of 8 from the free throw line. Again, Baylor Barons with a 3-ball to stun the gym here at the York City Auditorium. Now let's jump on over to the High Plains stats. Haley Lindberg with 13 to lead all scorers. She had all 8 of the 10 free throws that High Plains hit on the night. Courtney Karlstrom finished with 6. Hannah Hodgman with a 3 late in the game. Roberta Hines had 2 in the fourth. Alexis Kalkworth with 2 herself. Riley Ackerson with 2 points for the Storm. The Storm dropped to 7-8 on the season. They have a break now until they play Alba here coming up, Meridian, on February 1st. Dorchester moves to 6-9 on the season. They got a date on Monday in the second round of the 2022 CRC. I'm getting the bracket up real quick. They will play Meridian, the second seed, on Monday. That game is on 6. Tonight we'll do it for Cool Radio's coverage of the CRC. We're moving all over to Max Country beginning on Monday. But that'll do it for us tonight. Special thanks to all the broadcasters who's been a part of the coverage today between York College and here at the York City Auditorium. Tyler Cavalli, Nate Rohr, Mike Meyer, Parker Siza, me, Chase Thompson, Gene Curtis holding down the fort for the Cool Radio broadcast all day. Noah Boyd has been running the boards for the Max Country broadcast throughout the day here on Cool Radio and 104.9 Max Country. Special thanks to the board ops for Strive, who've been making the viewing able to happen for those watching on their computer at home. Thank you guys. It's been a pleasure working with you tonight. So glad to be back with you all. But that'll do it for tonight. So long from the York City Auditorium. Dorchester wins at the buzzer, 31-30. We'll call it a night. You're listening to the 2022 CRC on Cool Radio and Strive.